The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, he dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B side and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
It's day 4 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, and those who are only bold enough to dare to dominate will succeed.
That chip. And well, Kimbo off in the playing defense, but they're so happy to fly into the flying. Stick them up here.
Down the stairs, he gets himself some good damage and he finished off his early work onto Kimbum, and that might be.
Let's go.
Should have been next to impossible. Second mouse is dead here. He's dead to run. Carrot trying to take 5.
Oh, 10-2, and that is that. Stallions, the first game in the playoffs is an easy.
Evolution power. This is it. First, look who it is who has put first, but looking for the last one towards MG, but it's who has any spots, both Silva and Feifei, and actually wait, and MG's gonna get knocked out. Already.
Oh my, now that's an entry.
Alcazia has to go out this aggressive.
Alright,
Get at it. Alcazia is taken down. EP chops them. That's going to be 3 maps taken in a row by Evolution Power Gaming.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to Chengdu for the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. This is day 5, and the past 4 days have been nothing short of exhilarating. So many clutch moments, upsets, and, well, more questions we still need answered. However, yesterday, Team Stallions started off with a quick 3-0 victory against Twisted Minds. It was sensational. They continue to shock the world and showcase that the Grand Finals run is not just a dream, it's quickly becoming a reality. But for one of the top dogs looking to defend their crown, Evolution Power Gaming, they returned to this very stage for a monumental matchup, and they made it look easy. A 3-0 sweep against Alcazia, showcasing they are looking to defend their title and, more importantly, go back-to-back when it comes to CFS. However, today, the pressure heats up. 4 colossal teams will once again clash on this very stage to showcase they came here with a purpose, and that's to dominate. This is day 5 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, where pressure becomes a reality, legacies are defined, and only those who are bold enough to dare to dominate will succeed. Quarterfinals continue, and now the bracket brings together 2 teams meeting for the first time. Representing EU MENA, a team that dominated their regional finals and entered this tournament with expectations already behind them, aiming to drive deep into the playoffs. Gaimin, the Gladiators! And facing them, the surprise breakthrough of the group stage, a team many underestimated, yet they were the first to qualify for playoffs after dismantling both of their opponents. EVOS ARC! A top seed advancing, or an underdog run gaining force. Quarterfinal match 3 begins now.
Thank you so much, Reflections, for that awesome intro into today's matches. We are back here at the playoffs for, of course, the CFS Grand Finals 2025. I am Valdez. With me is Sneaky Frog and Bench. We're going to be getting into this first matchup between Gaimin Gladiators and EVOS ARC. Gaimin Gladiators have been waiting. They've been waiting, like all the other first seeds from the different regions, for someone to come challenge them, and that team will be EVOS ARC today. Let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors.
We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Aorus, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Aorus has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on.
Yeah, and thanks to our official partner and Gamer for providing the global first 750Hz ultra high refresh rate monitor and 257 PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. And Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion.
Thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, and your win.
And we are back.
We are definitely back here.
It is our back. Yes. How are you guys feeling today?
I mean, feeling great. Also, this is going to be the end game, the real one too, for our West region. I think Gaimin Gladiators are the ones to really carry the weight and carry the torch on. But now that they are having to face against EVOS ARC, who seemingly was the underdogs coming into their own matchups with regards to their games, and some way, somehow they are in the playoffs and they're the villains here.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS ARC definitely looking to see if they can upset, you know, the remaining representation of EU here. Honestly, EU hasn't had the best joust when it comes to the group stage, and obviously we expected more coming in from XROCK Esports especially. But you know, Gaimin Gladiators now, it is their chance to kind of prove themselves. Granted, the past few tournaments haven't been too nice for them, but maybe it is going to be similar to EVOS, where they also have their own redemption story.
Definitely.
Definitely a cool story we got going, Bench.
I mean, now that these two teams have to face off against each other, and now that we are going to be knocking one of them away into the lower brackets, I think there's a lot on the line, more than you think. And for Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, you guys were, you know, in the green room just resting, but I was outside actively scouting for information, just like how most of the IGLs would do. Had a chance to talk to one of the players with Gaimin, and I think they're ready. Yesterday, though, the team that had to play without much prac going through, not enough games to be played, had some cold hands, and eventually they were taken out into the lower brackets. But for Gaimin Gladiators, they said they got a lot of prac in. They were able to pick up a lot of pugs with the other teams, and seems like they are pretty confident in going into the games as well.
Yeah, you can see the total kills rather here at the history of the Grand Finals, and N9 still on top. ZY and Dway hoping to maybe make some progress, because all the other players above them are out of the tournament. So
yeah,
definitely a chance for them going forward. And yeah, it's definitely a big matchup, especially this first one, because if you lose, you have to go up against AG or XROCK. Probably XROCK, but still a very difficult opponent. One of the Chinese teams there. As the top seeds collapse, survivors take over on day 4. Both of the top seeds fall as the Stallions dominate TM, and EP swept over Akacia. Group's survivors looked sharper, faster, and better adapted.
Sharper, faster, and better adapted. Can't explain the situation even better. I feel like Akacia had a decent game, but at the end of the day, it was a little downfall coming through, and so was Stallions just being able to take the top teams like Baisha away and then some way, somehow, just making it to the playoffs with all the wins that they can take. So probably, I feel like Sneaky here is quite happy with his region, now stepping up to be seemingly the #2 region out there for CF competitive esports scene.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like being back on the upper echelon of being the second best CrossFire region once again. Despite being a minor region, I feel like it is going to be a bit of momentum for the entire country of the Philippines to try and see. And we're like, hey, we can compete in the international stage. We can even take down top teams from China like Baisha Gaming. So it is going to be overall a great experience for the two teams because they're going to bring it back all the way to the Philippines. And when Masters start again, it is going to be basically a net good for everyone.
But there definitely is two very different challenges ahead on day 5. EVOS meets Gaimin Gladiators for the first time. Actually the first time too, and momentum leans towards EVOS. And all gamers will have to face against XROCK again after losing a bunch of games, 2 3-0s, and even a single map going down as well, I believe, after in Chinese regional finals. So a lot of doubts, I guess, are being casted up on the underdogs here, but you never know what could happen. We are at the grand finals, and we've seen many a times that underdogs do overtake the throne.
Yeah, already did happen on our first day of playoffs as the mastermind returns. ZQ returning back to AG. They end up winning EWC 2025. Without ZQ in 2024, they got a second, but that wasn't, what we expected from AG. And obviously, we know his path of mostly wins in 2021 to 2023.
Yeah, I'd like to imagine that in 2024 he was just sitting on his couch and watching AG get 6th in the grand finals, and he's like, yeah, I need to come back. Yeah, I need to come back in and fix whatever needs to be fixed, and that he did for EWC at least. Granted, the AG didn't do it in ACL. They still got a very, very good result in that tournament, but EWC was definitely the biggest tournament for the year, of course, right before grand finals. And, ZQ, his impact, despite him not being the true leader of the team, his overall, veteran presence at the same time being possibly the second leader of the team is going to be making a massive difference, especially knowing that ZY, who is kind of holding that leadership role for a bit, there's a lot of pressure now off of his shoulders. Now all he has to do is focus on the right flank.
I mean, the veteran, after seeing his team, like you said, getting dumpstered at top 6. I mean, top 6, give or take, is a good performance, but it's not the best. And ZQ on his couch, looking at it, was, I gotta make a comeback, but making a comeback for these players up on the K-Team leaderboard here, Valdez. Kano, of course, is gonna be taking the top seed at #1, followed by First. Had an absolutely amazing performance yesterday, and then followed by Famous,
the 3
trying
rookies
to save his team from getting knocked out, but at the end of the day came a little short.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that the top kills as well, a little bit higher for Team Stallions and EP, as they have already played. But yeah, Kano just really, really high up there, insane KD. As well. We are going to be seeing other guys. You see a bunch of guys from XROCK and Yobib as well from EVOS. Those players are going to play today, so they have an opportunity to try to catch up to the other guys here on the left, the KD leaders.
Farm some stats, we say, but kind of surprising to see Sunny only at top 5. I think we've seen so many moments together when you just briefly tuned in to deliver your own voice for a little bit. I thought Sunny would be at least top 3, but some way, somehow, it's going to be Famous taking top 3 spot first, and #2, well-deserved. And Kano, of course, taking that #1 seat. In the damage department as well, it's going to be Kano up there, marking #1, right in the top.
Yeah, I like to see that right before the graphic, got erased on the screen. You can see Zayn slowly climbing up in that top 10 position, which is going to be a very, very scary prospect, especially for any of the teams that have to face that particular roster of Evolution Power. But of course, Kano, I think his stats are going to be, a bit inflated considering that, the TM match didn't really go too well for the side of Twisted Minds, unfortunately. So he is going to be quite up there. We are going to be missing the presence of Famous, that's for sure. But, unfortunately, it is a team game. You can't just 1v5 your way into a grand final. So it is unfortunate what happened to him. But at the same time, the impact, the cultural impact that he did, because I was checking some social medias. Everybody was talking about his performance, that's for sure, despite the L.
There's a good saying, put 5 Famouses on a single team. They're going to win the heck out of all the tournaments. nonetheless, Famous and his team currently their run ends there, but going up ahead is going to the teams that are currently participating. Of course, they're going to be XROCK, Evolution, Power Gaming, and so on, including EVOS, ARC, and Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah,
and,
so this is the first kill into round win percentage when you do complete winning the round after getting the first kill. XROCK up at the top, Evolution Power there as well. 2 Chinese teams at the helm, and then you've got Team Stallions, Team Liquid, and EVOS ARC.
So it's all about really sealing the deal, we say, right? Like, after taking the first kill, we've seen so many times that teams just not being able to just deliver the round at the end of the day and somehow lose more players than you're supposed to do so and eventually lose the round, right? So these teams able to convert that initial upper hand into a round win definitely grants them their seats right now.
Yeah, I feel like it just goes to show how good of a team XROCK is as well, right? I feel like they really convert their entry super well, and the rest of the team does know how to kind of follow it up, and it just goes to show as well that, you know, despite being one of the more aggressive teams in the tournament, XROCK still does know how to, you know, enter a site very efficiently. But we're gonna take a look at the team stats. Of course, the GR round win is 75% for XROCK, and so they're not just a good offensive team, but they're also just as good on the defense as well. But of course, with the BL round win, we did kind of expect this, not gonna lie. I mean, Team Stallions, I think all of the other teams, even the Chinese teams, are talking about how good they are, how aggressive they are. And I think I was talking to Pietro earlier before we dipped from the hotel, and he said that, yeah, they're kind of just playing on vibes from time to time, and the vibes were pretty good, especially up against a Baisha Gaming match. At one point, they were kind of actively challenging the Baisha Gaming squad while they were still setting up their nades, and that really does go to show that Team Stallions, it really is hard to guess what kind of pace that they're playing at today.
And to prove that, Team Stallions have the highest number and highest amount of clutches out there. And, you know, it's very hard to even observe a 1 or 2 clutches per map. It's usually just goes the way it is. But for Stallions, they do have the volatility favoring them for a bit. And 10 clutches out of 2 series is just an insane amount of numbers. And that definitely proves that they're playing vibes.
Yeah, definitely some vibes in there for sure, as we are ready to start introducing our teams. You haven't seen this team yet at the Grand Finals, but Gaimin Gladiators, the first seed from EU MENA, coming on in. They just barely were able to take down XROCK Esports in the regional finals. It was a 3-2. You and I casted that one bench. And it was very back and forth. It was a close one. XROCK Esports could have easily won it. So those 2 teams are somewhat evenly matched, you could say. But Gaimin Gladiators coming in at the helm as the first seed, hope that they have a lot prepared for what should be a difficult matchup.
Should be a difficult matchup, but we will be looking at the predictions any moment soon. But I did pick Gaimin Gladiators to be the survivor of this matchup, and I don't know, like, based on their performances, they are also a type of vibe team, but their stats do speak otherwise, having taken all the series here, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and did drop 2 maps to XROCK Esports, but at the end of the day, they were able to just climb out from the hellhole and make themselves right in the playoffs straight away.
I mean, it is XROCK Esports, the second team from the side of UMENA who can also compete internationally. Unfortunate that we're not going to see them in this tournament anymore thanks to EVOS ARC. But, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, I'm particularly excited about this team considering they're also from UMENA, and Spoxy is the type of player who could really set things off in this series. But EVOS ARC, of course, all the way from the Philippines, really doing a number in the backline defenses, and the big rise of Elvin going into this tournament, who has had his struggles when it comes to international play. He struggled in ACL, he struggled in EWC, but it seems like they kind of figured out the formula for Grand Finals.
I mean, he's definitely has found his vibe coming into the international stages. Of course, like you mentioned, during EWC and during other international tournaments, he was falling off behind from his teammates for a bit, but now, going to this year's Grand Finals 2025, he is absolutely playing with the minds of his opponents. We've seen so many times he getting behind the enemy's defense lines and just being able to be that rat, be that roach, be that lurker to really do the damage. And not just the damage on the kill leaderboard, but at the same time, damage to the mentality as well.
You can see that this is their run so far through the Grand Finals. They took out Virtus Pro, dropped the map there actually, and then up against XROCK Esports made it a crisp, clean 2-0. You know, this is unfortunate for XROCK Esports. They only had the 1 best-of-3, and after the 0-2 for them, they were out of the tournament. But really just goes to show that you got to show up on every single day, and EVOS ARC absolutely did that. And would not be surprised if they do come in here once again with some strong play, as we are taking a look at the power rankings here. Gaimin Gladiators slightly above EVOS ARC. in terms of that one, number 16 versus number 19.
I feel like this matchup is where the predictions are going to be quite evenly spread around. I, of course, has to pick the Gaimin Gladiators, and just a spoiler, Sneaky, of course, has picked his own region of EVOS ARC. Kind of expecting to see the other regions also, the talents picking, it's spreading out quite evenly too.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really blame them, right? I mean, the ELO system even suggests that this is going to be quite the closer matchup, and it also does suggest that the key players are going to be super important in this one. Zane and KSA, the entry fraggers for their respective team. KSA, lower stats, but, you know, his impact was definitely felt in those prior games. He doesn't really realistically need to get a kill in order to get some impact going. He is just, you know, the big distraction for the EVO squad, and then Yobib and the rest of the boys kind of just clear it. Zane is going to be a very interesting player, to say the least, because he is one of those entry fraggers that can net you 2 or nothing at the same time. But we do have the predictions, and Bench was right. I did pick EVOS 3 and 2, and you did pick 3 and 1. I feel like at this point they don't need my caster curse anymore, so I am going to be actively picking my region now. But even the AI is saying 3-2 Gaimin.
Yeah? I mean, what did you expect to be the results here?
Definitely favoring EVOS ARC. I do think it's going to be close, though. Like 3-1, 3-2, I would imagine. Again, it really does. It's hard to say exactly because we've seen a lot of EVOS ARC, but Gaming Gladiators, we haven't seen it all. Like, we know what they're like from West. We've all watched them win the regional finals, but we don't know what their form is going to be like. They might come in here, it's their first match, and maybe just like XROCK Esports, they might have a slow start, and that might lead to a little bit of extra going in favor of EVOS ARC. I think that little bit of a lean towards EVOS makes sense just because of that, but we'll have to wait and see. Heart over skill, both first time reaching the CFS Grand Finals playoffs. EVOS already defeated ROCK from groups. Can GG withstand the pressure? You know, I'm sure that they were watching and they are prepared. GG, they've gotten a lot of practice in, as you were saying, Bench, and hopefully that will help them here in what should be a fiery best of 5.
But I feel like all of us, all 3 of us on the desk right now, and of course our boys who are back in the green room, Elfish Guy and Neokai, I think all of us kind of have that agreement that this series, out of all, will be the one that's going to be the nastiest for not only the players but for us as well. It's gonna go down the line of going to the golden rounds for almost every single map. I feel like evenly matched, like you mentioned, the ELO rating quite evenly matched as well. So this one, EVOS may come out alive, Gaimin may come out alive, but they're going to come out with a lot of wound in them. Because you have to expose your vulnerabilities.
For sure. I mean, nasty is one way to put it, that's for sure. I mean, I feel like it is going to go the distance as well, considering the maps are pretty much basically the same when it comes to the veto. I feel like EVOS does love new compound, I mean, Gaimin does love new compound, both teams love Ankara and Black Widow, so I would be expecting those to be the priorities going into the veto. But Spoxy, of course, the man who's finally back after, you know, a season of struggle, of course. The frontline sniper Spoxy stands against EVO's firepower core, neutralizing Elvin or Yobib early. The momentum will swing to GG, and that's going to be very important. You're going to have to find Elvin early, or at least try to deny the timings that he's going to look for in this series. And Yobib, of course, you're going to have to kill him before he kills, you know, 3 of your players on your team, man. So
I feel like another factor that does really do support Gaimin is the Zane will Raffen be able to just stand on business and hold the ground, expecting the Roach, the Rat, the Lurker of the side of EVOS ARC, who of course has been killer sometimes, also Elvin sometimes, and just expecting the push to come through and take the kill points in the lead. But for EVOS as well, justifiable that they step in with structure plan. Surprising for me to even say this, as they are definitely a team that plays with vibe, but now what's scary part is that they are going to start playing with structure.
I actually disagree with that fully. But I feel like EVOS is one of those teams that actually plays with structure back at home. I mean, it's stark difference compared to Stallions. And I feel like one of their core strengths as a team is that mid-round calling coming in from Keller. You know, you're not going to see the same statistics as the other teams where your IGL is scoring 1.32 KD, 1.40 KD. But I feel like they do have a point in the graphic that Zetra really needs to step up, because Zetra, granted, you know, he has had that one good game up against that ROCK Esports squad, but, you know, we need to see something more from him, because the hype behind Zetra back at home, some people are touting him as the best sniper in the Philippines, but KLP is also making a very, very good case in the international play.
I mean,
but
at
Zetra,
the same time,
we need to see that kind of thing.
I mean, at the same time, I do have to disagree with you on the vibe part, just because the whole region itself kind of is a vibing region. a great country, great region, but at the same time, how Stallions play, they play based on vibes. EVOS, the way they beat Virtus.pro was off of vibes. Sure, their mid-rank holding could come into play, but the way they took down Virtus.pro was off of vibes to me.
Well, we did see that happen in the best of 3, and you know, they did take the win regardless of if it was vibes or structure calling or both. And I think they're going to need a little bit of both for GG, that is for sure. Gaimin Gladiators, a very strong team. I've been saying a lot how, you know, it was only a 3-2, and it was a very close match, and maybe we should expect the same level out of them as XROCK Esports. But I do really think that Gaimin Gladiators have had a little bit of extra time to practice. They've had a bit of experience to watch the games and say, oh, okay, this is how it's going to go. And I do think yesterday we did have our first seeds from the regions kind of faltered, not necessarily because it was their first match only, but also because they weren't as good as the teams that were coming up, just to be honest. Like Stallions especially should have been the big favorite in that match, and we expected it to go that way. And EP as well. I think, you know, one of the strongest teams from China, able to take down Alcatia. So just kind of makes sense, and I'm excited to see if EVOS ARC will bring in a very strong start here in this series and really challenge GG right from the get-go. Bless you.
Thank you. It was cooking up there.
Sometimes you can't hold it. But, you know, we should be getting into the match in just a moment. Any thoughts on the ban pick before we get started?
I mean, you know, Black Widow and Ankara, of course, are definitely going to be favored by the region of Philippines on the side of Gaimin. Eagle Eye, a prominent pick as well, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like it really is a choice between Eagle Eye or Subbase, right? What Gaimin is going to be banning here, because I really feel like Gaimin, granted that they do have that, you know, that Eagle Eye or maybe that Black Widow in their back pocket, do they really want to risk it up against EVOS, especially with what they saw in that prior series up against ROCK, and considering the nature of the series as well, right? ROCK got 2-0, they got rocked, basically, and it wasn't even close at a certain point. Back into the finals of Umena, you know, it was kind of a back and forth, and it was really, you know, close maps that we did see from them. So I feel like Gaimin Gladiators did definitely do their extra kind of prep today.
Well, guys, we are just about ready to hop into the ban pick of the maps. Excited to see what we will get for this best of 5. As I hear the timer counting down, it looks like we are ready to hop over to the stage and see what maps we will be playing.
Thank you, Valdez, as we are now getting ready to go into the veto process between Gaimin Gladiators and EVOS ARC. And like you said, Sneaky, a lot of talks under the belt here, but I feel like the bans aren't going to really dictate the results of the matchup. Rather, it just really comes down to the fact that can the players lock in for both of these teams?
For sure. I feel like it is going to be, you know, up to the snipers as well. I'm looking forward to that Spoxy versus Zetra matchup going in just a bit. New Mexico going to be banned, of course, going to be bog standard for the team. And I feel like, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they do not have any idea that EVOS does not play that map, unfortunately. Subbase going to be removed from the veto, and I can't really blame them, considering EVOS, they're more of a setup-heavy team compared to Stallions, who does like to go for pure contact from time to time. So I feel like Subbase being out of there is going to be, you know, decreasing at least the variance going into this veto. So map number 1 is probably just going to be that Black Widow Slam and or Ankara. Maybe Flex does want to leave up that Black Widow for maybe map number 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, ruling out New Mexico and Subbase, 2 of the most volatile maps out there for CrossFire Grand Finals, makes the playing field a bit even across the board, I feel like I said. Eagle Eye, of course, will be the first map coming through for Gaimin Gladiators, so my expectations are going true. But for EVOS, what is their response to one of the standards maps getting picked up?
I'm actually surprised that Eagle Eye is the opener for Gaimin here, so EVOS does have the opportunity to probably go for possibly a port for map number 2, but I would recommend them to kind of leave that up for map number 5. So I'd rather see a Black Widow for map number 2. Eagle Eye is definitely going to be brave for the side of Gaimin, considering that is also one of EVOS's most played maps, just like Stallion. So
what if EVOS picks into port? No, it's Ankara.
They're going to have to. They're going to play this veto smart. They're going to leave their their better maps going into 3, 4, and 5. I think they know that this one's going to be quite the long series, so they'd rather, you know, play it safe going into this one.
It's all pacing as well, right? If you think about it, it's like as if you're running a marathon. You don't want to drain of your energy too early on. You want to pace yourself out towards the latter part of the series. So looks like they are going to be conserving on the Black Widow, conserving on one of their better maps like 4 towards the latter part of the stage, like you said, Sneaky. And Gaimin, now that they've started the Veto with an Eagle Eye pick, are they looking to just go full out on the earlier parts and pick map 3 as something like New Compound, which of course is EVOS' pretty good map too, but I feel like Gaimin feels more comfortable. It's getting Horde.
It's getting a bit...
What's your analysis on this one,
It's
Sneaky?
getting a bit frisky for sure. These are 2 very brave picks for the side of Gaming Gladiators, considering Eagle Eye is also a very good map for EVOS. Port is probably EVOS' best map, so I would expect that Gaming Gladiators are really banking on Spoxy to perform super well today, and I can't blame them. You gotta have confidence in your boys. But Black Widow, of course, gonna be expected, so a new compound for map number 5. Gonna be quite the veto. So Gaming Gladiators, they really need to kind of hit the road running. That's for sure. They need to get that early momentum, because EVOS, if you kind of, give them 3 or 4 points at the start of the game, they're just gonna start doing a lot of random stuff. And of course, when they're the lead, that's where Elvin really can just do whatever he wants in this map at this point. Try whatever angle he needs.
Hit the road, Jack, right? Feel like the Veto itself is pretty even at this point, and does favor EVOS a bit more, to be honestly speaking. And for Gaimin, let's see if they're able to some way, somehow survive in the series, and so is for EVOS. We were just able to see the players of EVOS ARC, who were depicted as the villains by our lovely stage host, Taylor. Let's see if that villain-esque playstyle is going to ring true from the very beginning, because Eagle Eye, we've seen Elvin just become the guy, just somehow maneuvering himself into the deep parts of the map without getting noticed and cause absolute mayhem for the opponents. Damn. Of course, the coach 0-2 is going to be leading his team as well.
I had to do a double take. I'm like, is Spoxy really running that mouse? That mouse?
Maybe.
The G300S?
Just maybe.
Dang, that's like an 8-year-old mouse, and it's wired too.
But
the
rest of the gears that the players are enjoying are fairly new. Our Morphling L50 chair, and of course Ant Gamer 750 Hz, absolute giga booming
for sure.
Monitors to help you hit those flick shots.
Yeah, everybody's comfy with those chairs as well, whether you win or you lose. So gonna be a bit of a meeting for the EVOS boys with 0-2, of course, was probably reminding them, hey, let's not be too overconfident. I know that we had a very, very good run going into the playoffs, and I know we're going up against Yumena in this one, but let us not get complacent. They got shooters on the other team, that's for sure. Even Flex is a very dangerous man if you do allow him some shots to be hit by him. Raffin and Dezane going to be the riflers that we're going to have to watch out for, and especially Dezane. If you give Dezane maybe a smidge of space, maybe a smidge of momentum as well, he is going to start shooting some heads in these maps. So obviously the objective here for EVOS is to kind of douse the fire early for the side of Gaming Gladiators and try and see if they can gain their own momentum. But it is going to be interesting to see in map number 1. Eagle Eye 2.0, a map that is not really often played on the side of Yumena. I think the top 4 teams do play it more often, more than anything, but I wouldn't say it's a priority pick for the entire region.
Definitely not a priority to pick, and now that we're going to be playing Eagle Eye as the first map, sniper-heavy maps could be trivial, but Spoxy versus Zetra, who do you think is on the edge here?
That's hard to say, in all honesty. I feel like Spoxy has had a lot more experience going into international play. He has flown a lot more compared to Zetra here, who is only gotten into this EVOS roster for the first time. If we can recall the last iteration of this roster, of course they were running Tino as that sniper, but of course similar to what we saw from Stallions, they are now going young in this tournament, so they really are banking on the power of youth up against the Gaming Gladiator squad, who is, let's say, fairly more experienced, fairly more on the older side of things, considering, Lion Claw and Flex has been around for a while, Dezane and Raffin. Of course, we have seen time and time again in these international tournaments. I think the youngest guy on the GG squad is probably Spoxy, so they're going to be relying on him to be a lot more faster compared to his counterparts. But of course, EVOS has finally sat down and Feels like we're going to be ready to start anytime soon.
Ready to start indeed, and it looks like Zero2 has finished in a locker room speech to get his boys going. And on the side of Gaimin, it looks like the players are going to be quite ready to just jump into the battlefield any moment soon. And we just briefly talked about how the coaches were a very influential factor mid-game and in the game as well, to be able to make those small changes that dictates the results of the game. And thus far, has Zero2 successfully guided his team as a coach? I mean, sure, they made it to playoffs, but what I'm talking about is if you were to compare it to Tanks.
Oh, now you are opening a can of worms that can get me 2,000 comments on my page. I will forego answering
I don't know.
question.
I don't know your region, so I have to ask this question. I mean, you don't have to answer it, but
I feel like they're pretty much... They're like two sides of the same coin, but at the same time, they're very, very different coaches, right? I feel like Tanks, his approach is more, letting the boys do their thing and, letting them, create their own system. That's why we do see Stallions being a lot more a vibey kind of team, but, Zero2 has a more, let's say, a strict approach for his team. He likes that discipline. He doesn't like, the more erratic playstyle in the... as per usual in the region that we do see. And that's why I did disagree with you earlier, because I feel like Zero2 is one of those rare coaches that really does kind of just stop that aggression for a bit unless it is really needed. But we're going to see if that kind of system is going to work up against Gaimin Gladiators. Of course, Yumena, very, very familiar with that kind of slow play. So we're going to have to wait and see if that is going to be working. So map 1 is going to be Eagle Eye 2.0. Gaimin Gladiators versus EVOS ARC. Whoever wins this will be into top 6 contention, possibly going up against the winners of AG and XROCK. But we're going to have to wait for the result. Map number 1, about to start.
there you have it. CrossFire Stars 2025 Grand Finals happening in the heart of Chengdu. Well, it's going to be the playoffs. Gaimin Gladiators versus EVOS ARC. The first map of Eagle Eye will start raining blood from the sky. 3-man stack from EVOS, which is now getting completely split up by the side of Gaimin. Raffin Lion Claw opens up huge, and the bomb site is completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. And when the KSA has to retake the bomb sites, and look at the position of Flax. He is stuck in middle, holding an anchor. And if they do cross in front of his crosshair, he is a type of player who is not going to miss the spray down.
For sure. Very interesting round number 1 strat from the side of Gaimin, right? Immediate mid-control for their side, and a long position has been taken. No smoke zone, nothing. That was actually just pure flashes from their side. So KSA going to try to go in. Raffin is going to spot his feet right before he does go down from that spawn position. In Gaimin, they do draw first blood in the entire series. EVOS surprised, blindsided on that A position. I think they were expecting more of a slow round from the side of Gaimin and more of a focus in that mid side, but that sandwich in towards that A site really caught them off guard. And Yobib, Zetra obviously weren't ready because it was just pure distraction and attack from all sides.
After a fast-paced round early on, Gaimin is going to hit the brakes and start playing slow, trying to gain control towards Hotel, trying to gain control down towards middle. But EVOS is going to start taking the fights to the front porch of Gaimin. We do have Yobib briefly there, posted all the way deep outside of A. And here are the lineups down towards A. Could be a fake, or it could be an actual push. Have to wait and see. Zetra will be flashed out of his position, and now he's about to get swung by 2 players. Lion Claw goes down. A quick scope and a flick of the wrist will do justice, but now he's getting pressured by the Zane. Pistols out, but can't quite hit the shots, and Gaimin absolutely shattering EVOS' defense apart is going to be able to make their footings into the bomb sites. Yobib does find one in return, but the C4 has made himself onto the top of the bomb site as we now proceed into a 2v3. A man down for EVOS, but there is the equalizer.
Spoxy's down, so that's going to be the sniper out of commission. Yobib has crossed into the site. He does have a smoke, but the Zane is going to fly in with the USP. Gaimin Gladiators, very interesting macro that I am seeing in Eagle Eye so far. They are so spread out, but at the same time, even if one player loses their position, they use that information to kind of crawl around the map, and they can see they are crawling into every single crevice that they can, and the pressure is real. Zetra having to defend Hotel and Mid at the same time, and Yobit gonna get spotted by Spoxy. Barely any smokes on that A site.
I mean, the macro EVOS is putting out is not paying off dividends, right? Because the one time Yobit pushes out towards long, Gaimin throws fake smokes A and then just splits B. And this time, they only left one guy in A. EVOS only invested a single player in towards A, and Gaimin ran straight at them. So just not being able to provide enough of a defense. But Keller on top of the watchtower is going to be able to drop another player. It's going to be the Zane going down with a quick headshot. Down to 2v3. Spoxy will be lingering by long of A rather, to hold for a counter push coming through. But now Spoxy wants to get involved as well. He will be going for the jump peaks, but not entirely sure if he can spot the players. Elvin will be hiding by the boxes. He jumps and he's going to get caught out. There's the equalizer, down to a 2v2 as you move into the post plant. EVOS, 2 players only, and the critical positions has been covered by the players of Gaimin. Flashes up and over by Zetra. He has to swing, but when he's the players up in heaven, that's going to be Spoxy. Sniper versus Sniper. Zetra will have to find this kill, but the swing from Keller will ring true. There's the drop, and Raffin goes down to the pistol of Zetra. They're going to go on the defuse, and I think there is plenty time in there for EVOS to get the defuse go through. We will now have a 2-1 on the scoreboard with the pause getting called.
Immediate pause.
It was called during the first 20 seconds, I feel like.
Who called it?
I feel like it might have been called by EVOS.
No, it's a technical.
That's a tech?
It's a tech, baby. But there we go. It seems like after that kill, or after Elvin got killed, it actually is a really good read from the side of Keller, right? To anticipate that it is going to be Spoxy walking all the way back to A house instead of staying in, or A warehouse rather, instead of staying in A long the entire time. So it's good that he was actually playing that bit of a mini game in between the two players, and it seems like that mid position going to be very well played, especially coming in from Zetra, just distracting the sniper the entire time. So very well played.
Very well played indeed. Let's see if this tech pause will be sorted out in a fast manner. I mean, throughout this tournament has been a pretty good waves, and the issues were solved quite fast. Hopefully these issues get sorted out, at least for this one, to be rather quick. But a reminder, Eagle Eye is our first map, as we are looking at a series of Ankara, Port, Black Widow, and New Compound as the decider.
Yeah, since it is a technical pause, I would love to greet my sister a very happy birthday, of course.
Ooh.
Sister. What do you mean, doubting if I have a sister or not? But yes.
I never doubted you.
Happy birthday to Chloe, 24th birthday. I hope y'all are having a fun time back in Manila.
Happy birthday, Chloe. Big shout-outs from the casters.
Yeah, while I'm trugging it out here in Chengdu. So, back to the ball game, though.
Back to the ball game.
It is going to be EVOS with a very good read going into the retake, and
we'll see.
That is very funny.
Production has gave us the hint of what the pause is happening for.
So apparently one of the players does not have armor, and what's funny is this is not the first time that a Filipino team, or at least one of the Filipino players, did not have armor on them. This did happen to Revenge as well back in the day.
Back in the day?
Ironically,
how many years back are we talking about?
I would say like 2 or 3 years ago. I think it happened in the Summer Champs, and I think they won that series too, which was pretty hilarious. But they are going to get the armor back, of course. Going to have to buy it from the Lotto coupon shop for 7 days. And yeah, it is going to be back on it. Can't be playing without any armor, my friend, especially when you're going up against a M14 EBR.
I mean, if you can click heads, you don't even need armor. You don't even need HP. Just 1 HP and a dream.
To be fair, the time to kill in this game is
What is the last time we've seen a 1v2 clutch with 1 HP? I mean, we've seen many times players clutch with 6 hit points, 7 hit points, but 1 hasn't been a show that we weren't able to see. But back in the game, guys. 2-1.
Oh, God.
And Gaimin is going to look towards to covering Hotel, but the nades are finding so much value. And Elvin is getting wonky, but he gets instantly tapped out, and Keller, being flashed, has to give up his position. How's Flex finding these kills? KSO will fall as well, and quickly on the rotation will be the remainder of EVOS, but the smoke being put out as a setup is going to allow the room for Lion Call to go for the plant.
For sure, EVO's trying to play that forward defense, but it's not going to work out. Keller will get Raffin, but the Zane is going to get Keller in return. Zetra and Yobib now is going to have to do this all the way from distance, all the way from Hotel, but Spoxy in a very good position to try and cancel out Yobib, and that he does with the help of the Zane. Zetra going to be a very tough task for him to get this one. Doesn't get the second shot, unfortunately, to Spoxy, and there's going to be a second player coming in. Flex with the EBR just shreds him down. 3-1. The Blacklist side working out for Gaimin so far, and it seems like maybe EVOS reading too hard into their positions. Not really playing any default so far, but at the same time, I don't think KSA expected to be checked in this long position.
Gaimin playing the methodical Blacklist side, the Zane, and Raffin sitting on 6 kills already after 4 rounds, lifting and bringing the heat to the fire. But for now, 3-1. And once again, Gaimin's shifting of the steering wheel will be looking towards Zay. It's going to be Yobib to hold this one down. Good for 1. Needs to find a couple more kills. Line Claw is good for the trade. Down to a 3-on-3 with the C4 now stepping on top of the bomb side. KSA looking to exit from the smoke. Raffin reloads. The timing might have been just a couple seconds off. On top, gets caught out, and that's going to cost him his hat. Down to 2v2. Spoxy rings through with the pistol too. Elvin goes down. On top of the watchtower was Keller, but Raffin granted the room for the plant, and Keller has only 45 hit points and so much time of the bomb timer.
Yeah, Spoxy not going to hit that first shot. Raffin peeking around the corner will be spotting Keller. Little window in his side. Nate's going to go through, barely going to do any damage, but Raffin could swing around the corner, and that he does. Gaimin Gladiators using that evolution power set up on that BL side, going very fast as well. And I feel like Gaimin Gladiators is like, I mean, Stallions did beat EVOS with this exact pace, so they are going as fast as possible.
What was the outcome of the series in your regional finals for Stallions versus EVOS?
3-0. So I would say this is, you know, this is a good way to kind of stomp EVOS early in this game, considering that, you know, multiple times in this map they were expecting that Gaimin is going to play slow, and you can see Yobib kind of rotating in between the site. They're still setting up their defense, but Gaimin is already in the site, so they're going to have to be a bit more quick when it comes to their setups.
Now having kind of pressured by the rounds, EVOS is going to be playing in a default setup. Seemingly heavy shift towards A mid though. Yobib decides not to spring his trap. It's going to be Zetra to find Spoxy. Just overextending for a little bit over the staircase, going for the scout mission. Well, the scope his own. Gaimin will be going for the rotation out from A and in towards mid and possibly B even, and KSA will soon be contested.
Yeah, then they're probably going to check for any long players here if Yobib is going to go forward in the reposition of Zetra here. KSA, though, going to be a bit brave in B long, and he is going to be that buffer before they do enter the site. Does get spotted in between the smoke, so he's going to have to back off and call for help from Elvin, who so far hasn't been so lucky, and KSA caught peeking in that bridge position. Dezane, another nice shot on the HK417. Zetra will get one in return from Flex, though, but do they know that it is going to be a full B commit?
Which angle was Dezane holding to find that kill?
I think KSA might have tried to shoulder check from bridge, but did get immediately one tap. And let's see if Elvin can finally get the kill in the round. Yes, he does, but only gets one. Raffin will go down, but Dezane will get the very quick trade. Zetra will get Lion Claw, so it is going to be Dezane in a 1 versus 3. And he's been so sharp in this game. The HK417 in his hands has been doing so much magic. But the USP also in his secondary, so he's going to have to back off all the way into B, and EVOS, they're going to play it extra careful considering the timer is a bit low.
9 kills already, looking for the clutch. 17 seconds, time is of the essence. Allows for himself to plant the C4 as he buys a bit more time. Keller spotted, and Yobib has to get these shots done. Design down very low, now getting pressure. Keller takes the kill and secures the defuse. EVOS finds another round, 4-2. on the scoreboard.
I like the respect, though. I like the respect from the side of EVOS, fully knowing that Dezane is kind of on fire on the HK417. You can't just blindly peek the man. So Dezane in a very scary form at the moment.
Very.
Realistically, just one-tapping every person that he sees, trying to peek into their pretty fast offense. Gaimin, honestly, I was expecting more of a slow game coming in from them, but it seems like the speed is definitely disturbing EVOS here.
Dezane and Raffin pulling up 9 kills each, doing most of the heavy work, dirty work for the team. Had Dezane found those kills, maybe on towards Color's head through the windows, then would have been his 10th. Unfortunately for him, was way too pressured. Lost his hat and lost the defuse, lost the round. But now moving to round number 7, Gaimin. What is their game plan devised here? Are they looking for A, or are they looking to go mid?
Zetra's in a bad spot. Gonna have to get out of there immediately. He's gonna try to
He survived.
Oh, sees the head, but good thing he doesn't actually save Yobib. Yobib still falls, unfortunately.
Yeah. Issue is, it was Lion Claw going out in the aggressive parts of the territory and still was able to find the kill before going down. So
yeah,
every time you say if a Blacklist can get a trade kill, it's beneficial to the side of Blacklist because they can always isolate one bomb site and just swarm it down. And they're going to be going towards B, but KSA out in the open is going to be able to find one before going down. Zetra as well, adding to the kill points. Down to a 3v2. Gaimin still holds on to the C4 and a bit of neutral. Keller spotted out. Raffin takes a whole bunch of damage raining at him. That's going to be Spoxy, and he hits that pick shot. Zetra, in a blink of an eye, gets knocked down to his knees. Down to a 2v2. 40 seconds remain on the clock. Spoxy will be leading this aggression. Let's see if he's able to hit more shots here, and he indeed does. Pistols out. So close yet so far. Alvin finds the kill. The round does go to the side of EVOS.
You can see the hesitation in Spoxy to kind of go forward on that A site, right? Because considering they already have information of where Kellar is, they still don't know where Elvin is. He could be right behind any of the boxes in that A site. And with that fear, they don't know that he's coming from a very common position.
And he made the right guess, too, if you think about it, right?
He made the right guess, but the USP, sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't.
Nade finding a bit of a value. Gaimin Gladiators, Swarming Hotel. Zetra hold it down, but only good for one. There's KSA looking to swing as well. Has found one in the process, looking for the second. Not going to happen as he is going to be traded out by Raffin. So already a very fast-paced round happening here. Down to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Flex is really forcing EVOS to put them in a mid-round position where it is very uncomfortable for them. Kellar, though, is already all the way in a long house, so he's not going to be moving away from that position anytime soon, as he is the buffer before they rotate back. But Gaming Gladiators probably just killing some time, make sure everything's reloaded, making sure the lineups possibly could be used on the side is lined up. But Yobib wanting to investigate Hotel, but this could be the perfect strat.
I mean, he's
for
got
Gaimin, honestly.
support with Alvin as well. It's going to be a two-man push. Raffin, though, hugging the corner, being able to capitalize on top of his position. Yobib loses his hat, but does he realize there's another player coming out aggressive, which is going to be Elvin?
Yeah, but I think they're expecting that Kellar will be coming in from that backside. Raffin will be spotted from the back. Spoxy will be tagged down, and Dezane could not do anything about it. He was lining up that nade, and Kellar will get Dezane. It's a 1 versus 1. Both players low HP, but the EBR not going to be lined up. The USPS from distance. Spoxy will get it.
According to Sneaky Frog's power gun rankings, USPS
second best gun
stays right there at number 2, and indeed it does. Spoxy comes to prove that. 5-on-3, last round remain on the first half, and what is EVOS' response for the fast early trades that Gaimin is putting up on the board?
It's a very fast game, in all honesty. I think Gaimin doing a really good job of kind of pushing the pace in this game, making EVOS very uncomfortable, kind of forcing them to use some sort of weird setups in these sites. I mean, I feel like they're chasing where Zetra is actually this entire time and putting pressure on the kid. Granted, Zetra is 10-7, but it is easier to trade a sniper.
Gaimin definitely keeping EVOS at bay for the first map here. If this ends up being a 6-3 first half, oh, it would be a tough one. An uphill battle for EVOS.
Ooh, Zetra.
Raffin has 12 kills already.
The heat checks, man. The heat checks.
2 kills per round for him.
Let's see, Flex. Oh, does get the kill, but around the corner, it is going to be Elvin. Does only get tags, but no kill so far. He's trying to delay it as much as possible in this B site. Yobib and Kellar on the other side of the map. Lionclaw is going to be spotting Yobib all the way from the behind. But Kellar will do some damage, but takes a lot of damage here as well. So what is Gaimin going to do? Are they going to be waiting around in B Hotel, or are they going to finally pull the trigger on this execute?
I mean, I think you're right. They're just going to follow through and towards B and get the bomb planted. It's going to be down to the hands of Kellar and Yobib for the retake. Not the easiest task of all things, but has to make it happen. There's Gaimin now looking to reposition. Kellar swings out, gets caught by Raffin. Yobib last one alive, USBS out, but he can't find much of value. And Gaimin being able to close out the first half on the side of Blacklist is 6-3, a double score too.
A swift 6-3.
It's going to be a tough climb for EVOS. They have to work wonders now.
Yeah, this is kind of the reason why that XROCK also had a hard time up against this Gaming Gladiator squad, right? I mean, the pace is being matched in this game, and EVOS is also feeling the brunt of it.
And Raffin has 14 kills, 14 kills.
This is what I was talking about, man. You cannot sleep on Gaming Gladiators, especially not on Raffin, especially not on Zane. As soon as these two players start to ramp up, it's going to be a very dangerous game for EVOS.
And on top of that, you know what's the real scary part is that Gaimin is known to play methodical, slow, and just really turn the dehydrator on for the opponent team. But now they're finding success in fast-paced rounds. So what is the most accurate response for EVOS to play against a team like this who has found success recently by playing fast and is well known to play slow?
Still have to stick to the game plan, in my opinion. Zetra will get
there you go.
Spoxy, so that's a good start, but forgotten about Flex. Will take down Zetra. Kellar is also down. Raffin is on a tear in this game, but Lionclaw also wants to join him. Yobib, KSA down in an instant, and it seems like Gaming Gladiators really doing their homework up against this EVO squad.
Players from Gaimin not afraid to peek into the crosshairs. They want to actively take the fights, and sure they do, and indeed they are granted the kills. The one who's brave takes the treasure back home, and Gaimin's players are able to do so. Elvin versus the rest of Gaimin, going to be a 1v4 with a minute in his clock.
Yeah, Flex is like... Flex probably told Raffin, he's like, hey, you should do your best no impression. And so
no
far
impression.
It is working, bro. I mean, 15-5. Raffin is on a tear on the HK417, and he's definitely enjoying the 0 ping.
He's at 3.0 KD. He's sitting at 2.0 and above kill per round.
He's like, guys, I'm so insane on 0 ping, because Humana, you're going to have to play like 50,
imagine.
70?
Oh, you get up to like 80 ping too.
Oof, imagine being famous. 200. He still somehow makes it work too, which is crazy.
It's like when you go to the gym and you wear those extra weights on your arms and your legs, right?
The weight maxing.
The weight maxing, as you say. Elvin now trying to get involved. Will jump into office. Flex quickly knocks him out. It's gonna be a 7-3. Very lopsided scoreboard, and the timeout will be called by EVOS.
Yeah, sort of late timeout, but I feel like 0-2 was kind of expecting Kellar to bring it back for his squad, and he does not seem happy about it. And I want to be happy about it too. Gaming Gladiators, I feel like the homework for the side of EVOS especially is a bit outdated. I feel like this is also a testament on the genius that is Flex on the other side, right? I mean, Flex, always the type of guy to have a curveball, to have a kind of a trump card in his back pocket, right? Hey, we usually do like to play methodical, we usually do like to play slow, but up against EVOS, it seems like the fast, erratic play it is working out in their favor, and it seems like Raffin having the most fun in the server at the moment. 15-5 in this game, and it's the fact that the Zane is actually not too far behind with 11 kills. Also, Spoxy having a hell of a time on the sniper. Granted that Zetra has won on certain points, but Gaming Gladiators, at the end of the day, it is a lot more, it's a better of a closer more than anything.
Definitely just about 3 rounds away from closing Eagle Eye in their favor. And EVOS has to make a wave to... Thank you, Sneaky. EVOS has to make a wave to make a comeback. Timeout is now over. Let's see if 0-2 was able to find a bit of a value during his downtime. Well, here's the replay from Raffin. He's been clutching out his mind. Look at that micro adjustment. Oh, that's a drop shot too, if you think about it. Fade away headshot, we say.
Yo, Raffin, you reckon you want to play in Manila? I feel like this is the exact... Raffin is playing the exact way of how top-ranked players are playing back at home.
What's your rank in ranked?
I'm like, I think my peak was like, I was like number 47 at one point. I am so far down.
You were washed out.
I'm washed.
Oh
I'm like,
my gosh.
I feel like I'm in Epical? No, I was in Titan, which is the second highest rank, I think. I was in Titan at one point. But, ooh, Keller tagged up. What is happening? Flex?
I think he just got naded briefly.
Flex on, 100%.
Yeah. Well, now Lion Claw is looking to get involved. Swings in. Just isn't able to find the frag. And Flex with a pistol. About to get swung. Holds the corners. Keller finds the better of him. And the bomb site is taken out by the players of EVOS. Has full control over it. Gonna be a 2v5 retake. Gonna be tough.
Yeah. Look at the positions, though, taken by the side of Gaimin. Could be a possibility. Spoxy so dangerous with the USP. Kellar will fall, but Elvin will get the trade in return. Rapping the most dangerous man in the server so far with the HK417. Will not get the turnaround headshot on Elvin. 4-7 EVOS. Going to be a hell of a mountain to climb in this game. 3 more points before they can say they're tied up. But Zetra, though, 4 opening kills in this game. So that means KSA is going to have to find those openers more than Zetra here. But at the same time, it is really tough. You peek the corner, and if his name is Raffin, you are going to get shot in the head. So Evo's playing a lot more methodical this time. But these early nades are really hurting them.
EVOS surely found the first checkpoint climbing the steep mountain of Gaimin Gladiators. 1 round in. 3 more for the tie. And the nades are going to find some value, like you said, on towards Elvin and KSA. Raffin going for the pot shots. Does he realize there are 4 players right across the other side of the smoke here? Here's the setups getting lined up by Yobib. Well, a pot flash open over there, gonna give it a go. 3-man stack too, yeah. It's gonna be Dezane, Spoxy, and Raffin holding it down. Let's see if they can do so. Dezane waiting, open arms, flashes up and over. On response, this is going to be Raffin, but he's going to get knocked out quickly. Dezane gets traded out too, and Spoxy tough the bomb site, not being able to find much of a value. Knocked out as well. And now Elvin looking to swing. Flex is going to get gunned down, leaving Lion Claw alone. So very slow yet methodical plays by EVOS. Grants seemingly them another round until Lion Claw, a dangerous man of his own name, found one down low, looking for the second. Indeed hits so. M14 EBR in the hands, but does he realize a player behind him? That's going to be Zetra, catching him off guard. And EVOS has found the second checkpoint.
Yeah, it seems like really well played in terms of spacing, in all honesty. And I like that Zetra, they kind of sent him first in the site, and then the rest of the team just kind of crawled on in. You're kind of tempted to peek once Zetra does miss that shot. So the trade was a bit desperate on the side of Gaming Gladiators. At the same time, the nade stacking on the A side was very, very good. But Kellar is going to find Lion Claw immediately in the hotel position, making him check out. But the A side is not going to be ignored just yet. KSA with the USP trying to fly on in. Rapid spotted in that mid position. Straight through the smoke to Zane. And Spoxy will get one. Zetra and Kellar will get these kills. How is Rapid hitting these shots? Still getting the headshot on Elvin. 2 versus 2 despite being on 12 HP. He still could be making a big impact in this round.
18 kills. This guy is farming half the lobby by himself. Zetra has made himself up on heaven and is going to be able to cross onto the bomb site. But Flex and Raff and the duo, they are still standing on the ground, standing on their own business.
Flex as a sniper.
yeah, I mean, they've been carrying the double sniper for quite a while. C4 now planted as we are now proceeding into the post plant. Raffin is down very low, though.
Raffin is scary.
That might cause an issue. Any bullet to the feet might do the work. Color waiting, but Raffin still takes down Zetra before going out. Ooh. So it's going to be Flex versus Keller. Keller sees him first.
He's tagged.
But Flex has the pistols. Flex has the USPS in the hand and going on the rotation all the way around. Not a lot of time on the timer. Keller has to burn it down.
Keller, you're scaring me, man. A very dangerous peek from a very dangerous man.
But how does Raffin
hit that? I have no idea. Let's see the replay. No, it's a replay from last round, but Raffin almost saving this one for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, honestly. I think he was looking for a leg, maybe just a confirmation, but Flex will get Kellar. They're trying to go aggressive on this long position once again, trying to force EVOS in a box, but EVOS is going to force it through mid instead. And they're trying to push from both sides, actually. They're going to have to be careful. Raffin is going to get Zetra. So an immediate 3v5. Flex going to find KSA, and he's going to spot him in spawn. No, KSA is going to look for Spoxy instead.
This is a freebie. This is a freebie, and the trigger discipline is going to pay off dividends as well. They might see the Zane. There's the Zane going down. Spoxy as well. There's the equalizer.
But Raffin still hits it. What?
Raffin this guy. Alvin's the last one alive. And Raffin is comfortably sitting on 21 kills and a dream after 13 rounds. Alvin might have an angle.
No. He doesn't snipe.
He might have an angle.
He doesn't snipe, gang.
Oh, he does whiff it. And was it Raffin to hit the shots as well?
He's still
while running away? What is going on?
We did the nade. Raffin, careful. Elvin with a TRG, which is not the weapon that he wants to rock in this 1 versus 2.
Elvin stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got nowhere to go.
It's tough, it's tough.
He's got to at least find the kill to open up one of the angle. He knows so 1v2. Has a TRG. Not the best gun, like you say, but might work as he's down low. Lionclaw finds the better of him, and there is the round number 8.
Raffin hitting the most unreal shots in this game. KSA, despite the flank, still gets shot in the head.
Absolutely dialed in, too.
Absolutely.
Not the easiest of kills that Raffin took. If you think about it, so many huge moments by him.
21 and 8.
I mean, sure, Keller has 17 as well, but 21's different.
For sure.
That's savage.
Super savage. I want to see his headshot stats in this game.
Ooh, true.
See how good he is on that HK 417, because his impact is definitely felt by this EVO squad. So now they're going to be stumped back in the base. And I like that Gaimin is now mixing it up when it comes to the second half. Gaimin now kind of slowing it down and forcing EVOS to start guessing in this game. Lionclaw spotted in that bridge side, but KSA is going to try to take some pot shots. Predictions are going to be off, but Gaimin is like, all right, we're going to give Hotel, we're going to give second mid possibly, but we are going to stay within the sites. And they're going to full stack A,
and
actually.
if you do retract on the sides of the defense lines, it's easier for the rotations to happen. So Gaimin will exactly do that. And having 2 players peek out towards long, it seems it's going to be Elvin on the response, but will he go down before losing his hat to Raffin? Scary man! The trade kill comes through the Zane. Oh! Flex is going to go down by KSA, so a bit more room to breathe for the side of EVOS. 4v3. And look at the position of the Zane out in the open. That was Keller who sees him briefly.
It's hectic.
This round is a hectic one, of course, like you say. But the Zane wants to get involved as well. He is not falling back, and he might just come ringing true. Pistols out.
Oh, the bait!
Oh, the bait by Keller.
My God, he looked at the ground and didn't look up anytime soon. Zetra will get Spoxy. Zetra out in the open, Lionclaw. 99 so far in this game. Can he make it 12 and 9? The spray's not going to be true. 7 and 8, and that could possibly be a timeout for the side of Gaimin. What a back and forth in this Eagle Eye so far. Exciting crossfire being played.
I mean, before coming into this matchup, we thought that this series, well, even just this map, isn't going to be an easy one for any of the teams. You have to fight to earn it. And these guys right now are giving up a huge fight too. Just bits and pieces, teeth flying around the skies right now. 8 to 7.
0-2 telling it how it is. You're gonna need to hit some
This is a CrossFire MMA. Peak one as well. And the coach from the side of Gaimin also getting pretty vocal as well.
Loons be coaching now.
Yeah.
He was playing not too long ago,
I
too.
think that's he has made a successful transition as well, being able to lead his team.
Wasn't he playing for 999?
Lazarus.
Or Lazarus, yeah. Or after Lazarus, it was 999. Interesting to see him being in a coaching position now.
And he has found some success and was able to propel his team into the playoffs straight up by winning the regional finals of EU Meta.
It seems like this game has existed for so long that we're at the point where former players in EU, PH, and you know, Vietnam are now turning into coaches, which is very well needed. I feel like that eventuality is there. And I feel like those kind of coaches is going to bring this game to the next level, especially macro-wise.
How about 0-2?
0-2? I don't remember him playing. I think he played other FPS games.
Has plenty of experiences under his belt. And
he did play.
His coaching does indeed helped his team to catch up. It's 7-8, just a single round away for EVOS, as we are now back in the game 6, round number 16, and Flags on bridge. How does he hit those shots? Nasty as hell, and Keller does swing it from middle to take the Zane off his hats. Lionclaw is going to be able to find the kill and drop on towards Keller, as we are looking at a 4v3 now here, Sneaky.
My God, Flex knows all the gaps in between these smokes, so you can tell that he is Unk. He knows all the milk tricks.
Unk?
Unk?
I
Uncle
think he's
Flex?
younger than us, isn't he?
No.
Is he not?
Flex been around, but Flex gonna go down. The bridge will not support him, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, you're young. I'm old, so.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I
What?
agree.
Get out. Anyways, back to the game from the H-Talks. Look at the position of Elvin, looking to clear in towards middle. Having a slow day, slow start coming to the series. Only 6 kills in him, and Yobip sitting on 3 kills. Just saw that too.
He's cold.
He's definitely cold. Needs to find the vibe, and that was the vibe I was talking about. He's the type of player who needs to start dancing, really.
He's ice cold in Chengdu. He's not going to do that, that's for sure.
Not in
He's more
Chengdu,
nonchalant.
indeed. But the timer will be burnt down to that 50 seconds mark. Has been equalized to 3-on-3, so an even take, an even matchup for this current round. But EVOS hasn't made a decision yet, and they're going to be spending the clock.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, the timing, a little bit off. And Gaimin.
Wait, that's info.
No, Elvin is now going to contest it, though. You never know. Lionclaw might swing, or Elvin might even peek into the hands.
Wait, they
The
rotated
C4
so early.
The C4 is now going to move in towards B.
It's the
But
roach info.
Spoxy has made his moves.
Oh,
Back onto the bomb side. The timing, a little bit off for both of these teams, unfortunately, but it's going to be Lionclaw to drop Elvin. And now EVOS has to force the issue towards B. C4 gets planted with 5 seconds on the clock, and now they're about to get boxed in. Zetra has to find these kills, a critical 1-2 to hold on to the C4. Raffin waiting, sees Zetra, and he continues to put the damage, put the hurt. Yobip, last one alive, can't do much either. And looks like Sneaky, we have Gaimin Gladiators being able to find the map point, 9-7.
Damn, Elvin couldn't find his timing too. And I like the call from the side of Gaimin actually. Trying to find Elvin out of his position and just retaking the site instead. I think B is going to be a lot more easier to retake compared to the A site. So good mid-round calling from the side of Flex. EVOS going to have to score 2 points, but Gaimin only 1 away from closing out a very important Eagle Eye here.
However, we've seen how EVOS was able to catch up to round number 7. So it just really takes that one extra piece of nail to really allow EVOS to make a comeback here. But they just weren't able to find it on the ground. Maybe hidden inside a carpet or something, but EVOS slowly but surely is catching up. It's just a little far off.
I can tell that Flex has been watching a lot of Chinese Crossfire, for sure.
And your reason
The
for
gap
that
on
is?
the left and right on the smoke.
Raffin,
There's
though,
a lineup for that too. Raffin,
he's actively using the map for himself. He was deep out and along, but he also found a bit of damage onto his color as well.
it's a 2-point gap ahead, so I'm not blaming him for risking that kind of play.
19 kills for Keller and 22 for Raffin.
Oh no! Oh, okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Zetra,
That's a start.
17 kills for him.
He's been on fire so far, having to pick up the slack for Elvin and the Yobib, who's been kind of ice cold in this game. Keller gets dinked through the door somehow, some way.
Yobib seemingly offline here this afternoon.
They need him here, especially.
Imagine Yobib just finding a couple more kills, then this game would have been EVOS's, but unfortunately for them, Yobib will be offline for now.
Oh,
Raffin now
man.
going aggressive. He is feeling it in his hands, and he is going to continue to get the kills, and Yobib goes down as well.
Dips.
Damage has been done, Sneaky and Dezane. It'll be traded out down to against Spoxy and Lionclaw, but Spoxy does not miss those, and there was the equalizer.
Oh, but Zetra. Both are going to miss their shots here. Spoxy, Zetra in a 1 versus 1, but Elvin will get taken down by Lionclaw. Lionclaw hot on their heels. Zetra a bit desperate to get this top 8 player, but Lionclaw is going to get Zetra. Gaimin Gladiators strike first in the series.
And there you have it, 10-7 scoreline. Gaimin Gladiators are able to take Eagle Eye back into their hands. This was their map pick. Of course, they were the team to ban out New Mexico and pick Eagle Eye and Port. But first map of Eagle Eye will indeed go towards Gaimin Gladiators, and let out your emotions because I can see the scores out there as well.
I'm more reacting to the stat line that Raffin did put up. Out of the 24 kills that he got with the HK417,
20
he got
headshots.
20 headshots. That's an 83% headshot percentage, and well-deserved set MVP, 2.40 KD, 150 ADR, so he's good for 1.5 kills and 1.41 kills per round, 3 first kills, 41.2% multi-kill. What an insane performance from Raffin. This is probably the best HK performance we've seen in this entire tournament, and even, you know, as a Filipino wanting to see EVOS win, I can't help but to be impressed with that kind of performance. I mean, if you lose to that, I don't mind losing.
I mean, just an absolutely beautiful performance by Raffin, but we also got to pay respect to the other players. Dezane being able to hit the shots, Lionclaw coming in huge in a couple moments, and of course, also reliable, the IGL Flex. Always good on the rifles, always good on the snipers, but for Eagle Eye, he decided to go for the secondary sniper, so he had to utilize that second best gun in the game, powered by Sneaky Frog, on the gun power rankings, the USPS ringing true for him as well. So the whole squad of Gaimin Gladiators just providing for the team. No one really fell behind if you think about it. But on the side of EVOS, it's a little different. Elvin, of course, was a little quiet, and Yobit was not present. So gonna be expecting a bit more of a performance from him to carry his team. I mean, time after time, how many times have we seen Yobit just clutch it out for the team?
Sure.
Well, this wasn't, and this time around in Eagle Eye, he was just not there at all. So had Yobit felt a bit more warm up in the hands, right, then would have seen easily EVOS going to overtime or just single-handedly closing on that one. So all these factors getting involved, and specifically the factor that Yobit being a little bit quiet here, granted the win towards Gaimin.
Yeah, I feel like EVOS weren't really expecting for Gaming Gladiators to actually pump up the pace going into Eagle Eye 2.0, right? When we hear Gaming Gladiators, we do expect, you know, the slower kind of play, the more methodical kind of play, especially when it comes to that BL side. But instead, it seems like Flex did his homework, and Flex is the type of person to throw a curveball in the series, and a curveball he did. I mean, super spread out in the map. The macro was absolutely crazy. One guy gets killed, all of a sudden the other side of the map is wide open, and it feels like they were just actively hunting for Zetra's position the entire time, and they're gonna actively go for that site instead. Granted, Zetra had a very, very good game, but it feels like every time the sniper does show itself, Gaimin Gladiators, they just rotate immediately. So it's very, very impressive. At the same time, how can you stop Raffin? There is no way to stop Raffin in that game, because KSA, he went for the flank, he got 2 kills, he still somehow got shot in the head. And overall, just a very, very impressive performance from the rifler of Gaming Gladiators, man.
I mean, that's what we say, right? Pro players sometimes feel the mood, feel the vibes, and go into the Zen mode and so-called getting dialed in, right? And Raffin was absolutely in one of those moments of history, too, if you think about it. 20 headshots out of 24 kills is a number that you don't see all that often, not even in CFPL as well. So
For sure.
This guy just single-handedly doing it for the team, and that's a moment to be remembered for sure. Nonetheless, Eagle Eye, as a result, will fall towards the side of Gaimin Gladiators. 1-0 in the series. As we are in the playoffs, it's going to be best out of 5s of the maps. New Mexico was banned. Subbase was banned, and we are followed by Ankara after Eagle Eye, so that's going to be map number 2, followed by Port as map number 3, Black Widow as map number 4, and New Compound as the decider. And we were talking about how this ban pick is kind of targeted towards EVOS to win out on the latter stages, but now, given that Eagle Eye is given towards to the side of Gaimin Gladiators, what's your expectations coming to the whole veto process and the results?
Well, with this mix-up of pace coming in from the side of Gaming Gladiators, I feel like EVOS has to be ready for whatever is coming at them. I feel like for the longest time, Yumena has been kind of known for their, you know, sluggish pace and kind of drawing out baits as much as possible. But it seems like possibly with the new weaponry and the time to kill being a lot lower, you can really see the confidence from Raffin. You can really see the confidence from Zane to kind of just roll on forward in this series. And it seems like they kind of did their homework, just like how I said. This is the exact same way that Stallions actually beat EVOS, with the kind of pace that we did see, you know, the kind of vibe-based gameplay that we do like to see from them especially. So it seems like, you know, Gaming Gladiators, they really spent that whole week studying the EVO squad and studying how they can counter this kind of play, a team from the Philippines who is more focused on their setups more than their aggression. So it seems like they did their homework right, that's for sure. So I mean, expectations are going to be, you know, there's going to be a whole lot of fighting for mid-control, that's for sure.
And as much as you cast the Philippines region, I also have plenty of experience casting Gaimin Gladiators, and to me, their Ankara is not half bad either. Sure, of course, your region plays Ankara far more than the EU MENA region, but based on my experiences of being able to see how Gaimin delivers their own version of Ankara, I don't think it's going to be an easy battle for EVOS as well. Sure, the upper hand is there for EVOS, but it's not going to be one of those 10-4, 10-3 type of maps. It will go down the wire, and the issue now really lies on the fact that the roster being comprised for EVOS, they are the young boys, and sometimes if the games do get dragged out, they do lose the tempo for a bit, and I think it really just comes down to the factor of, can 0-2 keep the composure and keep the players maintaining their focus?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the composure is still definitely there from the side of EVOS, considering their late rounds weren't actually too bad, but, you know, they did just run into, you know, the Raffin Superman for sure. Super play, that's for sure. And I feel like, especially when it comes to the map of Ankara, it is going to be a lot less reliant on Raffin, especially. Eagle Eye is more of a CQC medium range map compared to Ankara, which we are going to have more experience with the long range weaponry. But at the same time, Spoxy didn't do too bad in Eagle Eye 2.0. So that's going to be very worrying for the side of EVOS if they really want to make this a 1-to-1 series. If Spoxy starts to pop off in this series and Zetra, you know, kind of falls off a bit, and Yobib shows the same performance as he did in map number 1, you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they might just have a 2-0 lead in this series. But at the same time, opportunity for a mental reset for the side of EVOS. It wasn't too bad of a loss. It is a 10-7, but at the same time, I don't think they expected, you know, this kind of pace, this kind of aggression from their side. So EVOS are going to be a bit dazed from map number 1, call it the left hook, and they got hit directly on the jaw, and it seems like they're going to try to recover from it.
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. Eagle Eye wasn't a complete landslide, and it shouldn't be too much of a mental damage to the side of EVOS. Give or take, they put out a pretty decent fight, 10-7 as well, and they shouldn't be too worried about going through this next couple set of maps. But in terms of scores, still Gaimin is leading out 1-0, and like you said, Spoxy hasn't been fully activated. It was Raffin to do the dirty work, and it will be a scary moment for the villains who are now at risk. Spoxy could get elevated, and we've seen how many times the Zane and Lionclaw really pop off, and these two players haven't been in the talks as well for yet. It was Raffin, and now we're talking with Spoxy. For the side of EVOS, it's going to be Zetra, it's going to be Elvin, it's going to be Yobib. Of the three, only a single player has found a bit of success, not a big one as well. Only Zetra just being able to find a couple kills here and there. Elvin tried early on to go aggressive, but was halted down single-handedly, so it did take a bit of wind out of his sails to press the W. For Yobib, I don't know what the issue is. I feel like it's just not getting warmed up properly, so hopefully that number 1 had granted him enough time to really feel warm in the hands and get it going, because we all know that this guy can perform well on the international stages.
For sure. I feel like it is quite difficult to open up on Eagle Eye 2.0 as well, considering
it's not the best map for the Riflers too, if you think about it.
It's not the best map for the Riflers, and especially KSA, who couldn't really find enough openings as he did, especially when it came to that early game into that second half. And at the same time, they were kind of using Zetra as the, you know, opening fragger for the team, knowing that, you know, Spoxy could be around the corner, or they're going to have to take down Rapid immediately. So, you know, it feels like the Riflers are going to be used a lot more going into the Ankara map, and I feel like, you know, Yobib might have a bit of a ramp up, KSA might have a bit of a ramp up, and it's an opportunity for Elvin to kind of bring himself back in the series as well, because Eagle Eye 2.0, it's very difficult to lurk in that map considering the size of it. So if it's any opportunity to come back in this series, it is going to be in this map number 2, and if they can't, they're going to be put in a very bad position considering map number 3. I mean, granted, it is, you know, port, but then it does come to show, you know, the results to prove that the macro game from Gaimin was a bit more stable, a bit more on top of that of EVOS ARC. So let's see if Ankara could throw a bit of a caution to the wind for the players of EVOS. Definitely a better map for players like Elvin and Yobib to get activated, to start playing on the lurking position as well. We'll need it. We'll definitely need it to stay alive in the series. Gaimin Gladiators was able to take down Eagle Eye to their own hands, and Ankara is EVOS' pick if you think about it. So, all rights granted, they should be able to take Ankara. For sure. Ankara is a map where they have plenty of experience on, but we cannot doubt the Gaimin Gladiators in this series.
I got a quick question, since you are a Filipino as well. Of your CrossFire experiences, what's the percentage that you played Ankara and Black Widow over other maps?
Surprisingly, EVOS aren't too reliant on the Black Widow. They're more reliant on Ankara, I would say. I would say 60%, 50% around.
How about
that.
you personally?
Me personally, I like Ankara. Ankara is a very fun map. It's a very fun map to entry because it is quite big.
I do play a bit of Ankara over Black Widow.
Yeah, that's a take that I like to have too. I do enjoy Ankara more than Black
The
Widow.
only reason for that is because I do play at the headquarters with the observers as well, but they almost always load Ankara as the warm-up map for the players, and also to test the observers as well. And that's why I'm always playing Ankara.
So what you're saying is new Ankara might be coming soon.
Ooh. I mean, I'm not leaking anything.
Yep, that's
I
bench.
I can't be leaking info.
That's bench, not me.
That's Sneaky Frog. You're stop snitching on me. Anyways, let's say we're just about ready to hop into map number 2. This one is going to be a very, very steep climb, but at the same time, very, very doable one as well. Let's see where we are headed toward. It's going to be Ankara's map number 2. As we are still in talks of who comes out alive for this best out of 5.
A tough game ahead of us. EVOS now on the GR side, having a map deficit up against Gaming Gladiators after a 10-7 on Eagle Eye 2.0. Elvin and KSA going to be on that A-side defense, and it seems like it is going to be a 3-2 to start things off here on Ankara. Flex going to be tagged up at the start of the round. Early catwalk A control going to be taken here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Yobib going to try to challenge this hotel position early, but Lion Claw is just going to be posted up all the way back in market. It's not going to be too much of a fight at the start of the round. Keller probably will be the first one to spot anyone out. Raffin trying to take that first headshot in, but instead they both get tagged up. So Raffin down to half HP. Flex, 25 HP removed from his health bar. So we're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be more of a default set towards the A side. Two flashes in. Elvin spotted immediately on the entrance of A, and KSA trying to take someone's head off. Elvin, KSA, Elvin and KSA again, and the EBRs and the USPs and the HK417 seems like it's enough to take down three. Lion Claw, Flex, Raffin out of commission, Elvin and KSA out as well. But it is going to be a retake from the backside here. EVOS looking to get that early long A control in order to get some lineups in that site. They still do have two nades, and they're going to take out the Zane. Spoxy. A test for the Turkish sniper here. Has been touted as the best of the best in the Umena. But with 45 seconds, C4 in his back pocket. So he's going to have to get... Oh, the C4 is in a bad spot too. So he's already picked it up, but Evo's playing it extra safe. Rather would play with strength in numbers, considering he does have a sniper. But the USP is just as dangerous. Spoxy, not the best plant for the spawn side, but Yobib going to start to check the entrance of A. But he's going to make the decision to go all the way into vents instead. But exit is going to be occupied by two players. Top A now taken. Yobib. Bad timing here for Spoxy. Spoxy with the USP, but Keller is going to get the defuse. Evo's playing it extra surgical for round number one. And the first round goes in the way of EVOS ARC.
And clean round as well, if you do think about it. 1-0 on the scoreline here. And finally, do we see some signs of life in Elvin and Yobib here, Sneaky?
This could be it, honestly. Keller with 2 kills already, KSA with 2 as well. Yobib playing it extra patient.
I mean, even though Elvin wasn't able to find the kill, he was able to gain the info, gain the ground for the team to actively get involved in the map. And now Gaimin looking to pressure down towards middle. Keller's going to go down, but Zetra with a quick response is going to be able to find a quick drop onto one of the players. That's going to be Raffin going down.
That's a big pick.
That's going to be a big pick. Going to be a 4-on-4 for now. And Gaimin looking to come through underpass. Yobib has to hold it down, but he isn't able to hold the angle. Zetra now about to get swung with USPSs in his face. Gets gunned down. It'll be a 3 versus 2. As now Gaimin looking to go on top of the bomb site. Elvin's on the flank, but he is now compromised as he took the kill onto one of the players of Gaimin. C4 is soon to be planted to take us into the post plant rather.
Yeah, Elvin going to go for the full wraparound on high mid instead. But presence has been made in that hotel position. So Gaimin Gladiators is still going to be a bit wary about that side of the map. So it's going to be the full turnaround. Elvin wanting to go into Tunnels B instead of high mid. No more snipers. Spoxy got picked off earlier thanks to the USP of Zetra. Flash is going to go through. Elvin going to spot Lion Claw. Very bad timing coming in from him. And Dezane's not going to hit the shot. Very well played 2v2 macro from the EVOS boys. Keller standing up, starting to feel himself, but has to be careful. Gaimin Gladiators still got some fight in them, but at least they look alive.
Positions of the last 2 players of Gaimin wasn't the best of all, especially Lion Claw kind of being a sitting duck in the middle of nowhere. Couldn't really find the corners to hug. Eventually cost him his life, and that also pressured Dezane to peek out as well, not being able to buy the time. And that's yet another round going to the side of EVOS. And what the hell was that? Lion Claw with a lineup.
Sometimes,
the wallbang goes through onto Zetra.
Sometimes you have to send it.
Oh, that lineup's one cheeky one too.
Sometimes you have to send it on a wallbang, and you're going to see that a lot, especially from the more veteran players here.
One of those wonky maps. Subbase is one of those maps where wallbangs do ring true sometimes. Through double doors. How many times did Sunny from XROCK get wallbang kills? And looks like Gaimin wants some wallbangs of their own. Flex is going to take Keller down to about 10 HP here. So 2 players already wounded badly on the side of EVOS.
They really want to remove Kellar from that spawn position. Granted, if you do get spawn, you can go A or B. At the same time, you remove a potential rotation for the EVOS defense.
Definitely a slow and methodical take by Gaimin, foot by foot, inch by inch, closing in the angles. Well, we're towards B, it seems, and the double man stack of 2 players that are very low. It's going to be Keller and Zetra to hold office. Is not going to work out. Zetra will go down. And now Keller about to be swung by Lion Claw. Quick and easy. Bomb site is now taken, and the rest of the players are on the rotation. Yobib, quick on the tap, is going to find a drop onto his Flex, but the bomb site is taken. He's still alive.
Nice.
Still alive, indeed.
Lion Claw is doing God's work right now.
And this retake, 3v4-1. Lion Claw will find Elvin.
Rough damage to Yobib will find Raffin. So that is a good start to a potential 3v3. C4 isn't down yet as well. So EVO's still expecting that there could be a rotation incoming. But no, Elvin is going to check that ace site. He might want to go into that exit position. Lion Claw going to investigate mid, but he's going to fall down. Curiosity kills the Lion. But Yobib will get the Zane as well. It seems like they be checking too many angles. And that is a timeout. Loons is going to call it for Gaimin Gladiators.
That was a sloppy post plan for Gaimin.
Yeah, it's a bit desperate.
I have to point it out.
I think as soon as they lost Raffin, they kind of got scared that they were kind of losing a lot of space in that
They
B
could have
site.
also planted the C4 way earlier, pressuring the timer on EVOS, but didn't happen.
Yeah,
We've seen players now start swinging out.
I think they were scared that someone is going to come in from hotel. So I think they were trying to bait out at least one of the players to peek in. But, you know, EVOS with their discipline will not do that.
Will not do that indeed. The timeout is going to be called by the son of Gaimin. I mean, Loons, after seeing that round, that post plan needs to call it instantly. Bring back the composure to the players. But 0-2 is utilizing this time for himself as well.
Bro, he stood up.
He's getting vocal.
He's getting vocal. He's getting physical.
I don't know about physical, mate.
He is pointing at Zetra's face, which is a
In
very,
that manner, yes.
which is a very,
that's fine.
very common sight to see, in all honesty. And as you can, I mean, at least you do see the passion from 0-2, right? He just wants the boys to win. Seems like he is also reminding them to not get too complacent in this game, as you shouldn't, considering this man on your screen can turn the tides in just one round. Raffin, the most dangerous man in this server with the HK417, could make all the difference. But Yobib, though, bringing it back in this round. Honestly, it looked very rough for the side of EVOS, but his pickoff of Raffin puts all the pressure on the hotel players, forcing Lion Claw to get out of Tunnels B in order to investigate where KSA is. But Spoxy, oh, Spoxy, he switches the guns, and that's going to provide info for Keller. Raffin's going to fall to Zane, will get the trade, but still, information is there for the side of EVOS. And Spoxy getting a bit too reckless on these quick switches. Just so everyone knows on the stream, if you do switch your guns, it is going to make a sound. But Flex with the AK, haven't seen that in a bit. Granted, the AK balance isn't too bad. I reckon it is the 5th or 6th best weapon, depends on who you ask.
Who would put that on top?
No one. The HK is too good. But in some spots, the AK is good. Yobib gonna get shot in the head. It's a better spray weapon now, more than it is a...
and Flex has
gonna
two
get a free
guns.
turg.
He's got 2 guns.
He's got 2 guns, gonna get a free turg, but Zetra, repeak.
He's getting swung.
Oh, but
my
look at the
God.
hops.
Elvin has to find some value in his position, not
Good delay.
to be able to find more players. KSA might ring true. He's going to start swinging, sees the Zane, and the players of Gaimin falling left and right. Flex versus Elvin, 1v1. The C4 is down just outside of B. Flex looking for the rotation in towards middle or possibly down towards the hotel area and find the flank on the backside of Elvin. Could happen.
he's
Has
expecting
plenty of
this.
time. 47 seconds. Hot on the foot. And Elvin has to find the angles. Flex swings so close yet so far. And EVOS definitely marking the leader. It's going to be 4-0.
If he had a better pre-aim, he could have actually killed Elvin in that position, but fortunately for EVOS, did get the better of him. So EVOS now starting to roll on Ankara. It seems like they just needed a version of Eagle Eye where there's actually a mid and not the tower. But Spoxy is going to get KSA trying to get some taps in that yellow position. But Elvin inside of the site. But look at this reaction from the side of EVOS. Instant flank from Kellar. Wanting to see if he can get maybe a cheeky pickoff on one side of the map. And Yobib is going to start to investigate high mid, but catches him jumping into spawn. And they're going to have spawn control. Zetra will get Spoxy, so that is going to be the sniper presence removed from the side of Gaming Gladiators. But look at this. They're going to have to go all the way around if they want to go into this B site. Problem is, spawn is still being taken here. Raffin around the corner, so it's not going to be easy for the side of EVOS whatsoever.
4v3 could be a much more doable round for Gaimin, and the Zane also finding another kill leaves Keller to
Keller
the
gets
clutch.
the
Keller at the test. Can he solve this one? Not a lot of time on the timer as well. Has made it onto the bomb site, but he spotted out. Has a smoke, has a flash. And he decides to just give this round up and rather spend the time to allow for the in-game leader to talk over the tactics.
Yeah, I feel like Gaimin is also expecting that flank ever since that first kill. KSA getting a bit too reckless. At the same time, I can't blame him for going for that peek, because if he does one-tap Spoxy out of his position, that's the sniper gone for the side of Gaimin in another round where Spoxy cannot get anything done. But Gaming Gladiators back on the board, 1-4 in this game. Lion Claw leading the charge so far with a 5-4 scoreline. On the other side, it's pretty much equal.
4v1 on in terms of rounds, and this time Gaimin is looking to control down towards Zing, and then Kara's A harder to take, but if they do so, it's an easier hold for the retake.
Oh, double vent hold.
Double vent hold could be punished. Flexes an AK, one-hit headshot. Let's see. Oh, flashes up and over. And Flex with the pistol somehow opens the gate up. How is Gaimin breaking this?
Flex hitting him with the Hezi, and then the USP right after. Elvin did get the trade. Unfortunate for EVOS, but if Zetra can get the pickoff in the second floor position. But no, he's actually just going to set up the flash for the top A boys. Lion Claw play anti-flash in top A. There's going to be the flash. Raffin going to be spotting it. Yobib around the corner, but he's going to get spotted by Raffin first. Raffin holding very well with that HK 417. Zetra around the corner. Cannot get anything done with the Turg. 2-4. Gaimin Gladiators after a timeout. Feels like they're back in the game.
Throwing the stone right back at it, don't we? And EVOS still in the lead.
It's in the lead.
Still in the lead, but Gaimin making it scary for us and you guys as well. Losing 4 in a row and then picking up 2 rounds in a row for themselves is a feat for sure. Last time, having a pretty upfront defense by EVOS deep in middle.
It's tough. Tough spot. But no mid control for the side of Gaimin. This could actually provide a early clue on what spot they're going. Look at this, pure contact. They don't expect this. KSA, though, from the top A side will remove Flex's head. The Zane still on towards floor A. Elvin spotted in room, but the double kill with the USB. KSA wanting some revenge, and that he does. The double kill on top A. Zetra with the final kill. 5-2. EVOS with a resounding answer after 2 rounds of Gaimin Gladiators is going straight in. Granted, the idea isn't actually too bad from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. If KSA was not holding that top A angle, that would have worked.
EVOS is going to assert dominance over Gaimin 5-2.
Oh,
and Kara being one of those maps, theoretically speaking, how many rounds will Gaimin need on the blacklist side to even think about a comeback?
Like 1 more. Maybe 1 more here.
Maybe 1 more,
6-3 feels very doable.
Already down a player, though. Flex is going to get sniped down by Zetra.
Yep, Spoxy sent it on no scope. He was praying that that would hit somebody. It is weird that I am still afraid of Raffin in this server, for sure. Just like how I said, he can turn the tides in an instant. But he is going to back off all the way. Gaimin Gladiators is going to focus on mid-control once again. But Keller is just going to be steady in spawn instead of instantly peeking out. And he is going to be using that cheeky fence angle in order to get a very early clue of what Gaimin wants to do in high mid. Are they going to be going for a full commit, or is it going to be Tunnels B with a B split instead? Bit of a presence on the hotel side, but that's gonna put a safety net on Zetra, actually. And Zetra not gonna hit the shot on Lionclaw. Yobib on his own, trying to hang on the box. And Keller will still get the Zane. Zetra will get Raffin. And Zetra, despite the spray down, Lionclaw running out the bullets. And Keller running out the bullets as well. Gonna have to reload that M14 EBR. The spray is true for Lionclaw. 10 and 5 so far, but there is 2 players coming in from the behind, and that's gonna be EVOS with a successful flank. Looking very chaotic in this round. 6-2. EVOS looking like they want to answer back after that map 1 resoundingly.
Is there hints of resilience here, though? For the side of Gaimin, dropping 2 more. 62, and KSA finally coming up on the board to support his team.
It's the flow state.
Flow state indeed.
But KSA now going to be scaring off the pure contact play from Gaimin here on that ace site. Spoxy trying to go for the Shao lineup on that ace site, but he's going to miss the mark. Flex still on the AK-47. I mean, one of the few players that can actually make this work back at home was Aldrin, if you do remember that name. But Yobib now on the sniper. I have been waiting for Yobib to be on this TRG, and it seems like it's going to work. Lionclaw going to be taken down. Big pick off. No scope not going to work, but the Colt is. The Zane around the corner. His foot is now spotted, and that is the pre-aim for Yobib right then and there. Zetra will dip into Spoxy as well.
Yobib right back at it, isn't he? 8 kills for him. And KSA with 11 is going to seal the deal for the first half. 7-2, right?
Yeah.
7-2. 7 deuce.
I am a bit worried, though, for Gaimin here. I feel like the rest of the veto, they don't really have any smaller maps that they can kind of exploit. Just like how they did in
Port is
map 1.
Seemingly a doable map for Gaimin, give or take. EVOS is pretty good on it too, but
yeah,
Gaimin is more comfortable on Port than in Kara for sure.
It's all on that catwalk A, brother.
On the catwalk A. I mean, Gaimin is known to not push out towards catwalk and play more back.
Oh my god!
How does Yobib hit those?
The USB drive-by. That's what I'm saying. That's the S-tier pistol.
Hey man, he's playing the American way, even though he's from the Philippines with the ESP.
Oh, first of all, how are you here?
What?
All right, Elvin just gets the Zane. Raffin.
We need the caster's pause. How is Elvin there?
I did not notice. I'm just saying he's that good of a lurker. Even we're asking questions of how he got into that spot. But Flex with the USB shoots a bit too early. Still hits the shot on Yobib. Raffin will get Elvin. All of a sudden, the round has been turned around. Zetra, though, will try to turn it around back in his way. C4 is out in the open on that long side. Spoxy and Flex, KSA and Zetra.
C4 being held down by the sniper. 2 snipers, actually, of Gaimin Gladiators. As long as EVOS is able to find some sort of flank, some sort of maneuver around the corner. However, Spoxy's on the watch. Still plenty of time for EVOS to make a move, but speaking of making moves, Spoxy is going to create a wave of his own. A tidal wave coming through. As Zetra is the last one standing. It's going to be a sniper elite duel between 3 players. Zetra has to find all 3. Spoxy with the pistol rings true, and Gaimin finally catches back for a bit.
Instant timeout from 0-2
Still
here.
too early to catch a bit of breath.
Yeah, I like the timeout though. They do want to pause that momentum as much as possible. How the heck did Flex hit that shot? That was a very, very wide flick that we did see on that A-long position. At the same time, it's a bit reckless from Yobib especially to just peek out into that long side, especially knowing that he had the C4 in his hands. But I think he had no idea that Flex would be hitting that shot, but that he did. So it is going to be instant timeout from EVOS, and I can't really blame them in all honesty. You do want to stop this momentum as fast as possible, and Loons is not too happy as well.
Let's see if this timeout will help EVOS a bit more. Still in a hefty lead.
There we go, 0-2. Making sure he's being heard. Even though we do have headsets for the coaches, he does want to get up close and personal. Loons deciding to keep it comfortable on the chair, but I could see the Loons not being too happy about the first half, especially for Gaimin Gladiators here. So he's trying to correct the boys before they continue in this game. Hasn't been the best game by Flex, hasn't been the best game by Dezane as well. Oh, and they missed the they missed the entrance A lineup. I almost said EA, but that's just the call out here.
It's not in the game.
It's not in the game.
This game is CrossFire, thanks to Smallgate. One of the top FPSs that we are absolutely enjoying. The top-notch performances of these players who has practiced all their years, all their life. Bringing out the heat to the board.
Yo, Flex, chill.
But back on the talk with Elvin, how was he there in the spawn?
I think he just straight up pushed time in and no one was in that position.
Jesus Christ, you're not even allowed to do that. But this one, coming to round number 11, we're going to be having a 3-man stack by Gaimin Gladiators down towards A and having a 2-player hold down B. Mid is left unwatched, so you might be able to see EVOS breaking havoc down in that middle angle of area. C4 yet to be picked up, so these nades that are being thrown are the ones to keep players at bay. It looks like they're going to be pushing down towards underpass. And it's going to be Lion Claw on the response. Sprays down one player before getting traded out, but
Spoxy.
EVOS has to be worried. They have to check the angle. Spoxy comes out, goes in, gets a kill before getting chased by KSA now. And he still continues to find the kills towards the spawn area. Gets one more.
KSA is chasing.
Down to a 2v2 as well. And all of a sudden, this aggression losing a bit of wind in the sails. Spoxy takes a bunch of damage before being able to find a different corner. Now getting pressured by KSA as well. But he's able to book it in time, and Raffin, look what it is. 2 quick clicks and 2 quick headshots. Gaimin Gladiators making this one tougher for EVOS.
For sure, good comms for Spoxy there to get himself some help in that 2 versus 2, or that 1 versus 2 that just happened. And EVOS seems like they have been frozen in this second half. The defense has been working out so far. Spoxy especially starting to heat up in this game, and he's one of the more important players in this Ankara map, just like how I said at the start of this one. But that's going to be rifling this time, a rare sight to see.
The rifling core of Gaimin Gladiators are waking up from their hiatus. Raffin was the first one to wake up, start screaming, and now you see Lion Claw sitting on 11 kills, coming to the show, coming to play. On the side of EVOS as well, it's actually going to be Keller who's a little bit quiet, as he's not able to lurk as much as opposed to the last map. And look at this push. Lion and Flex cleared all the way out towards B. Zetra might be a sitting duck here. He is in so much trouble. Here's the flank, and here's the kill. And now EVOS has to force the issue towards Zayn. The Zayn by the OP staircase gets 2, gets 3. All 4 players are gunned down. The Zayn single-handedly holds down the aggression and wins the round for the team.
The communication breakdown from the side of EVOS. No one could trade out the Zayn in his position. Everybody panicked. Zetra out of commission at the start of the round. That should have been an instant call, but they couldn't clear room in time, and it is a whole mag spray on the entire EVOS squad. Gaimin Gladiators are gaming in this game, and Flex is also gaming. KSA is down. Yobib is down as well. Keller tagged, and Flex will finish him off. And Elvin, Zetra trying to lick their wounds, trying to get it back in towards their way. Elvin getting sprayed through the box. Zetra on his own, and he has no chance against the full force of the Gaimin Gladiators on that long A side. What a struggle for EVOS to even get a point on the board. And it seems like the defense, they have figured out EVOS here.
Ooh. Making the game at bay. Gaimin keeping EVOS in check. Not being able to run away with more rounds. EVOS might be in trouble. It might be too early for me to even say this for the caster curse, but after that play, of the Zayn, I have to say this, Sneaky. There's something cooking up in the pot, mate.
For sure. Spacing has been really bad for the side of EVOS. Trades haven't been on point as well. So you can see the panic now setting in their eyes. They don't have a timeout anymore. So they cannot go for the talk with the coach.
Talk with the coach.
Yeah, this is getting out of hand.
The pressure cooker is on full heat. Gaimin about to put EVOS in one. If this goes into tie, I actually think Gaimin has a really good shot at closing it out, because now they're playing on the side of global risk. And even though they had the round deficits, they have made the liabilities. They have paid back the debts, and now they're just a single round away from a tie.
Smoke's gonna go down in Tunnels B though.
It's a fake being sold, but not being sold at all. All 3 players
They're not biting.
Are going to be holding on A. They don't care. They are going to stick in this position. As Raffin may swing, he's getting swung. The flashes ring true, but the Zayn continues to farm the kills left and right. Double kill already. Keller's going to go down any moment, so he's going to have to book it. But he's now getting pressure from all 4 angles. The round will go towards Gaimin Gladiators. Is this something that we least expected coming into Ankara, at least for the first half here, Sneaky?
Not so much. It seems like after that first half, it is going to be getting a lot worse for the side of EVOS. Granted, they are getting the kills on the A side, right? But they could not clear the Zayn in that room A position. And this is what I was talking about the last time that we did cast Ankara. That is my favorite spot on the A side because it is so hard to clear. There's a high chance that the bullets do hit the metal stairs, and it seems like, speaking of hitting, Lion Claw and Raffin tired of waiting around. Instead, they're going to take the fight to EVOS. And before they can even set up, EVOS now down to immediately the Zayn, a casualty, but that's going to be fine. Raffin having all the space in mid, and there's also a long push going on. Zetra still stuck in Arch. And Kellar, Elvin still in bypass. Flashes are going to bring true in that mid position. Spoxy going to look for more, but they're expecting more of a presence towards that hotel side. But Spoxy spotted in. Catwalk A finally goes down. But do they expect that there is another player on long? But Raffin will get taken down. Good shot from Kellar.
Great shots from Kellar as well. This round going back and forth, but Luke was still alive. It's going to be Flex and Lionclaw, who's been sitting on 15 and 8 kills. 23 kills combined.
Lionclaw life game.
I got my math in me. Look at Lionclaw's position. He's looking to get involved. And he may just ring true. Indeed, he does take down Zetra, looking for the second swings, but Keller finds the better of him.
It's only Flex.
And Flex has to make this round happen, but surely he has a good chance. He has a frag in there, he has a flash, and he has the TRG in the hand. And unfortunately for EVOS, they have to cross onto the bomb site. 50 seconds and ticking. Flex worried about different angles, but he's not realizing that both players are just outside of B. And EVOS is gonna burn the time. They're not crossing just yet. They are still holding on to multiple angles, and Flex might just have enough of an angle to see the players rotating in. Waiting, shots fired. First one down the drain.
It's the Unk reaction time, unfortunately. But Flex, I think EVOS were waiting for Flex the entire time. They did have the initial information that he did come from long A. Flex is now spotted. Kellar in the middle of the batteries here, but he is going to go down eventually after 7 rounds, after actually 5 rounds in a row for the side of Gaming Gladiators. It stops at 7. EVOS finally with something. And look at this shot from Zetra. I mean, it is an accessory after a disaster of a 7-5. Now it's an 8-7. Gaming Gladiators now stopped in terms of their momentum, but Lionclaw 16-10. Dezane 12-10 in this game. And Lionclaw having a life game so far. The only Portuguese player in the Gaming Gladiator squad, and it seems like he has been doing God's work, especially on the other side of the map.
EVOS now looking to go in towards Vents. Raffin being contested, has to hold it down, but he cannot. Now Dezane. Oh, he should have stayed for going down, and Bombset is completely swarmed open. All of a sudden, down teams of Flex, Lionclaw, and Spoxy on the retake. The C4 will swiftly get planted, and Zetra finding himself by connector, rings through. Spoxy, the sniper goes down. Gonna be a 2v4 retake, a tough one, and EVOS just might be able to take the map point in their hands.
Yeah, but Dezane, that was not the time to switch it up, my man. I think you just stay in room A the entire time. Zetra will get another one, and just like that, the game dangled in front of Gaming Gladiators, but then taken back by EVOS. 9-7. EVOS a point from closing it out.
Literally a single point from closing it out. But Gaimin, they're desperate. They're really desperate to take this one into overtime. Last time around, they were swarmed on A. Raffin not realizing much of value. Dezane not realizing much of value. But this time, Flex is back on the rifle, swung out towards middle, and was able to gun down KSA, who's been being the pain in the butt for Gaimin. Not the best trade of all times, but it does benefit Gaimin a bit more. Only feels to me in that way.
Elvin, spotted on mini terrace. Oh, Dezane's down. Oh my word. 4 versus 3, no long control unless Raffin wants to fight for this. He does spot Elvin, sees the head, but he is right behind a wooden box against an EBR, and he gets shredded down. 2 versus 4. Elvin on half HP, and it seems like Gaming Gladiators getting a bit reckless on Ankara. Spoxy, desperation, you can smell it.
I don't know, it's a little tough. We expected a comeback, but now it seems to be a tough climb for Gaimin. Lionclaw finds a kill, but he himself is down very low. And EVOS is keeping Gaimin questioning where is the... Oh, Zetra goes down and Lionclaw finds yet another frag. All of a sudden,
1 versus 2.
A lot more doable. 1v2 was a 2v4. And Spoxy has to come prove that he is capable of clutching in these type of situations.
I think Spoxy was spotted in that catwalk A position. That's why Elvin was so intent in keeping that long control. Smoke's going to go down. Tunnels B. Could be a bit of a clue, but I think Spoxy did not realize that there is going to be 2 members on this A site. Spoxy going to probably have to pick up a rifle. Would have been nice if he did get himself in that 2nd floor, or the terrace, some people like to call it. But it is going to be an A plant, and he is miles away from this A site. Elvin and Yobib fully expecting that it is going to be a flank, but they're going to keep it safe in terms of the angles here. Yobib just going to be jump peeking for that exit side. Flash is going to go through. No one's going to peek just yet. No information has been gained for the side of EVOS. Spoxy starting to investigate, but Elvin is going to be the first peeker for his team. Not much time to go for, but the USP going to get the kill, but not the game. Elvin closes it out, and that's going to be EVOS with map number 2.
And there you have it, EVOS ARC surviving in Carol in a 10-7, returning the favor of what happened in Eagle Eye against Gaimin Gladiators, and thanks to Elvin, KSA, and Zetra, and Yop finally coming alive. Everyone kind of puts up a number and clutches for the team as we are now tied 1-1 in the series.
For sure, a pair of 10-7s to start things off in this best of 5, and it looked very scary in that second half. I have to admit, this bench, look at the start of the second half, 5 rounds in a row for the side of Gaimin. We felt like it was going to be a comeback. Even I felt like it was going to be a comeback, but it seems like EVOS had other plans. KSA gonna be the set MVP with a 1.08 KD point, 82 kills per round, 50% on the headshot, but it kind of felt more like a group effort from the side of EVOS, considering how close the scores are for the players that we did see on the stats. But yeah, it was definitely a nervous game for the side of EVOS, but they did close it out. You know, the timeout didn't work out for 0-2 here, but it is a bit of an overreach for the side of Gaming Gladiators, right? A bit too aggressive for my liking.
Definitely, and this now turns into a fight of tooth and nails. Both teams really just going at it as we are now tied 1-1. A reminder, we still have 2 more maps to see, possibly, potentially even down to the map of Decider, which is going to be port then into Black Widow and potentially into New Compound. So now I just really feel like this could be anyone's series, as opposed to our predictions, whether it be EVOS, whether it be Gaimin. Now, I keep myself questioning, you're probably questioning yourself, can EVOS really win out? The answer apparently is not, and this one is gonna go to the absolute question mark.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I was kind of feeling like a fan of you know, both teams on both times. I was like, whoa, is this comeback gonna happen? Because not gonna lie, this is some very entertaining Crossfire that we are actually casting right now. You know, it's a good back and forth. There's a comeback story going on from Gaming Gladiators, but then, you know, EVOS thwarted by the tail end of the game. It's an interesting story that we've had so far. Probably the best of 5 so far that we've had in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, little disappointments were going around us yesterday as the games were ended a little too fast for our liking, but now that we get to see some of the top-notch Crossfires in action, I am absolutely happy to see these happen. But for now, Port is going to be the map to be played as map number 3 in Black Widow, regardless of the results. So we're going to be taking a quick break, and we will be right back, so don't go anywhere else and stay tuned. Welcome back to CFS 2025 Grand Finals. We're in the midst of Gaimin Gladiators versus EVOS ARC for the playoffs as we are tied 1-1. Looking to get into the third map of ported teams. First two maps, not an easy fight for both of these teams. 10-7 and then followed by another 10-7. So really keeping up a good fight and a good show for you guys viewers to see. Now that we are heading into port, what are your expectations, Sneaky? As port, definitely one of the good maps for EVOS ARC, but at the same time, Gaimin Gladiators known to play methodical ports of all times.
Spoxy versus Zetra?
Sniper versus Sniper?
That seems like the vibe, not
the issue here is that you say that Spoxy has been a little bit quiet. Zetra as well wasn't fully feeling the vibe. So
for sure.
Now that the Snipers are somewhat left out of the talk, it really just comes down to the Rifler versus Rifler. So do you think the commotion mostly will happen down towards that A connector, or will it be that another just B push from the Global Risk, whether it be Gaimin, whether it be EVOS, and we've seen the Zane push out those B containers, and so from the side from Yovip as well. So what's going to be the main angle of attack? Give or take, the Snipers are going to be left out of the talk from A.
Yeah, well, you did mention that Catwalk A is not much of a target here for gaming.
Surprisingly enough, not for this matchup,
so I feel like it is going to be Raffin or Dezane, right? If they're going to go for a full swing on long A, it's going to be up to the EBRs to kind of insta-dink Zetra. Even if he gets the kill, you know, 2 EBRs flying at you at the same time is definitely going to be a big threat. And how are they going to be handling that that lower B defense? And it is going to be very interesting how they're going to be handling that, considering they do not like to take that catwalk A. Maybe more of their priority is in towards spawn, in towards bridge. So let's see how creative Gaming Gladiators get, considering EVOS, I reckon this is their best map in their entire map pool.
And during that short break we had, just had a quick chat with our Chinese friends over there.
Yes, sir.
The caster,
I was surprised.
Paul, and I believe that was XQlun, ex-EDG legendary player. And
Baisha legend.
Their expectations are pretty similar to ours. We didn't disclose who was going to win, but we both agreed that this one is going all the way to the decider.
For sure.
So we will be able to see new compound come into play as well. And look at the tension being built up in these players, especially on the side of Gaimin. Since I cast them more often than not, they are the type of people who would, you know, leave out a smile, chuckle a bit, but now the pressure is really in there for them.
Yeah, because the nature of how they lost that last game as well, right? I mean, it was a 7-7. They got all the way back to a tie point, and then all of a sudden they get a bit too aggressive, they get a bit too frisky, and EVOS is there to punish for that kind of play. Granted, I feel like those kinds of plays will work in a map like Eagle Eye 2.0, where it is smaller, where it is more medium to CQC kind of battles going on, but with Ankara, it seems like there's a lot of space more to work with and a lot more space to, you know, kind of drag out some of the members in very unfavorable spots. Lionclaw was playing insane, though.
Definitely, indeed. And really grateful that EVOS is able to make a run, such a run like this. And now that they're keeping up with one of the top Western teams as well, from EUMENA, Gaimin Gladiators. So really looking forward to this port as well here, Sneaky.
Yeah, and this might be the map that could decide where the momentum of the series is gonna go. EVOS ARC back in the series. Gaming Gladiators gonna try to see if they can gain composure back in the map of port. And we are gonna be starting in just a bit. Both teams knowing how important this third map is in order to break the monotony. We're gonna have to wait and see.
And there you have it. Map number 3 of port, Gaimin Gladiators versus EVOS ARC. On the attacking side of all things will be Gaimin Gladiators. On the side of Blacklist, and EVOS ARC has to post out for a defense. And already, Connector A being pressured heftily by Gaimin, spending 4 players right at it. On response is going to be Zetra. It's going to be the sniper from the Philippines side to hold on the bomb side. The first shot is going to be a whiff, and now he's getting completely pressured. The rotation not coming in as well. Might not cut the slack for this guy. The nades are raining on him. The trebuchet lands true, and Zetra goes down, and Yovip takes a headshot through the walls in the rotation to make things even worse. All 5 players strong. Gaimin goes for the reset.
Yobib might have to pick up that TRG. And is going to be playing that top A position. I love how Gaimin Gladiators actually play this long A side. You know, have flex, take that catwalk A, whether or not there is a Yobib in there. And at the same time, puts a lot of pressure on Zetra, right? He misses the first shot, the nades are going to start to fly, and he can't go for the repeat because he knows that Raffin and Dezane is on the other side of those boxes, and Lion Claw as well, rocking that EBR. So the spacing is perfect from the side of Gaimin.
I really love the methodical play. They killed Zetra, they go for the reset to bait a rotation, and then they're going to burn time after EVOS shift over towards the A. Time gets spent, and then they're going to start flanking back towards B, but now they're going to pressure the issue, force it down towards A. It's going to be Yobib with the TRG of his own that he picked up off of the dead body of Zetra. But the swing from Raffin. Causing mayhem! Another headshot being tapped through, and Spoxy with a clean kill. What's the last one? Last player standing is going to be Elvin. In a 1v3, I don't think there's not a lot of wind left in this guy, but he's good for one, getting swung. Goes down, and Gaimin Gladiators being able to secure the first one, 1-0.
Yeah, catching that top A player by surprise. At the same time, Kellar can't be crouching in that spot. Your leg is going to get spotted immediately, but I think he was expecting that Raffin was going to be peeking towards that spawn side instead. But he guessed wrong, unfortunately. Is it going to be a catwalk A take for Yobib? I think Yobib was expecting that there is going to be a big presence towards that long A side, so getting into catwalk A is not going to be as easy. And Flex going to try and see if he can gain a position here in catwalk A. A very good flash. Yobib is a dead man. 4 players in the long A side. Zetra is going to have to make a highlight play if he wants to make this a possibility. Killer tapped out in the bridge side, but no, he actually gets Raffin. Zetra finally with the assist on the long A players. Lion Claw rounding the corner. Catwalk A stuck. Zetra getting a second KSA, clearing the rest of the EVO squad. 1-1. Good plan. Unfortunately, they took a bit too long.
Took a bit too long, as we say. Time to 1-1. Could be anyone's game. Early enough saying this too early in the rounds, but now they're really just exchanging the fists. And damage is being dealt to both ends of the party. What is the game plan here for Gaimin? After one successful A hit into a failed A hit. Once again, Flex looking to get in towards connector. A deep 1-2. Yobib's already up on the position. Flex with the flash up and over. Gets the kill and gets the frag. And that will be a nice, neat opener. And the nade.
Shout out to ZOAK for that lineup. But Jesus, I think Yobib was actually trying to play ahead of the flash so he doesn't get flashed by it, but still got flashed, unfortunately. So a 4 versus 4, which is better for the BL players more than it is for the GRs. So they're going to have to kind of play a bit tight here, especially on that mid side. Zetra having to hit this first shot. No one playing that second floor. Dezane going to throw a flash, and that's going to be a dodge. Zetra missing its first shot. Gonna have to keep control of the bottom side of this B side. Keller not facing at the right time. The USB missing every single player. But Elvin, so many low players actually. Dezane.
Clean execution followed by Zetra's missed shots. Gaimin really just biting into the fact that their sniper is not being activated on the side of EVOS. Leaves Elvin to the clutch once again.
HP a bit sus.
1v3, better than the last time. Was a 1v4.
If he can take out Spoxy somehow, some way, then this could be something. At the same time, Dezane is now going to spot him. Spoxy with the instant turnaround, double nade on the site. Does have a flash still in his hand. Dezane going to climb up on the God box.
Could have been something, but something for nothing as Spoxy takes the life of Elvin. And Gaimin will find around as well. It's going to be 2-1.
Matthew Mena BL.
It's going to be Raffin marking the names on the ball. 2 multi-kills and 100 damage on average. 4 kills on him.
Yeah, that Yumena BL side so far has been
Fast
very
aggression.
effective. Yobib, careful. And there he goes. He gets caught immediately. They know that he's going to be climbing up on catwalk A every single time. Keller will only get flex. Zetra having to go huge.
Zetra's playing with fire,
dead.
dodging the frag, and he's flying at him.
alive.
Elvin came in for the support to find the frag, but now Zetra finally rings true, gets one. The Zane's by the staircase, and gets it on top of the ladder. And KSC's the last one alive, and Raffin does not miss those. And Gaimin, aren't we safe to say they're safely leading out? It's going to be 3-1.
Yeah, it's already a very good position to be in, especially when it comes to this BL side. And I don't think EVOS knows how to counter this long A push that the Gaming Gladiators likes to do. And it seems like the pace is really catching them off guard once again. Maybe it is, you know, a map with more tighter spaces compared to Ankara that is really giving them the benefit of the doubt.
So my expectations were right before coming to port. Snipers are going to be a little bit quiet and had to come down to the riflers really doing the work. And Raffin is doing one hell of a work for himself as well. 6 kills already. And the 2 frags last round proved to be so. Setups are now out towards B. It's going to be KSA. And Alvin to hold this one down. The nades are going to find a decent value towards the Zane and Flex, but the push is coming to shove, and Alvin does gun down one player, but it's quick to be traded out.
Oh,
Flex is going to swing with a rifle and find a double kill. All of a sudden, EVOS mightily struggling to hold onto the bomb site. Nades are going to find a
C4
kill on towards Line Claw, but Yobip swings in, good for a kill. Raffin quick to trade him out as well. Keller is the last one alive.
C4 is dropped, and so is Kellar. Gaming Gladiators getting a bit too frisky on this B side. At the same time, the second layer of nades going in towards that bottom B side, enabling Flex to just roll on forward. And Gaming Gladiators, they know how important the bottom B is. That's where the rest of the nades are going to be set up for that retake. So
Well
they're not just
planned out.
allowing that control.
Let's say it's well designed out, or designed out, should we say? Ooh. Don't.
9 out of 10.
Thank you. That's better, but now Elvin's up on top of the rafters.
There we go.
Good for 1. Good for 2, potentially does get the second kill before getting dropped. And Raffin getting swung left and right. Look at the position of Keller, already deep in middle. Could be chased down by Flex.
Oh my god, Zetra just gets Flex. I think he was trying to climb down that catwalk A.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gaimin, down 3 players will have to proceed on a 2v4. The C4 is down on top of rafters, I believe. Yet to be recovered.
I don't know if a timeout's needed
Spoxy has
right
an
now.
angle. Spoxy indeed has an angle, but Keller's not going to swing in it just yet.
I don't think you need a timeout right now if you're EVOS. I think what EVOS needs to do is to play less back, for sure. They need to do what Elvin's doing. They need to play these forward positions a lot more. You know, challenge house B, challenge this long A, and challenge mid potentially.
The issue is Gaimin is one of the teams that does react faster to these strategic maneuvers, and if EVOS decides to take the fight to the front porch, then Gaimin is going to play back and see if they can catch off the aggressions, and here comes the pause. Not entirely sure if it was needed, but
For sure.
they will still need it. They will still use it.
I think they could have saved it for the second half potentially, but I think EVOS has kind of figured out how to play this GR side. But I think he's 0-2 is just reminding them of what is happening on that long A side, just to try and see if they can find a way to help Zetra hold this top A position, especially when there is a full force top A squad, or a full force top A assault from the side of Gaimin. So I think the adjustment here, possibly for the side of EVOS, is just to put another rifler on top A instead of Zetra, and Zetra just playing the cross instead. Because it worked last time when Zetra was missing on top A. Instead of Zetra playing top A, it was actually Yoga with the EBR, and that actually worked out in their favor.
I mean, we were able to see top Brazilian teams planting their sniper in middle instead of A or B. We've seen MG find much of a success in middle with the postures. We've seen Goken follow through as well. So might as well as leave Zetra in middle as well.
For sure.
Look down for the aggressive jump ups, and you know, when you have the time, throw some pot shots and you might get lucky and get some wall bangs through. Because right now, Zetra's top A is not the best position he can play.
It's not even his fault. It's just the way that Gaimin plays that long A is really, really psycho. They're fully challenging the top A sniper, and look at the immediate damage that Zetra takes with that first peek. Immediately down to 6 HP. What can you do about that?
It's a triple swing into his angle if you think about it. Sure, he can get one, but soon to be traded out too. But looks like EVOS will leave Zetra on top A and go for the similar setup on the global risk. Do have Flex posted up in his most favorite position of all times.
I think Yobib might try to go for a mid flash to try and see if they can gain some space, or at least try and gain a pick. But I like this adjustment from Yobib as well. He's not getting too much out of the catwalk A boost, so instead he's just going to play top A. Naded though on KSA. And I like this defense from EVOS. This is how you play up against Gaimin here. Trying to catch at least 1 or 2 members off guard. Try and play the trade game instead.
Slow and methodical ground control by Gaimin. They're inching in closer towards middle, swinging in. Elvin finds both kills. And this aggression is put to a halt once again. And unfortunately for Gaimin, they will have to find a different angle of attack, or will they force the issue? Elvin does turn around. And that's going to be Flex swinging in, but wasn't able to connect it to a kill. He does get it at the end of the day, but the trade kill is persistent.
Keller with a tight angle through the window will get Flex down. Lion Claw and Spoxy. Spoxy's going to have to hit an absolute heater on KSA or Keller. But with the positions that they're taking, it's going to be very difficult.
I mean, it's a tough one, even for a rifler. Now you're being asked the question with a sniper. It's going to be Lion Claw getting swung as well. Both players do go down. And EVOS slowly but surely is catching up. It's going to be 4-3. Gaimin in the lead by a single round.
And Evo's going to have to do some heavy work on the second half especially. Not going to be good for them. 5-4 is at most what they can ask for in this port map. B-side going to be wide open, but Keller going to get Lion Claw instead. Flex trying to go for the Harvey jump, but not going to work out in his favor. Zetra will get Spoxy. Zetra with the USP. Will get traded out by Dezane here. 2 versus 4. Dezane, 28 HP. Raffin still could be very effective in this round. They still do have a smoke, a flash, and 2 nades. However, what kind of entry can Raffin produce here? And he's going to fall back in that Z position. Keller, I think, has been heard. His comms are a bit loud on stage, so I think because of that, Raffin is going to back off. But look at this position that Yobib has taken. Metal Fox on long A. Keller expecting Raffin, and with the wall bang, that's the end of that one. So EVOS, slow comeback into this game. Gonna have to get that last point in order to call itself an okay half. Keller so far leading the charge 10-4. His EBR has been shredding in this game. And EVOS wanting to play a fair bit forward in this mid position. Catwalk A spotted. Keller trying to punish that Harvey jump by Flex, potentially going into Catwalk A. But the full assault on mid cancelled. Yobib will be staying on top A instead. Zetra trying to look for the opener here, and Dezane down to 1 HP, but still gets KSA somehow, some way. Will not launch an HE nade towards Dezane's direction, but KSA being out is good news for the side of Gaimin. We'll have to worry about one less player here. Wallbangs are going to start to ring in mid, and Kellar will get Flex on the bottom side of Catwalk A. Spoxy really desperately trying to get a return frag here, but he won't. Dezane low HP as well, so the riflers aren't in good spots at the moment.
Still a very doable round for Gaimin. It's going to be a 4-on-4. Now look at the pressure down towards B. Only Elvin holding it down. Found much success now. Keller coming in for the rotation as well. In any moment soon, the flashes will go up and over, and that will be the go sign for Gaimin. Elvin on the response will be taken out. Keller gets cleared out too. Going to be a clean sweep on the aggression onto the bomb site to plant the C4 as we now proceed into the post plan with 3 versus 2. EVOS at risk. of losing this first half.
Yeah, Zetra needs to do a bit of distraction here on that B site. Is going to wait for Yobib to crawl on forward on House B. Flash is going to go through. Yobib out of position. Dezane actually going to get off of that House B angle. Is going to let Spoxy do his work in that generator side. Yobib peeking around the corner. Yobib will get Spoxy. Yobib will get Dezane as well. Lion Claw, the last one left alive, and it will not get Zetra. Does he have time?
Is there time?
Is there time?
I don't think there's enough time here, Sneaky. It's going to detonate, and Gaimin Gladiators, out of desperation, is going to secure the final round. Coming to the first half, 5-4.
Lion Claw with a hell of a kill. If he did not get Yobib,
Had the C4 been 2 steps closer, planted towards the side of EVOS, where Zetra didn't have to hop over the fences there. Might have been a defusal coming through, but didn't connect, and that will be EVOS down around. And AI prediction still predicts EVOS to be up by a 1-2%.
I reckon...
I reckon not.
I reckon not. I feel like it's more 60-40 towards Gaimin here. ESA, will fall down.
Just continues with the lead in the heads of the players.
Wait, they're in.
Of EVOS. It was a 3-man push. They leave B alone, but still a man down, and EVOS somewhat boxed in, is not looking to aggress in towards B. Rather, they're trying to regain control down towards middle.
What the heck does Raffin have an AK?
Spoxy is going to be repositioning over towards mid. This might cause a bit of an issue here for EVOS if they try to force it down mid. Not entirely sure what their game plan is. C4 is dropped outside of B huts, and Yobib is now clearing out containers with the support of Keller. Smoke is sent out, but having 2 players in mid hints to us otherwise. Yobib's actually going to swing, and he is completely spotted out.
We've seen this.
We have seen this. He is playing the anchor for the rotation to happen. He has to hold the position without going down, but the nades are now flying his way.
Raffin's going to swing. No, but you don't swing that, brother.
But the issue is Yobib causing the commotion did not bait the rotation out from Gaimin, and Flex is holding strong. He does go down. It's down to the ends of Spoxy. He hits that quick scope. How does he even do that? Still holding strong on top of the bomb site. Pistols out. That's Lion Claw to come in for the tray kill. Zetra runs. Dezane runs as well. Oh, this is going to be a down to a 2-on-2. C4 is down deep in A, and that's Yobib has to come in quick, or it might be too late because 2 players are pressuring down towards the position of Zetra. Is taken out, and Yobib is the last man standing here, Sneaky.
Yeah, and they expect Yobib to actually come from that spawn side, and look at the Zane and Lion Claw.
Double stack
sticking together. Yobib top A, not expecting both players there. And man, granted that Flex actually missed the entirety of Kel-R, dropping on down to the site. The Zane and Lion Claw holding on that site. If Yobib actually got to A bit earlier, I don't think he was expecting that it was going to be both players playing together the entire time, so he was kind of hesitating to try and look for where Dezane was, and he did not hear Dezane go through that bridge position thanks to the tap walk and also the backwards bunny hop as well. So no sound was made.
Ooh. Sounds funky, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a technique.
EVOS now looking to pressure down towards middle. It's going to be Lion Claw on the response, but he has a very strong position to wreak havoc. And speaking of wrecking havoc, it's going to be Yobib to find a double kill. Hello. What are we looking at? It's going to be all of it to take down Flex as well. Down 3 players already in a blink of an eye. EVOS slowly but surely catching up.
Oh my god.
Okay, Raffin. You do you, mate. Down to 3 HP, though, is not going to cut it. 4v2 now. Better than a 5v2. Making a full rotation over towards A is going to be EVOS, bringing the C4 as well. Spoxy is going to be dinked, but he does get one before going down. Raffin versus the rest of EVOS once again. But Sneaky, 3 HP, I don't trust it just yet.
Yeah, Zetra's playing it extra safe with the USP. He is just going to probably shoot a spam of bullets here. One of them is probably going to hit.
Probably.
There we go. First bullet hits, 5 and 6. It's not going to be every round that Yobib will get the double kill, but that is a sigh of relief for their side. Through the credit card hole as well.
14 kills on Keller. 11 on Alvin. And now this time it's going to be KSA, who's somewhat quiet.
Port entry in a nutshell.
I wouldn't mind Flex to go on a sniper for the secondary. His rifle isn't paying off dividends coming to Port. Give or take he himself being a great rifler as well too, but
AK though. Ooh.
has dished out a decent amount of damage, but that's what I'm saying. Might be even better to just be put on the sniper at this point.
Oh, Nine Claw! No, why would you cross, my friend?
I mean, he's still alive. That'll be a 4v5. And EVOS once again posing towards A. Posing towards connector. Will the shots be taken though? Won't be the question. As two players do cross in towards the connector area. Lioneclaw, reminder, down very low from the cross. Will be hugging one of the boxes. Spoxy has to hit the shots.
Bad bash.
Spoxy has to hit the shots. Lioneclaw is looking to swing. Zetra getting caught off guard. The pistols will do the work, and Spoxy has to hold it by himself. Has an angle. Quick drop on towards one of the players, equalizing to 3-on-3.
Spotted Yobit.
I really love this maneuver. However, Yobit just finds the better of him somehow with the spray downs, down to 2v3. KSA gets the drop, leaving Raffin to do the work at the nades. Well, I mean,
At least the lineups are on point.
yeah, it's there, but, you know,
They might lose in the round, honestly. Raffin,
if
he's a demon.
EVOS does lose the round, it's from the nade, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, keep playing with the Raffin, but Yobit with the offest of off angles in this Port map. And we are on equal footing in this map.
Hey man, he did make up for the nade. He 100% made up for the nade.
Who is yelling?
I'm not sure, but we are now tied to 6-6.
Here we go. Pressure is on. Seems like the BL side of EVOS is now starting to work. The pot shots as well. Time and time again that KSA has gotten a very good timing.
Unfortunately, not finding much value this time.
For sure.
Setups out towards A.
Oh, they're gonna game in it on Spoxy? Oh, it's a fake. Raffin's in a very good spot, though, to try and stop this.
He's blinder than ever. Has to fall back. Lioneclaw does spot the player swinging in. Yobit at risk as well. Getting sprayed down. Oh, Raffin sees the feet of Keller. Okay, Lioneclaw continues to find the kills. Two more players are down for the side of EVOS, and it's going to be a 3v5 for a moment here. The nade even putting extra damage towards Keller as well.
Oh. Keller's been on point with these wall bangs. If Raffin, if there wasn't a generator to his right, he would have been a dead man. Or Raffin does have the HK417. One tap to the head, and it's all finished, but he can't get the taps. Raffin gonna go down, but Lionclaw is gonna be in that bait position. Keller gonna check the underside, but will only tag him. Elvin doing a bit of baiting. Waiting for Zetra to make a play, but the USB is gonna get the better of Spoxy. Hold on, wait a minute.
Well, you don't have to wait a minute, because there's a flank from Flex to take Zetra down, and Lionclaw is still hiding the wall, still hugging the corners, and gets the kill. Gaimin leads out. 7-6 scoreline.
Good patience by Lionclaw. Keeping that bottom B position in his hands, not overplaying his hand. 6 and 7, EVOS still on the disadvantageous side. But Flex, granted he hasn't been too effective on this AK-47, but he has found a lot of picks time and time again, and Flex being in that position, if he can get a little bit of a peek going, he is going to see over that smoke. And might potentially pick off the head of Zetra here.
Might be. But yet another set of smokes being thrown out in the exact same position, but this time it may Just be on A hit being cooked up in the pot. They're gonna swing.
Wait, they're gonna boost to check this? What? That is Psycho from the side of EVOS. That's one way to clear Catwalk A.
All the way around the map, I guess.
And Yobib is going to get control as well, but look at Lion Claw, a bit aggressive, and KSA fully aware, but still goes down. Zetra trying to get the refrag, but Yobib would be huge if he can get Lion Claw off of this position, but Lion Claw knowing fully well that Yobib is not in the advantage here.
Oh, the timing!
The timing, but instead Lion Claw gets timing done. 4 versus 3.
I thought surely Lion Claw was going to fall back, but decided to keep his crosshair there. 3-man push over towards B.
They're
going to swing! Keller was lining the nades up, and now they're in trouble. Elvin goes down as well. Zetra.
Wow.
This game is cooked, at least for this round, for EVOS. The timing on Raffin swinging out like that. And the players of EVOS looking at the sky to line up the overnades. Zetra is granted the room to get the C4 over or towards A, but it's going to be a 1v3.
Yeah, he's just going to risk top A instead.
And Gaimin is just fine to give up the plant. They know they can swarm the player holding it down. It's going to be 1v3.
Especially he has an EBR too.
Yeah, it's not the highest RPM of a gun.
If he can get a cheeky nade on design here.
Maybe.
Oh, but all 3 of them? No way. Oh, but Spoxy jumping on in. He grabs his teammates' EBR and lets Zetra know.
Bit of a BM there, too.
I can feel the vitriol between these 2 teams.
That's getting a little salty out there at Port.
It's what we like to see here.
Give or take, Port's always by the seaside.
For sure.
However, definite lead here. 8-6 is Gaimin 2 rounds on top and a single round away from the map point. What is EVOS' response? They don't have a timeout anymore, and the endgame leader has to figure out the wave.
Ooh. Flex now on the sniper.
That's what I was saying. You need to put this guy back on the secondary. Port especially being one of those longer angled maps. A sniper does find a bit more value than rifles for the dual wielder.
Problem is, Catwalk A is going to be a lot more free considering Flex.
There you go.
Will not be playing that position. Instead, he just takes out Zetra straight up.
From downtown, through mid, through smoke.
That was a pre-fire.
Yep. And EVOS seems to have lost the wind in the sails. They don't know where to go, and they're going to look to push middle, but Zane's on the other angle, holding it down. And the timer is just going to tick down away from EVOS.
Yeah, but look
with
at
no
Raffin, man.
ground control. EVOS is a sitting duck right now.
You have 0 info.
Smokes out on top of mid. The Zane has repositioned to a better angle. Timing is the essence here for the Zane to swing. Yobib has to check the corners. Flashes, smoke. That's gonna be smoke, but the swing from the Zane's good for 1. The info has been passed. Man advantage still reigns for the side of Gaimin. 4v3. The C4 hold on towards the back of Elvin, as the rest of the EVOS is gonna be swinging over back towards Zay. Spoxy has been spotted out. Lion Claw is back in long though.
Elvin needs to get back. Unless. Oh, Elvin's stuck. C4. Oh, no.
He's got nowhere to go. Lion Claw's on the flank as well.
Keller has to fight. Yep.
This game is cooked, I feel like.
He's just going to plant B. Okay.
He has to.
He has to.
There's no time.
The most random plant. Look at this mini-map. Bench. Both teams are separated, but they're retaking A. They're retaking A. KSA is running through that exit position.
He might just have enough time to go towards B. And
oh my God, they're retaking nothing.
They're retaking into the wilderness and there's absolutely not a single piece of food there. Half the timer has burned through and Gaimin is now hot on their feet to come back towards A. KSA springs out, gets one kill, and another kill, and another kill! They have bamboozled Gaming Gladiators! Never let them know your next move, mate!
Even I was doubting Elvin for a second, but that's a lesson. Do not doubt Elvin. He's either doing the smartest play or the dumbest play. You never really know. My God, what have we just witnessed? Oh, that's what I talk. That's what we call macro.
Jeez. I mean, it's unfortunate for Gaimin, isn't it?
It is, but that's improvisation right there. On the hands of EVOS, I still can't believe KSA got away with just walking straight back to spawn.
Yep.
But I feel like because Gaming Gladiators do play together.
True, and honestly speaking, that was a bit of a luck for the side of EVOS, so you just can't rely on luck all that often, right? So, Gaimin's still in the lead, still has a round on top. They might cross in towards B, and let's see where EVOS wants to take this fight towards KSA and Yobib.
Smoxy might get one.
Look at the swing. Gaimin making a full rotation as well.
I feel like we're over-rotating here.
EVOS once again spending more time than needed, honestly speaking, is going to be down to a minute mark. 3 players, 4, 5 players deep. The C4 to be picked up by Elvin. Coming in hot towards middle. Dezane, of course, will be the first responder to the scene.
Dezane with an HK in this spot. I'm not sure about this one.
You never know. There's not a lot of time here for EVOS. They have to start making a move, and they are indeed coming in towards the spawn area. Spoxy is down very low. The nade might do the work. And down he goes.
Oh, Zetro gets rapid. But Flex does get one in return, but KSA gets the better of him with the EBR. How have they cracked open this defense? 24 seconds left on the shot clock. Lion Claw with the turnaround on KSA, but he gets spotted anyways. That is a timeout for Gaming Gladiators. And EVOS buying themselves a bit of time in this game. 8-8.
Timeout gets called by Gaimin.
Jesus Louise. What a banger.
Leaving mid somewhat unattended came to bite them in the back twice in a row.
Especially I want EVOS to win. Loki, I want to keep this game going. Because the back and forth is too good. This is some top quality entertainment only at CrossFire Stars.
Only at CrossFire Stars, brought to you by Smallgate Entertainment. And AI prediction, whatever. This is tied 8-8. Anyone's game at this point, and it was anyone's game to begin with, honestly speaking. So
AI had a point. It was 51-49. Knew better than me, that's for sure. But EVOS cracking that mid defense open twice. And I was this is what I was saying, right? I was worried about the Zane especially, right? That is not the best angle to have an HK on, because that little wooden box is going to provide so much cover, especially with an EBR. You can get so much damage through that wooden box. This round, a pure doozy of a round, ended up on the B site with Gaimin initially retaking A.
How is KSA even possible to come back to B, right? Like,
hope for the best. That was the send it, rotate.
He's like, screw it, I'm gonna do it, and did it. He proved. But let's see if the pause has any effect on the side of Gaimin. We'll leave B unattended on the bomb site, rather. They're gonna be playing and fortifying the defense over towards middle, as they did lose it twice in a row.
This is going to be a slower kind of game for the EVO side. Not going to be as fast as earlier, that's for sure. But EVOS has been attacking this mid time and time again, but is the target going to be Spoxy this time? And Spoxy, I think he fully recognizes that there is no presence from the EVO side in that B side with the exception of one, and that's going to be Elvin. Elvin gonna have to do some expert roach work here if he does want to keep the enemy side distracted. Fully flashed A side, Spoxy flick, not gonna hit this time. The top A could be endangered. Multiple players already crossed, but they still cannot kill Spoxy on the side. They're allowing this much space. KSA needs to jump down, but he doesn't. The moment of hesitation can actually lose them this round. All that hard work could be gone, but Elvin Kellar. Elvin once again, the back and forth. 2 versus 2. Lion Claw on low HP. 19 and 11 on Kellar so far. Yobib on 12 and 12. Lion Claw on 17 HP. Raffin, 2 taps to the head could make all the difference in this one.
The retake is now on, though. Let's see. The double swing in towards the angle of Keller might pay off dividends. Lion Claw will be leading the charge as he's low. Keller swings out and gets the kill. The info pass down. Raffin has to hit the shots, but now not a lot of time, and Raffin has to press the W. Too many angles to look for, and Keller is going to find the kill, and he is going to get very, very vocal. At that point, secured by EVOS.
I love the random screaming for EVOS just to try and get Raffin off of his rhythm. Oh my word. 9 and 8, EVOS, how have you done this? Match point on BL side. 4 rounds in a row. It's gonna have to be the Zane making some risky plays happen.
Has to be. Oh, Flex! Flex is gonna swing.
Oh, he still died!
He still died to the hands of Elvin. And the problem is going to continue as the rest of EVOS is going to be hitting towards B. However, Raffin continues to reign true. Quick headshot on towards one player. The Zane comes into the play as well. And Raffin just continues to farm his position and pays, and it's paid off dividends. However, for EVOS, they are going to rotate out. With C4 in the hands, going to be a 4v3. Are we looking at a possible overtime here? We don't know just yet. Spoxy is still holding strong on top of a bomb site. And once again, Gaimin is going to be moving as a whole. The Zane with a cheeky angle, some way, somehow finds the shot onto the heads of Keller. Down to 2v4 into 2v3 as Zetra somehow gets the drop on towards Lion Claw. C4 rotating back towards B, but look who is holding this angle. It will be Raffin and nobody else.
And I can see the players smiling from the EVO side. I swear, some of them are just screaming randomly to try and throw off DG. But Zetra, Yobib, the 2 touted stars of the EVO squad, gonna have to go huge if they do want to close out port early in order to go into Black Widow with a 2-1 lead. Yobib having to hit every single Harvey jump perfectly. Spoxy not gonna spot them, but he gets stuck instead. Up to Zetra.
I mean, he's got a rifle of his own, but 40 seconds versus 3 isn't quite going to cut it. Has to come up huge. Swings into Raffin, gets the kill. Has to find the head of the Zane, not gonna happen. And we are going into overtime.
First overtime of the tournament?
No.
Already had an overtime?
We had a golden round too.
Dang.
You and I casted that.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah.
What are you smoking, my mate?
Memory is a bit iffy. It's been a few days of CrossFire, man. I did low-key pass out, but I'm good. We are good.
We are good. He is back and alive.
I'm more than alive right now. This is such a good port map going on right now. Yobib and Elvin, let's turn it up a notch in terms of the aggression. Yobib will get Raffin. Important pickoff for the side of EVOS. And they get it back. Yobib is going to step on by in towards Catwalk A to try and make some presence happen in that mid position as well. If he can get Flex, that would be big.
It's all ifs. Big ifs for sure. Gaimin licks up the wounds and tries to gain the ground control once again. Is going to be sending Flex deep in towards B. Let's see what KSA has for a response. He might even swing into the angle, but not going aggressive. He might just spring the trap now. Or not.
I think
the rest of the squad, it'll be rotating in back towards B.
he thinks that someone's holding his spot.
You never know. As Flex is now poking prodding down towards middle, may be
Oy,
greeted
oy, oy.
by Elvin. The pot shots through his smoke is going to lose himself half HP there.
Careful, Elvin. Don't get your head taken off.
Big push being prepared by Gaimin in towards B, and KSA has to respond in time. The timing is a little bit off. The setups are getting lined up, and it's going to be thrown. KSA with quick spray down will find a double kill. USB out, looking for the third. It's going to be Zetra to take the kill. Flex will go down in the first round into the overtime. Will be granted towards the side of EVOS.
Benefit of EVOS here, starting on that GR side first. And you can see Gaimin, this port map is getting them stressed, especially them having to play Blacklist once again. And it has been quite the back and forth of a series, but EVOS, they have been in overtimes time and time again. In international play as well.
Quick A push coming in. Zetra finally rings true. Gets the first drop on towards Raffin. No one else but him. And now the rest. Oh, Keller?
Don't knife him, bro. Just shoot him.
Don't knife him. Just shoot him.
Oh, he's looking for the second guy.
Oh. Flex. How long is Keller going to wait? Cut the slug and get the kill. He is going to get dropped by Spoxy finally.
I think he was looking for Spoxy. He was hearing someone in that bridge position.
True, but
would have been big if he also got Spoxy in that one.
The rest of Gaimin once again hitting and knocking back down towards A. Spoxy looking on top of the bomb site. The rotation from EVOS gives the room for Gaimin to get in deep. Yobib sees the players now, finally.
Nades, nades, nades.
A bunch of nades flying his way. Gaimin's going to give up A as he and as they did see indeed. Yobib crossing back into the bomb site.
Elvin, though, in a very dangerous spot, but Lion Claw can also take him out, but he also has an EBR of his own. Elvin's going to go down. Smoke's going to go off the map into exit, so it's not going to be much of a lineup, but look at this. EVOS biting on the fake in that mid position, but KSA immediately backing off. Waiting for the flashes, waiting for the nades. Lion Claw going to be spotted on that outside. KSA is going to have to hold the entirety of the bottom of that B site if he wants a chance, but he gets up immediately. The flash is going to go through. Spoxy spotted, but there's already a Lion Claw on the bottom side. Yobib, how did you get away?
Still alive. And Spoxy's going to pick up a rifle of his own, looking towards the house where the retake is possibly coming from. The C4 is now planted in a 2v2.
Double house
Gaimin
retake.
could tie this back up, but they're going to double down towards the spawn area, and EVOS might just have a slight bit of an angle to actually exit towards onto the B bomb site. This is a huge moment for both of these teams. Yobib and Zetra has to find an angle to exit on and find the frags, but Lion Claw found the strong corner. Spoxy, the first responder to the angles that they are posting out towards. Yobib just instantly killed, and Zetra half HP on a dream. Not a lot of time left in him as well. As Lion Claw will get the final frag, and we are once again tied to 10-10.
If KSA was able to hold that bottom side, that would have made all the difference here.
Could have been.
If he gotten one more kill, but look at this. Generational numbers being posted up by the leader of EVOS, 23 and 13 in this game so far, but the struggles continue for EVOS to close out this game, and a BL round in overtime seems like crazy work.
I mean, Gaimin, by putting out a number, they now do stand a valid chance, and taking port back into their hands.
They want that pick.
Give or
so
take,
bad.
this is their pick, by the way.
They really want this pick so bad. I mean, a setup for a flash for Elvin here. Top A. They are going to fake it a bit. Zane is just playing the B entrance box.
Three-man stack, and now KSA trying to get interesting. Zane is waiting with open arms, though.
I think they just leave him there. That info, so key from KSA. He heard the drop down, but Keller gonna get taken down by Spoxy and Flex. But let's see. Long side.
Test the water towards long, and that's a good trade! Flex with a quick headshot will take Yobib down. The C4, though, yet to be picked up. And look at KSA's position deep out, but he's spotted out. Somehow gets
C4!
frag. It's okay, there's still a minute. And looks like Gaimin just wants to clear the angles towards the backside of all things. KSA on the flank, spots out Spoxy, but Lion Claw is quick on the trade as well. And Gaimin has full control of the map now.
Don't know where the C4 is, though.
Zetra has to come out huge in a 1v2.
He's going to go rifle.
Has it. Gaimin, though, will be sending it towards B. And these two teams are going to cross paths once again as EVOS. The last player remaining is going to be Zetra, and Gaimin is going to be making the flank towards middle. And I don't exactly know if this is going to pay off dividends, but Zetra might wait time! Zetra comes up huge! Gaimin caught red-handed, trying to cross it towards middle. Will lose both players, and EVOS,
The purest of timings.
11-10.
The CrossFire gods are on their side today, man.
Just unfortunate moments starts to hurt Gaimin.
That's a tilter.
And I can only imagine that is a tilter, and that is going to take a lot of wind from the sails for the side of Gaimin.
They're so paranoid about mid now. Look at all these nades that they're committing just so they can clear that
They
catwalk
could
A.
have went straight to B, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you still have to be careful about Raffin. When are they going to do the triple nade to clear him off of this second floor position? It is a possibility.
I mean, they literally had B.
Wait, Raffin. Yo, Raffin's dead. He keeps quick switching on that house B position. Does he not? No! That makes a sound. And that mid push from Elvin, that's going to clear the rest of him. Flex is going to get run over with a USB. An extra quick switch from Raffin is going to cost him the entirety of B site.
And the map point too. I mean, out of desperation too, almost.
Out of nervousness, possibly.
KSA's gonna swing the Zane. Contested loses half and loses himself
Raffin's
as
dead.
well. And this game seems to be all EVOS' way for Port. Coming to the overtime here, Sneaky. 5v3.
Just when you thought they were out, they rope you back in. Elvin's gonna get flex as well. The AK gonna be dropped in mid. Spoxy, Lion Claw, bit desperate on the
Desperate
F
for sure.
Ooh.
Spoxy does find one for retaliation, but has to go through 4 more players if he wants to provide for the team. 2v4 to C4 rotates in towards A. Spoxy, unfortunately for him, had swapped out to a rifle, not a sniper anymore. And this aggression is coming at bay. Spoxy sees the tip of the barrel. Keller is going to go down, but Yo's there for the trade kill. Doesn't matter, Zasher gets the last kill as well. And EVOS closes out Port in their favor. 2-1 in the series. Just as we thought EVOS was going to fall apart in Ports, they make a huge comeback towards the overtime and closes the map out and taking the map pick away from the side of Gaimin. EVOS wins Port 13-10 in the series, lead as well 2-1. And what in flying colors, Keller with 24 kills and Zetra with 20 will seal the deal for this map.
Yeah, KSA 19-14 in this game as well. And Yobib, despite being 15-15, was very key into them coming back into this game. And Elvin, that one round, that one bait for them planting in that B site, and then the retake towards A, but Keller, the captain himself, 1.60 KD, 106 ADR, 1.04 kills per round. He was doing God's work in this map of Port, and EVOS proving once again that they are a threat in this map. Jeez, man. The back and forth in this map was definitely insane in regulation, but when it came to overtime, despite being on the worst side of the map, they pulled it through.
And now EVOS really just stands a valid chance to close the series out 3-1, isn't it? Because now, as Port is wrapped up, we are going to be looking to get into Black Widow, one of the best maps of your region. So now I'm a little bit scared to see if we are going to have a chance to go into the decider map of New Compound. Can only wait and see, but a quick reminder, Eagle Eye 10-7 to the side of Gaimin and Kara, 10-7 to the side of EVOS, and Port, of course, 13-10 to the side of EVOS. ARC as well indeed, but not a single one-sided game here, not a single one-sided map. Every single map had to come down to the wire, 10-7, 10-7, then into an overtime. So these two teams really going at it against each other and keeping up a really good fight as well. Sure, on Port, Gaimin did fall apart during the overtime, but even still, the fact that they were able to take this one into overtime comes to show that these two teams are well-matched up pairs.
Yeah, I mean, both Filipino teams possibly in the top 6 is a great outlook for my region. At the same time, you can kind of see the nervousness from the side of Gaimin, right? I mean, so many micro mistakes, especially from Rapin going in towards the tail end of that game, especially in House B. He was really quick switching time and time again, and you know, that's all good information for the side of EVOS. And you know, EVOS, you give them a smidge of information, they're gonna probably make a play happen. They're already having a game plan going into this B site. So it's absolutely insane crossfire that we are seeing from EVOS, especially. The defense looked very solid from the side of Gaimin, especially. They knew that EVOS was going to attack mid again and again and again, but EVOS somehow, some way has gotten that mid position, fought through it, and it seems like Gaimin were caught off guard by the aggression from the side of EVOS. And man, what a game from KelR especially. I mean, he held the mid position super well. The wall banks were on point, and it really gave big trouble for most of the players here, especially for Lionclaw, who couldn't really crawl on in, especially when it came to that overtime.
Specifically speaking for the side of EVOS and Gaimin at the same time, honestly speaking, the loser is not knocked out yet. They are going to be dropped into the lower brackets, but the showing that they're putting out in this series now makes me feel like that any of these teams that does end up losing in the series will be able to crawl back out from the lower brackets. The amount of caliber that these two teams carry are absolutely out of their minds. And specifically for Gaimin, has fallen behind for just a little bit, but they can always bounce back. And
for sure,
we were pointing out that Black Widow is your region's favorite map, but now it makes me questioning. Gaimin can always bounce back.
For sure.
And close out the first half and close out the map, and now we go into New Compound, where the question really lies on the fact that who has the better macro, because New Compound is the map of macro and micro, but macro does come into a bit more importance, I feel like.
For sure, I feel like Gaimin definitely can bring it back in Black Widow, especially considering there is going to be a lot more medium range fights, a lot more close range fights going into this one, so there is going to be a bit more pressure towards Rapid to actually perform going into Black Widow, especially when it comes to those long A fights. But it has to be Spoxy, man. Spoxy has to explode in Black Widow, or else he's going to allow Zetra to kind of pick off his team one by one, and Lionclaw has to find those opportunities. But at the same time, Gaming Gladiators have to keep track of where Elvin is in this map. We have seen it yesterday. We've seen it from the prior games of EVOS. Elvin can just slip on by, create some very awkward timings for EVOS especially. So Gaimin really has to be on point in the first half, but at the same time, they're going to have to anticipate where Zetra is, where KSA is possibly, because it's not going to be, you know, a stagnant defense for the side of EVOS, right? It is going to be a defense that constantly adapts, constantly moves. So Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to make that right read every single time.
But now the question really lies on the fact that whether is or have Gaimin Gladiators reached their breaking point, because first map, sure, second map, sure, and now just observing how Port has been played out. First two halves, sure, fire, also right, but then going to overtime, it may have seemed to us that Gaimin may have reached the breaking point, because that global risk side on the second half of the overtime was just not a great showing for the players of Gaimin Gladiators. Just fell apart entirely. of course, a lot of credit to the players of EVOS to be able to aggress in a quick manner and take the kills and take the headshots. But at the same time, the players of Gaimin Gladiators just wasn't able to put out some numbers and some kills going onto the global risk for the overtime.
Yeah, and especially in overtime, right, you can really feel the pressure mounting on the side of Gaimin despite them being on the GR side initially. And yeah, it was just very unfortunate on their side. Spoxy couldn't hit his shots. You know, the weapon choices for the Zane as well was a bit questionable. You know, an HK in the curve position isn't really the way to go. And, you know, by the time that it was already, you know, 12 and 10, you know, the pressure was already there. You know, you could really see Gaimin kind of over-peaking on some of these angles, especially when it came to that mid position. And at the end of the day, everybody just got absolutely shredded in that last round. And yeah, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, that's a really bad gut punch for them, especially knowing that that was their map pick. I mean, despite EVOS, despite Port being their best map, I feel like Black Widow is definitely going to be a lot tougher for the side of Gaimin, especially considering it's a lot more predictable. It's a lot more straightforward, but that could be the advantage for Raffin as well to kind of get himself back into this game, because in the more predictable maps like Black Widow, like Ankara, he actually did pretty well.
Definitely has put out a performance, put out a show, but looks like we're just about waiting for the players to get readied up and to be ready to get into the game of map number 4, Black Widow, any moment soon. Quick reminder, we're in the playoffs, and this is the best out of 5, so we potentially have 2 more maps to look at. Had a blast of games for Eagle Eye and then Port. And this is the first game of today, Gaimin Gladiators versus EVOS ARC. We do have 1 more best out of 5 to be played after the first one gets wrapped up. It's going to be all gamers, the Kings versus XROCK to come back for some vengeance. But
David versus Goliath, literally.
Honestly speaking, yes. It will be casted by our buddies back in the green room. It's going to be Alphish Guy and Yokai to bring us the heat. But for now, just waiting for the game of Gaimin Gladiators and EVOS ARC to be played over. Black Widow, I don't think it's going to be lopsided, honestly speaking. It's going to be yet another very even one to be played. And the tendency here for the first 3 maps is Gaimin somehow finds success, whether it be huge or small. They are going to have a round lead in the first half, and EVOS ARC some way, somehow comes in hot to find the rounds. And they're readier than ever to go on to Black Widow.
Yeah, the creativity is off the charts for both sides, for both IGLs, but it seems like the mid-round calling was way better on that Port map for Kellar, especially by the tail end, but Flex was having some really, really good calls as well. So let's see if he can bring it back at least for Black Widow. Problem is for Gaimin, can they keep it together in this game? There has been questions on Gaimin's mental fortitude even back in the last 3 tournaments. They have to go for a full mental reset before they enter this map number 4, and it seems like EVOS with that boost of energy, that could definitely lead the charge for them especially. And this could continue the trend of playoffs so far. The first seeds from all of the regions struggling in the start of the playoffs, and Gaimin Gladiators no different, but it has been more of a fight from them compared to some of the other matches that we've seen.
Honestly speaking, I'm just glad that these 2 teams, 2 of my favorite regions, are able to perform like this at one of the top events, one of the top tournaments, and some way, somehow put out a very even matchup. And I don't know, Sneaky, like, honestly speaking, anyone can just come out alive from this bloodbath.
For sure. It's going to be quite the toss-up, though, between these 2 teams. Zetra, once again, going to have to be the point person for the team. Spoxy, going to have to be on point for his squadron. Nightclaw has to find opportunities for his team, but of course, Elvin can do the exact same. But it is going to be a lot of pressure for the Zane and Raffin, as he has to deal with KSA and Yobib in these fights. And KSA and Yobib have been very, very effective when it comes to the Black Widow map, especially when it comes to that B-side push. And Zetra has been doing God's work, but can you reflect that in this map as well? Kellar and Flex, both IGLs, calling out of their minds at the moment. But Kellar doing a better job in terms of the frag situation. It is going to be very interesting. EVRs are going to start to fly at the start of these rounds. Wooden doors in mid going to have to be somewhat of a danger zone for some of these teams. But I wonder what's going to be the pace that starts off this Black Widow map. Gaimin Gladiators, are they going to go fast? Or is EVOS going to surprise them with a very good defense? Black Widow up next. And this series could keep on giving. And we start in Black Widow map number 4. CFS 2025 Grand Finals, quarterfinal. EVOS win this, they go into the top 6. Gaimin Gladiators, if they lose, they will fall into the bottom side bracket to face the loser of AG and XROCK. But a quiet start to the game, not much of a fight towards that long A position. Raffin going to be posting himself up there with the HK417. Yobib, with the help of his friend KSA, actually that is Kellar, wanting to get that early short position so they can take a look at B Waters, but it seems like there's nothing to be found. But Flex spotted in mid, and Yobib is going to catch Flex, who's trying to play a human landmine in that mid position. Zetra going to have to kill the cross player. Zetra spotted immediately by Spoxy, but Keller around the corner has to be careful about Raffin. Raffin gonna get the one tap. Keller could not get away in time, so it's a 3 versus 4 on the retake. 2 players in long, 2 players in sight. It's gonna be slightly tough.
Elvin goes down to make things worse for EVOS, and seemingly this could be Gaimin's rounds. 2v4, 2 players coming in towards Cal, while KSA did drop down to come from underpass. Raffin goes down. However, the time is ticking by the seconds, and Spoxy is going to be able to pistol down KSA on top. And also with the sniper, find the second kill on that hold. Gaimin secures the first round. And it was a clean take, too.
For sure.
Absolutely clean. Masterclass A take on Black Widow.
EVOS overcommitting on this short position, so dedicating 3 players is not the best idea, especially when there is 4 players in the long side, so no retaliation on long just yet. Gonna get a good spawn off of Zetra, so they could not go for the full fight. Instead, they're gonna go for a passive defense on this A site with 3 players on B, just reinforcing it.
Hefty investment towards B. I don't know if I like this, but they are gonna pressure towards middle, having Yobib pressuring out towards Catwalk. Not too sure how this one will turn out to be, as pot shots being thrown towards B, and maybe the reinforcement may work wonders, but we are able to see Zetra falling away from B, followed by Elvin as well. And this read from Gaimin and this assumption by EVOS that B is not going to be an angle may cause mayhem. A little bit pop flash up and over, but Flex had a great angle to take the drop. And they're going to give it a go towards B. It seems only 2 players are holding on to it. Sure, Elvin does have the sniper in hand, but he is down very low, and any bullet will do justice, and he hits the pot shot.
Elvin will at least get 1. Has to be careful about Spoxy, though. Trying to get that pre-fire in, but KSA in a very, very nice spot on the bottom side of B. Flex does spot him out in the open, so they're going to have to be careful about that. The smoke play going to come from both sides. KSA is moving forward with the USP, but will not get anything going.
Elvin's cooked as well. It's only Keller and Zetra to hold, and the bomb site is fully swarmed. Keller spotted out by Spoxy. Zetra from spawn is going to find 1.
Caught
the
Spoxy
equalizer, but it's going to be down to 2-on-2. 40 seconds, and Keller looking to find a bit more ground to work with. Is going to be pushing it in towards middle. However, look at the rotation from Gaimin. Keller has to come in handy. Keller does have the rifle. Oh, so trustworthy. Keller
needs to get away.
He does a bunch of damage, but he has to run away. 24 seconds, and Gaimin, they might just have to force the issue. Keller's back on the chase as well. I don't know if Flex has it. 15 seconds and 3 HP isn't quite going to cut it. 1 rather.
Gonna go window A into A.
There's no time.
Unless he gets like a dink on Keller.
He has to get the plant down.
Oh, he sees
2 seconds. Not a lot of time.
Very nice hold from EVOS in that B site.
Quickly chases for the tie, 1-1.
Seems like Catwalk B was a bit of a target here for this EVOS side. We're going to take a look at that first round once again. Good shot on Zetro, who's playing that boost boxes in towards that A site. But Raffin is going to try to see if he can get some long control here. And that he does.
They always gain long control, but just isn't able to proceed from there on. Gaimin kind of being stuck in that position if you think about it.
I feel like Zetro is just having like bad spawns in a row, so that's why he could not fight that long A.
True,
He
absolutely
keeps spawning
true.
on like the left side of stage.
What is the game plan here, though, now that we are tied? So Gaimin's not going to switch up too much from their old strats and see what goes, see where it takes them.
Flex is going to try to send it on like another side of the map. That's similar to what happened in that last, or round number 1. They're going to have to protect Zetro with their life here. A bit tight on the angle. Raffin looking for that full swing, but I think he is allowing Spoxy to roll on forward. Not the best decision here for Zetra, and he doesn't get anything off of that forward position. Flex is going to cut off the rotation from that B site. They haven't checked window A yet. KSA is going to get spotted, and that's a full-on read from Gaimin Gladiators. Yobib, not much you can do. Elvin's going to try to look for Flex on the other side of the map, but I think this might be a round that you might want to give up. Not going to be the round that they might win. I think they might as well use the rest of the timer of the C4 to try and get something going. Elvin, pot shots in towards Raffin. Lion Claw with the USB is going to fall. And the 4-1 setup for the side of Gaming Gladiators is working out so far, but Zetra, decision-making on these positions haven't been the best. But unfortunately, he was expecting maybe more of a cover from the top 8 players there. So
another methodical takedown towards a long, succeeding, but this time Yobit wants to take the fight to the front porch of Gaimin. Good for one, but Gaimin's not giving up yet. Got the trade kill, got the position, and has control once again. This is not a half bad trade either. Going for the reset though. C4 will be rotating back towards B. Or mid, rather. Haven't seen a proper catwalk take yet, so this round might just be one of those rounds that it does happen. In towards B they go. Elvin sitting on the secondary sniper. Ringed true for 1 kill, but a single kill only throughout the course of 3 rounds. And 2 players will have to hold the bomb site against the players of 4. For Gaimin, running the lineups. Lineclaw flashes up and over any moment soon, and Elvin does see the tip of the head, but isn't able to fly the hats away. And the aggression is on, and Spoxy so darn good at KSC at risk. Gets 2 before going down, allows the room for Keller to rotate back in. Spoxy versus the world, 1v2, a minute, and the clock with the C4 being downed. Loses his hat. EVOS quickly follows up, and like we said, Sneaky, the game is not going anywhere but into overtime. It feels at this point. Already 2-on-2. First half not even finished, and I'm already talking overtime, but I think it's very valid.
for sure. Seems like it is another back and forth in this map. Black Widow. Wait, Elvin. Elvin not spotted. Lion Claw is going to spot him first, actually. Very good flashes on the outside. And look at the pressure that they're providing on this side. KSA will go down immediately. Yobib on his own. Gaimin Gladiators pump it to Gear 6. And despite that good B defense in that last round, it seems like Elvin, unaware of Lion Claw's presence, but at the same time, a very good flash lineup all the way from Catwalk B in order to blind him off of that box position. And Yobib gonna reveal himself in arches, but I don't think he is gonna do too much from that spot. 3-2, Gaimin Gladiators with a 1-point lead. That's a timeout for EVOS. Tough spot to be in, but what can you do? Elvin's fully flashed. KSA immediately fought in that B side. Communication not fast enough.
Not a bad time to call the timeout either, and 0-2. Prominent coach for the side of EVOS is explaining the mistakes, fix it up, and get back in the game instantly.
A lot to talk about for EVOS especially. Considering that Gaimin is now mixing up the pace in Black Widow, as you should. It seems like EVOS have a lot to read going into this game.
A lot indeed.
I wonder if they are going to go for a lot more long A fights in this one. But kind of really depends. They've just been giving it for free time and time again. But just like how I said, it hasn't been good spawns for Zetra. So he couldn't actively try and fight for long A. But they could try to fight for long A if Yobib is near enough. Maybe they can set up a late flash for them. But the immediate smoke in towards long A is going to make it very difficult for EVOS to fight this Yobib.
Oh, the flash up and over.
Gonna go face to face.
Somehow, how's Yobib was able to cross into the deep parts, and this might be the crossfire setup, and somehow Gaimin reads that like a book.
Nope. That early smoke from the Zane is really disrupting whatever EVOS wants to do. Flex will get Zetra. Gaimin Gladiators thriving on EVOS' pick. Trying to slip in. Might get Raffin. No, not with an HK. Raffin's back. Gaimin Gladiators having the handle of the Blacklist side so far. Tough spot to be in if you're EVOS. Not even the long A takes are actually working out. Flex dead off the jump. Good wall bang on the left side of spawn window. It is wall bangable, but Keller gets tagged as well. But the kill is a kill for the side of EVOS. Anything is a
Another
plus.
frag.
Yobib's dead. How? Oh, he
From
tried to be
Raffin.
short.
Yeah.
How did he hit that?
And round after round, Gaimin is making this game look easier for them. Catching Yobib second time in a row. Well, in a different spot now. But Yobib goes down 44 in a methodical rotation out towards Catwalk and towards A, where only Keller is holding. Woo, what a pre-fire by Keller.
Pure timing.
But Gaimin now
Pure timing.
will be walking in towards Catwalk, and EVOS may not just post for a rotation just yet. Pop flash up and over, and they're going to give it a go. Keller has to respond out towards long, but Raffin is on the hunt. They can clear it out any moment soon. They have the C4 planted for Catwalk too, to make things a bit tougher for the side of EVOS to go on a retake. Keller not springing his trap just yet, may be able to catch Raffin off guard. There's the kill. However, Catwalk is being controlled still by Gaimin to make the retake harder. Spoxy knows that Keller's out towards long. He has taken the life of his teammate. It will be looking with a sniper of his own. Flashes up and over, but
good
Keller
shot.
to find the better of him. Lion Claw and Dezane double stacking towards Catwalk. Good for one. Keller has to swing. Good double stack. Dezane with a good spray down, and now the timer ticking down on towards the C4. Not gonna cut it. Can't defuse the bomb. Has all the kills, but no defuse means Gaimin will find their 5th round.
Very good delay. Flex is letting him hear it. EVOS was also talking earlier, so Flex is also giving his own answers. And EVOS stuck on this GR side. Elvin, KSA, and Yobib. The big three that we expected to perform here is having a hard time. Keller now rocking his own sniper this time. They're going to run that double sniper setup. As they should. I feel like they need more solid anchors on this A site more than anything.
More than anything, indeed. And I feel like Gaimin has Black Widow under their control, really enough. As opposed to our expectations before coming into this matchup, Black Widow surely is Philippines.
Keller, though, posted up on the A site. Will try to help Yobib with that smoke, but Spoxy will get spotted. Good crouch angle for Keller so far. Taking out 3 with the TRG, but Lion Claw finally tames him. Flex and Lion Claw, last 2 left alive. As Keller, that switch to the TRG might have just been the key for them to get back into this game. But job's not finished. Flex will get some damage with KSA with the fast taps. And will get him down as well. And KSA wanting to answer Flex as well. I'm not going to translate that.
What is that?
Nope.
I mean, there's a, you know, a way of saying that probably in a more mild way.
It is one of the milder ones for sure.
If you were to water it down a bit further in English.
You thought.
Okay.
You thought. You
think.
You thought. In past tense of think.
You
But
thought about it.
He thought about it.
You never got it. 5 on 3 though. Still a round remains on the first half.
Whole lot of thinking to do.
Whole lot of thinking for sure. And EVOS is going to be enjoying Keller's sniper coming in handy for the past round. Could
BL is going to be interesting actually.
Surely. But Gaimin will be pumping the brake for a little bit. Will be playing a little bit slower than the last round. Finally getting their foot in a long. Keller has enjoyed his position. But this time by Staircase is getting flashes. Not going to cut it.
Raffin fell. So he couldn't clear Keller here. Zetra's going to fall. The no-scope from Keller. He will get both. Yobib with a trade. 1 versus 3. Spoxy, the best sniper in Yumena. Can he do anything about this situation? 1 minute and 12 on the clock. C4 is down in long. Quickscope not going to hit. And KSA is going to stand up. 5 and 4. And Blacklist will be in the hands of EVOS. Gaimin going to have to step up in this defense. Well, that they can. Raffin's hitting some really good shots. And Spoxy as well has been hitting some lethal ones. So it is going to be them two who's doing most of the work. Keller, though, generational performance from the captain. 13 and 7. Elvin going on in, and he's going to get Raffin. Lion Claw attempting to go aggressive in this B Watcher's position. But there's one more. Flex is going to get Elvin eventually, but Kellar will spot him out. Better timing. Zane and Spoxy, the only 2 left alive, but noise has been made. Do they know about Kellar? He's around the corner. Zane does get the peek. Zetra looking down, but look at the amount of time they have distracted the last 2 players, plus that's information for them as well.
I mean, still retakeable down to a 2-on-2. Now, going in towards Waters and even going for a further flank. Keller is going to full send it towards Spawn. It seems Spoxy does gun him in a 180. Needs to find Yobib. The time on C4 taps it. Sees Yobib with the nades out in the hands. The nades are flying his way as well. He's going to have to stick to C4. Yobib is just being the pain in the butt. And there's no time. Yobib gets the kill, and we are tied once again to 5 on 5. And oh boy, aren't these Filipinos getting vocal right now?
There we go. 0-2's getting involved. You know how Gaimin loves to go loud as well in this game, and my god, the decibels are off the roof. Chengdu is getting a bit noisy here. EVOS, first blood in this second half, and this is what I was saying, man. This is going to be a very interesting PL side for the side of EVOS. Full push in towards B Waters, but here comes the reaction from KSA. They're going to try to cut it off. This Zane caught reloading. Flex is caught in the spawn side as well. Spoxy going to have to hit some insane shots. Quick scope will get the shot as well. And that's what I was talking about, but there is a sniper on that long side. Raffin 3 headshots in a row, and that could do it, but Elvin's going to end it right then and there, and that is a time out for Gaimin Gladiators.
EVOS just being able to break through the defense by Gaimin Gladiators like hot knife through butter. Got 2 rounds in a row, and now, out of desperation, calls the timeout. It's going to be Gaimin. Still not a long shot ahead for both of these teams. Very evenly matched, but the last 2 rounds did seem all EVOS' way. And this timeout is going to allow 0-2 to speak to his team as well.
And you can see Spoxy, despite all the noise that's being created from the other side of the
Read
server.
this as well, please.
I don't know, he's blocking his mouth. It's kind of hard.
How about this?
He's like, guys, you need to calm down.
The pressure really building on here.
Zane has a migraine, man. He's been holding that head of his for the entire game.
He's trying to focus.
And then you see on the very tail end, you can see Spoxy smiling. Maybe it is reminding them of those LAN games back home.
When the pressure really kicks in, that's when you really perform out. Sometimes players do need a bit of pressure. And this is the perfect time. They're down a map, down around.
EVOS trying to...
Would it be a better time for them to get it going, isn't it, for Gaimin?
For sure. EVOS activating Rage Bait mode and is trying to draw those full-on pushes from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. But look at this.
Keller.
KLR, 15 and 9, generational from the captain.
Let's see how this timeout is going to work wonders for Gaimin on their defense. Hasn't been able to hold it down the last couple rounds, and EVOS just being able to break it. But
they're going to slow it down.
After the pause, let's see if they are capable of doing so once again. They're going to be stacking themselves outside of B. Pot shots being thrown as well.
What are you doing?
Only 2 players holding it will be Flex and Lion Claw, and Flex is going to be on more of a flex position, no pun intended. There he is on the rotation through mid.
This is
looking towards B.
A questionable setup for Gaimin.
I mean, we will find out in just a moment as the line up of the nades are being thrown any moment soon. The smoke as well from Lion Claw is going to hold it down. Here comes the go sign. Lion Claw is knocked out in an instant as Flex has joined up for the defense himself. Will be taken out as well, and all for, unfortunately for Gaimin, that's another bomb site lost.
I mean, the Zane may have gotten one, but the nades are absolutely insane. Spoxy, though. Spoxy is in a very good spot. But they do hear someone from that window position. Keller is going to relay that information to the rest of the team. Do not peek from the window A, except for Zetra. He doesn't listen. But that was the exact time to not listen to your captain, Dezane, the only one left alive. And all we can hear is EVOS letting the Gaimin Gladiators know the war cry is here. And EVOS got to let him hear. No. Sit down, KSA. Not yet. Not yet. It's not the match point.
I'm just thinking to myself how you were talking about how these teams are capable of losing from 9-0.
I know. That's why I'm telling you to sit down. Chill out, man.
Now 0-2 doesn't have a timeout to use, I believe, as well. I think both timeouts has been spent, right?
For
I'm
sure.
not wrong.
Both
so
on both sides, yeah.
He can't hold the horses yet. Can't say don't get too excited to yourself. Another B push being cooked up, and this time GG is outside of waters.
Double flash.
Lion Claw is knocked out in a blink of an eye. Raffin is going to be taken out too, but it's going to be Flex and Dezane to find the piece each.
Good enough.
Down to 3v2. The retake is coming in, but the C4 is yet to be picked up by Zetra. Look at the position though from Keller. He's going to get knocked out way too deep in there outside of B. Down to 2v2. What is going to be the mid-round end game plan here for EVOS?
KSA needs to not make noise, that's for sure. Oh, KSA, but he gets spotted by Flex.
That's the C4.
C4 forgotten on the site, so it's all on the Wonder Kid.
But we've seen Zetra pull off in port in a 1v2. Bit of luck on his side as well, but
Spoxy
is able to see Spoxy. Bit of luck right there for sure. Sees Flex as well.
He's gonna re-challenge.
Plenty of time as well. Minute 10 seconds. The re-challenge is
coming
through. Oh! The timing so close yet so far. The C4 still under control by Flex, making things a little bit tougher for the side of Zetra.
The timings are crazy. I mean, Flex, he knows that Zetra is going to come from this B position. But who is going to hit who first? The USP versus the EPR. Flex is spotted! Flex is spotted, and your back is turned, and Zetra's going to get you. 8-5, only a single round for Gaimin in the second half. And EVOS 2 points away from sealing that top 6.
Absolute work by EVOS.
Oh. Zetra will get the kill. Raven will get both Iobib and KSA.
Seemingly a bit more doable round for Gaimin, isn't it? But Elvin has found himself in underpass. And how the hell is he there?
The Elvin timing.
How is he getting back behind windows? This is crucial. I don't think Spoxy realizes this as well. Elvin is going to silent drop, sees the Zane, but the shots aren't ringing true. Keller does spring in time, gets both kills, opens up the bomb site, and now drops towards underpass. There's Line Claw from windows.
Oh my god,
as well.
hitting everything!
And Raffin is going to be the last one standing in a 1v2.
The Keller generational series. If it's anyone to do it, if it is the captain. Zetra, though, in a bad spot, has his back turned. But Zetra does have the better weapon. Keller gonna go for the bait. But Zetra is gonna decide to plant the C4 instead. And look at this, Raffin paranoid about that backside. And Zetra will get the better of him. 9-5, and it seems like KSA, not yet. Don't pull the trigger on that word yet, brother.
Not yet for sure, and looks like it's going to be EVOS to be able to find that map point and the series point. And Gaimin is going to be at risk. Fast long aggression sneaky. Can your brothers come in hot and take the series into their own hands?
KSA, he is gonna get that shot. Line Claw will fall. Flex, though, somehow, some way in here, but KSA killing everybody. But look at the timing. Look at the timing from Raffin staring at KSA here. I wonder if they're going to check Raffin's position, and that they do.
They did, indeed.
But the HP bars, man.
Imagine Flex getting that double kill with a nade. Possibility still rings. But EVOS will go for the reset smartly. They know it's a 2v2. And relying off of Zetra's sniper, they want to find that 2v1. If possible. Going for the split, though. What is the estimation here?
I mean, if Zetra can somehow get the Zane here off of pillars, it is a possibility. Oh, Zetra's going to flash for a short as well. But that's not going to fool anyone, though.
Still, it might allow for the cross of Iobib in towards B with the C4.
Could be a good setup.
It definitely could be a good setup. He's trying to sell the fakes for Iobib, buying the room, buying the time. Zetra sees the Zane now. He's alive. Barely alive.
Stay in the corner. Stay in the corner, gang.
He's got 1 HP. He's got a single HP, and that's a free plant for Iobib. I'm not sure if Gaimin is aware of this. Zetra gets 1. And Sneaky, you take the honor of the 2v1.
My god, Flex is going to get Zetra, but the timing is real. Iobib does have the death cam, so Zetra is communicating where this exact position is being taken. Iobib going to go for the backwards bunny hop. No noise being made whatsoever. Diffuse going to be there. Flex not going to get spotted, but he goes for the full swing.
Dream on. Gaimin slowly but surely catching up to EVOS. Gonna be 6-9. 3 more rounds to be found. And up until Zetra got the drop with the quick scope on towards the player on A bomb side, we thought this was all EVOS' way, and then Flex with the full swing, getting the kill. Gets the job done. Tough one, but he did it. Once again, round number 16, potentially the last round of the series. Can EVOS mark it?
Elvin's going to try to get an odd timing here. etc. Switching his spots, no longer on that long position. Will try to get Dezane with this quick scope. Unscopes just in time. Dezane still in that corner. Nade not gonna hit him.
Zane's gonna fall back in time as well. But look at this duo push in towards long. Sneaky already up on top of Wonderfest. KSA swings. Could get the kills, but it's gonna be Hubip to find the frag as well. All of a sudden, Gaimin is shaking. Absolutely shaking. They are gonna be playing a 4v2. Flex goes down, Refton goes down, and EVOS will shut down the series in a 3-1. Black Widow surely goes back into the hands of the Filipino players, and KSA is just playing out of his mind.
And with that, EVOS ARC take the victory in this best of 5, 3-1, and they take down Black Widow 10-6 with an excellent performance from a lot of the different members, not just in the game, but also on the stage, giving them the shushing motion, just telling them to shut up. Maybe some trash talk was going on before the matches, but I'm sure we'll hear from them in a little bit.
For sure. Started to fly during game 2 as well. I heard some screams on stage. I was like, oh. Oh no!
You don't want to, you definitely didn't want to translate that to me.
It's begun. I saw some words that were flying, and yes, at most I could translate is they thought that they could win up against EVOS, but not up against KEL-R. Generational performance for him for all 3 games of 1.50 KD, 128 ADR, 1.12 kill per round. The captain doing it for his team.
Yeah, I mean, if you're leading the team, might as well as do some heavy lifting as well. He definitely and surely lifted the weights to save his team against one of the top teams like Gaimin Gladiators and turn out a series 3-1. We are going to go back in the green room after this to talk about the translation because I want to know what the heck was going on. But we momentarily saw on the pause as well that KSA wanted to stand up and shout, but he instantly sat down for the hesitation.
He doesn't want to knock it.
I'm gonna ask KSA afterwards.
You could?
Yeah.
He's gonna definitely answer you, man. But man, what a series!
What a series for sure.
Series, Brendan.
You can see right here too, Brendan. 10-7, 7-10, 10-13, and then 10-6.
Yeah, it was just so close. I actually thought Black Widow was going to go the way of Gaimin Gladiators, but EVOS just fighting back. It was a good start from Gaimin, but it wasn't enough. I mean, that was just it's kind of what we expected, right? We thought it was going to be close. A lot of people favoring EVOS, but also some Preds over to the side of Gaimin Gladiators. And to be honest, you know, if they played a little bit better with how close it was, maybe they could have taken it down. But it wasn't meant to be. EVOS barely get across, and that means that we are going to have 2 Filipino teams moving on to the next stage of the upper bracket. So crazy stuff.
Valid chance,
pretty good.
Valid chance for your region to be present in the very grand finals.
Hey, you said it, not me. You said it, not me.
We don't have the power to curse the
we
Filipino
can't.
teams, yeah.
Like, it's your region, so we're gonna stay away from it for a little bit.
Even the Chinese casters, you know, would like to agree. Some of the other players would like to agree as well that this could be the year where we might see you know, a top 2 finish from one of the Filipino teams. And, you know, I'm not knocking it just yet. I'm not saying they're going to lift the trophy for the event, but this is probably the best shot that we have had in a while in lifting the trophy, because the last time that we had a significant win in the entire CFS ecosystem was that 2018 CFGI. And, you know, it's been a few years. It's been a fair few years.
Yeah, about 7.
About 7.
About 7.
Maybe 6.
Yeah.
Maybe 6, 7, somewhere around there. You never know what's going to happen, but definitely a prominent shot for Philippines to make a wave, to make a comeback. Vietnamese region was treated as number 2 for a while, but they have been falling apart coming to this year's grand finals. Twisted Minds was knocked out, and then also Team Falcons just not being able to make it alive out from the group stage. So EVOS ARC versus Gaimin Gladiators. The conclusion was Gaimin will be pushed back out towards the losers brackets, and EVOS ARC will proceed to the winners playoffs to play against one of the top Chinese teams.
Now, yeah, I do want to mention that because EVOS ARC has defeated ROCK Esports. They also took down Virtus Pro. Those are a couple of teams that we expected to be pretty good, right? We expected Gaimin Gladiators to be pretty good, but their next matchup is going to be one that is going to be up against an excellent team, either AG or XROCK. It's not going to be easy. I think it's going to be their first difficult test and their first Chinese team in this entire tournament. So EVOS ARC, they've had a lot of time to really build up and get really confident and start shouting across the stage and stuff like that. But I am curious about how that matchup is going to go to see if they can also challenge Chinese teams, because we know that Stallions can do it. We've already seen it a couple of times, so got to wait and see if EVOS ARC has that ability as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Absolutely. I feel like this is definitely the year where AG is still the final boss. If I'm not mistaken, you know, XROCK definitely does have a chance to go up against the AG squad. Granted, it is going to be a bit erratic, but judging from what I saw in the CFS Grand Finals back in China, you know, it is going to be a very difficult task, considering, you know, you have the best player in every role basically on HG. So it is going to be very, very tough. So I hope to see some curveballs coming in from XROCK. Maybe, you know, a cheeky, you know, Black Widow, faster pace kind of game, similar to what we saw from Gaimin actually at the start of this series. So hopefully we see something like that. I don't want to see a full sweep.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a full sweep, it's going to be disappointing, although that has been what we've been seeing so far in the regional finals, and All Gamers is the final boss, so they kind of just, they make it pretty quick most of the time, but hopefully things are a little bit different here at the grand finals just to make the best of 5s interesting. That being said, definitely the big favorites to win this entire tournament, so everybody who does go up against them, even if they lose, it's not that big of a deal, especially because it is double elimination before, of course, you get to the grand finals, if you do get to the grand finals. If you get to the grand finals against AG and you lose there, that's pretty unfortunate. But, you know, that's, you feel that way about losing to any team. So we'll have to wait and see if AG even make it there. You know, last year we talked about ZQ and how he wasn't there, and AG only got 6th, but now ZQ is back, and they are certainly at full power. So expecting them to win the next matchup, and then expecting them to, if that does happen, they will go up against EVOS ARC. So not going to be easy, but exciting nonetheless here in the upper bracket.
I mean, rightfully, EVOS ARC has had the hard fights, had to climb uphill battles, and surprisingly enough to me and you guys, they survived even against Gaimin Gladiators, and now having to face against either All Gamers or XROCK, give or take, they're both top Chinese teams, and it's not going to be easy fighting off against one another. Another uphill battle presented in front of us, which is going to happen in 2 days' time. Of course, the predictions from talents and the AI are going to be favoring one of the Chinese teams, but hey, whoever writes the story is going to be the players, and, you know, EVOS ARC could just write one Odyssey out of this one.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is going to be a very, very good litmus test for EVOS, especially, right? Granted that, you know, it has been quite the good run coming in from them, but just like how we did say, you know, they have yet to face any Chinese team in the tournament, and they might face the Chinese team in the tournament, of course. So this could be kind of a test on how good this team really is compared to the upper echelon of CrossFire talent. But, you know, so far we are seeing some very good shots, very good macro coming in from them. You know, they can play within the chaos, and their mid-rounding has been very, very good, thanks to KLR, who's also fragging out of his mind. So they're going to have to bring this kind of form into that next series, but play a lot better.
Generational performance from Keller. Like Sneaky has mentioned, this guy has been lifting the weight for the team as the captain, has to lead an IGL at the same time frag out 3 tasks all in one.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching this guy, and it was very obvious that he was on something today. Just an incredible streak going his way, and hope he continues with this level of play. We'll have to see. As let's jump into the highlights in the interview right now.
Another team officially moves forward in our playoffs. EVOS ARC gets the big win over Gaimin Gladiators. The Philippines region looking very dominant and strong, of course, with the likes of the Stallions up at the top. With match MVP and IGL of Keller. Plus, we got Coach 02 also on the stage. Boys, welcome. Great to see you. Wonderful series. Let me ask you, Keller, you beat Rock, you beat GG. Are you the EU MENA dominators?
I think totoo. Totoo yun. Kami ang domination. Yun yung tingin ko.
Okay, so I think it's true that we are the daddy of the West. Is that West? That is the Western region.
Yeah.
And they beat us so badly, like in the past couple of international tournaments. Now we are their daddy.
Now you are the daddy, as you heard it here first from 02 and of course Keller himself. But I gotta say, regardless of how good you looked during that series, it still was tough. You had to go through the gauntlet in order to get that win. So many clutch moments. What made that series, or I guess I should say, what was the toughest portions of that series for you and your roster?
I think is the map 1 because yun, doon kami nahirapan, di kami agad nakapag-adapt. Nahirapan kami sobra. Pero yun, ginalingan namin sa mga sumusunod na map.
I think it's the map 1 because we were surprised of how they play. They played fast and we got shocked and awed, but we got it under control. But it was too late because we didn't have enough timeout in the end in the OT. Did you go OT? Yeah, in the OT. So yeah, but I'm happy that we got it under control in the next 3 maps.
And Keller, how did you remain composed during those clutch moments? Because Gaimin Gladiators are pulling off rounds that they should not have gotten.
Paano ka raw naging parang matatag sa mga clutch situation mo kanina kasi ikaw yung mga nagka-clutch kanina eh. Tapos yung mga clutch moments.
Sa tingin ko kasi nadalihan kami sobra basahin yung kalaban. Wala naman masyadong pinakita maganda yung kalaban. Kaya nadalihan kami sobra. Kaya ganun na lang siguro kadali basahin sa clutch situation. Walang nagbabago eh kahit anong mangyari.
So he felt confident because it was easy for him to read as an IGL, the opponent. But what made him very confident is like he knows that the opponent became afraid in the end, so that made it easy for him to read the GG.
Okay, I got you. Well, speaking of IGL, it's a great talking point, transition point rather, because Kelly, you are the IGL. However, Salvatore over on the Filipino casting side did mention, and he wanted me to ask, even though you're an IGL, you're also one of the more dominant slayers this series. Was that something you set out to do, or was it something that just happened?
Kahit daw IGL ka, ba't kumakarni ka? So ano ba yan? Talaga ba na-plano mo yan? Na-practice mo yan? O talagang tsumamba ka lang ngayon?
Tingin ko tsamba lang kasi alam mo na, yung mga killer ko, yung mga kampi ko, pabuhat sa IGL. Mga pabuhat.
Alright, so you will love this. I think it was just all about luck, but my teammates, they want me to call and they want me to kill. So I'll do everything for them. So yeah, but it was luck. You think it was luck? Yeah, you think it's luck, but yeah, it is what it is.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and speaking of luck, or maybe even more so skill, coming up next, you're going to have to face either XROCK or AG. 2 dominant rosters. How are you feeling about that? And more importantly, who would you rather play against if you had a choice?
Sino ba gusto mong kalaban? AG or XROCK?
Kung sino man nanalo sa kanila, handa kami kahit sino sa kanila. paghahandaan namin sila.
So whoever wins, we're gonna be ready for them.
Fair enough. And let me ask you this, because Stallions are doing quite well, but there's a rumor developing that a certain team, maybe even on this very stage, have become the villains of a certain region.
So tayo daw ba ang kontrabida dun sa region natin?
Oo, totoo yun.
Yeah, it's true and we embrace it.
Okay, embrace it. Do you think it gives you fuel to the fire for your roster? You're okay being the villains.
So, tingin mo ba yung nagpapaapoy sa roster natin at okay lang sa'yo na ayaw sa'yo ng ibang ng bansa natin?
Oo, totoo yun. Kasi hindi namin kailangan na gustuin nyo kami para manalo kami. Kaya namin kahit wala kayo.
So, we don't need anyone else to like us. As long as we like each other, we know that we can win this.
Okay, I like it. Obviously, Stallions are at the top. Maybe we get a match there. It's going to be a little bit. You still got to get through XROCK and AG. Kelly, I'm going to hand it back to you one more time. Shout out who you want to shout out, because you've worked hard to get to the stage.
Shoutout nga pala sa pamilya ko dyan at sa asawa ko. Maraming salamat sa suporta nyo. Ganun din sa Arcilla family at sa mga manginginom dyan. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Ganun din sa mga kaibigan ko. Alam nyo na kung sino kayo, di ko na kayo isa-isahin. Salamat sa inyo.
I'll translate?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so he wants to shout out his family, his wife, and Batang Tondo, all the Tondo boys or Tondo supporters. And of course, I want to shout out my wife and my daughter for supporting us. And of course, our translator, Mike and Jeannie. And of course, to you, my man, thank you. You've always been fun. And I want to shout out the Philippine CrossFire community. I mean, I know right now you guys are supporting us, so we appreciate that. But yeah, let's be one just for now. Okay, shout out Philippines.
There it is. Shout out to the Philippines. Shout out to EVOS. A big win. They move forward. The villains looking to conquer and dominate every single roster they come across. That's Keller and, of course, Coach 02. We'll be seeing them again, I'm sure of it. Coming up next, though, two Titans will battle against each other in our first match of the playoffs. It's all gamers going against XROCK when we come back.
听力口试中，世界逐渐变得安静。医生告诉我，我患上了神经性耳鸣和听觉障碍。从那天起，世界一点一点地远离了我。但是，仍有一样东西留在我身边，那就是穿越火线。当我再次打开游戏的那一刻，世界重新有了声音。在那片世界里，我重新开始呼吸。就在那时，我认识了包括兔酱的很多小伙伴，他们一点一点照亮了我心中的黑暗。于是我下定决心亲自去见他们。2018年在南京举办的 CFS 上，我见到了他们。虽然害怕，但那一步改变了我的人生。穿越火线对我来说不只是游戏，而是一扇通向世界的门。
那是穿越火线 CF 在中国网吧里掀起热潮的时代。 我也几乎每天都在网吧里玩 CF。有一天，一个男生主动跟我搭话，从那之后，我们每天都会一起在网吧里玩 CF。就这样，我们的缘分从 CF 开始，一直延续下去。我们相恋，分享了许多美好的回忆，最终走进了婚姻的殿堂。但这并不是结束，我们去了吉林省度蜜月，还参加了百城联赛，甚至拿下了冠军。CF 对我来说是创造了无数回忆的珍贵存在。现在，我们带着那些美好的记忆，和2个儿子一起过着幸福的生活。对我们一家来说，CF 就是我们的青春本身。
2008年，那时候的我还是一个迷茫又叛逆的孩子，直到我遇见了《穿越火线》，是这款游戏把我从混乱中拉了回来。第一次参加 WCG 预选赛，那是改变我人生的重要时刻。我还拿下了金枪王的称号，但我没有选择强队，而是坚持陪在我身边的队友。这个选择也成为我一生的缘分。许多年过去了，我依然没有离开这片赛场。为了生活，我白天在超市工作，晚上则叫年轻选手们追逐他们的梦想。如今，我带出来的孩子已经站上了职业舞台，在踢馆赛中以教练的身份登场时，那一刻，属于我17年的努力都亮了起来。虽然我们最终遗憾落败，但那天我轻拍他们的肩膀，安慰他们，没关系，我们的路还会继续。我是火线人。未来的17年，我也会继续走下去。谢谢你，穿越火线。今后，我的旅程也会继续向前。
小时候，我总是和朋友们一起玩 CF， 我太喜欢 CF 了，所有比赛都不会错过。看到那些热情的解说，我也渐渐的被解说这个梦想所吸引了。就这样 ，CF 自然而然地融进了我的生活。长大后，我的目标始终只有一个，成为一名 CF 官方解说。所以，我每天都会分析比赛。每当 CFS 举办，我都会去现场向我敬佩的解说老师们学习，也会一起拍照留念。直到有一天，我能站在那个舞台，用我的声音去讲述比赛。在那之前，我的梦想绝不会停止。
It's day 4 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, and those who are only bold enough to dare to dominate will succeed.
Gotcha. And welcome ball for the opponent's defense. We're so happy to fly into the flying. Stick him up here.
Down the stairs, he gets himself some good damage and he finished off his early work onto Kimbum, and that might be.
Let's go.
Should have been next to impossible. Second mouse is dead here. He's dead to with Carrot trying to take 5.
10-2, and that is that. Stallions, the first game in the playoffs is an easy.
Evolution power. This is it.
First, look who it is, who has put first. We're looking for the last one towards MG, but it's
Who has any spots? Both Silva and Feifei, and actually
wait. And MG's gonna get knocked out. already.
Oh my god, that's an entry.
Alcazia have to go out this aggressive.
It's added. Alcazia is taken down. EP chops them. That's going to be 3 maps taken in a row by Evolution Power Gaming.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, he dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot! After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
The last quarterfinal is upon us, and it brings a domestic rivalry to the international stage. One of the top contenders in the scene, prepared, polished, and entering their first match of the tournament with championship expectation already on their shoulders. All Gamers! And across from them, a team carrying 2 strong wins from the group stage, determined to push further than ever before. XROCK! What started in their region now continues here with higher stakes. Quarterfinal match 4 begins now.
Thank you so much, Reflections, for that great intro of our 2 teams. We got AG up against XROCK. I am Valdez, with me is Naokai and Elfish Guy now for the second series of the day. And yeah, this is going to be a big one. It's China versus China. It's AG versus XROCK. AG has a huge winning record against this team. But before we go any further, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CrossFire. Also, big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner, Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor and 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with 0 delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion. Thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, support, your win.
You practice that in the shower?
What?
Do you practice that?
I have practiced it a lot.
Yeah, it's becoming quite seamless.
Against my will, just every day. You know, I am forced to read the sponsors.
When you close your eyes at night, it just like keeps going.
I have
Think
memorized
about that
some of it. Yeah.
support. There we go.
Swift peaks, instant flicks. All Gamers coming on in here, and yeah, they're pretty good, guys. I don't know what to say. Like, they're the best team.
Yes, these guys are the favorites coming in towards this tournament, and this is a good opportunity now for them to kind of prove why everyone is so hyped on them. You know, we kind of at the start of this entire tournament, we had the predictions of what people thought. AG were at least, what, 90% of the picks. There was a couple of biases here and there, and a couple of people who maybe went for like regional hopefuls kind of vibes. But, you know, to be frank, AG the side that we look towards, and there's so much to like here. You know, Do is mechanically probably one of the best players that we've got, you know, in the entire world. A guy who I think can quite consistently take over in the server. ZQ, another name that's just been around for such a long time as well. But there's just so much to like about this side. But the big thing for AG just always comes down to consistency for the side. They always keep finding this level, and the hope is that they can come in towards the tournament and just carry on as it has been all year long. EWC, winning of their belt was fantastic. Regional finals as well, a pretty seamless wins all the way throughout. They just look quite clean in doing so, and they've now really managed to bridge this gap above the sides that are close to them. Your EPs and your Baishas, they've quite consistently now said, we are actually just better, not only domestically now, but also internationally too.
Yeah, I mean, they've got such a great winning record internationally, don't they? I mean, 2021 champions, second in 2022. They made their grand final as well in 2023. Missed out last year in 2024. That was probably the biggest surprise for us. Last year in particular, just generally a pretty poor year as far as all gamers are concerned. Just that top 2 placing in a Summer Championship. But we'll see how they go again today. And of course, playing up against XROCK, which is another Chinese roster. This is the first China versus China matchup that we're going to get in this iteration of CrossFire Stars 2025. It'd be an interesting one because so far throughout the playoffs, we've actually seen every single group stage team get themselves a dub. XROCK is the group stage team in this matchup. Are they going to be able to get themselves the upset? I think it would be a massive upset if they did against All Gamers, but certainly something to be said for the fact that they have had a bit of an opportunity to kind of ease their way into this tournament. And we'll see if that bodes well for them going into this match against AG.
Yeah, well, I will say ease is maybe even a bit of a loose term. They were in the group of death, right? You know, it was like the question of, do we get Falcons back to their form? We all sort of thought that was going to happen, and that was the case. But that Liquid win, I think in particular, is actually really quite impressive. We were quite impressed with Liquid against Falcons. I think they just had a really decent idea, good game plan. Individuals looked quite sharp as well, and that was one of those ones where if Liquid had come away with a win, we would not have been surprised at all. So the fact that XROCK were able to do it is pretty damn huge for them. Head-to-head scores throughout this year, XROCK have only won once, and in doing so as well, it was also in a game which wasn't of the highest of stakes, and it was still a 3-mapper, but every other time it has gone the way of AG, and they've done it without dropping a map since.
I think what's more damning is the fact that they haven't dropped a map in the most regular season of CFPL. They beat them 1-0 in the group stage, and then 3-0, and then 3-0 in the knockout stage. So realistically speaking, you're not looking at a great track record there for XROCK. Yeah, there's a precedent to say, hey, they might be able to take a map here or there, but I think realistically speaking, if we once we get to that predictions graphic, you really should see a unanimous AG prediction. It's just a question of, you know, whether or not maybe XROCK's going to be able to take a map tonight. Anyone predicting more than just even a singular map, I think, is probably on some kind of cope. So we'll see what that ends up looking like. But yeah, definitely a very favorable matchup historically for AG, although things obviously do change when we get onto an international stage like this one. And again, bearing in mind, XROCK have had the opportunity to sort of work their way into this tournament a little bit more so, obviously, than AG have so far. But there is a reason why we have such faith in AG, and it's not just the organization, but the team as well. Like, the experience on that roster is just phenomenal, really, across the board. So it's very hard to back against them, to be honest.
They are #1 in the power rankings for a reason, and we're going to take a look at the key players here. It is ZQ up against Sunny. Sunny having an excellent start to this tournament, both best of threes that he played. He was doing a lot of carrying. He was entrying. He was, even from the GR side, he was playing aggressively, getting some insane sprays down. But ZQ is like the final puzzle piece for the side of AG. He really completes the squad, and with him, they are super successful. We saw that graphic earlier today, and without them, I mean, you know, not quite as good. I mean, they're still good, but without ZQ, it does feel like they're missing a piece. So now that he's back, it's really everybody's kind of on the hype train, and everybody has gone for AG. Wow. We do see 1-3-2, which is Binyayang. Everybody else is 3-1, except a couple of guys going for 3-0, including you, Naokai.
Am I the only one? It was 3-0. Oh, no,
no,
Fam as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could see a 3-0. Like, I don't think that's an unreasonable prediction at all. Obviously, you know, you see the last two most recent results between these two teams being 3-0 the way of AG. The only reason I've kind of gone for the 3-1 is that there was enough close maps in those 3-0s to make me think, yeah, if one round goes the wrong way, that could actually be the difference between a 3-1 or a 3-0. So yeah, a couple of 10-8s in both of those 3-0s. It leads me to believe that this will be a competitive 3-0 if it is a 3-0, but I'm thinking, you know, maybe XROCK, with that little bit of momentum coming through from the group stage, will be able to snag at least a map here.
Yeah, exactly. And here's talking about the maps as well. We were just saying that Eagle Eye was pretty close. They've had quite a few 10-8s when they played in the past, but the sub base and the Black Widow, they were pretty one-sided. And the big actually question for me is coming into one, do XROCK actually try and change the veto? You've had 2 cracks in the best of 5, been 3-0 both times, same exact veto as well. Do you actually now say, right, lesson learned, we've given it a second try and it's still not worked out, and it's still actually been as kind of one-sided in a sense? Do we now try and throw a couple of spanners in the works? Or do we maybe not even, you know, same permaban, for example, but one of those later floating maps, bring it earlier in the pool, maybe kind of let a Black Widow and a sub-base go later down the line and actually take into the fact that, like a new compound, right, or something along those lines, where to try and put some pressure on. I really do wonder how that veto process will go, but I think for AG, regardless of where it goes, they can be pretty confident, right? They don't really have a lot of weaknesses in terms of map pools for them. It's really, when it comes down to AG, is actually, do we get the individual stepping up?
I would say if I'm XROCK here, it's better than the enemy you know than the enemy you don't. I think the fact that you've got 10-8 a couple of times on Eagle Eye, you're probably going to angle towards that one once again. And I think you'd look at that map and say, we were so close. There was only really 1 or 2 little minor things that have really made a difference there. So I don't know that they're necessarily going to look to change that ban and pick up all that much. I would expect we're going to see a very similar veto coming out today.
So we talked about their success over at EWC. That is with ZQ back in the roster. They returned to championship form. Can that momentum carry into CFS Grand Finals? I would say yes. A lot of us would say yes. I think that this guy is one of the best talents of CrossFire of all time in ZQ. And On the other side, Chao's return continues to matter. His return reshaped XROCK into China's #2 seed for the Grand Finals. His leadership and past Grand Finals experience are steering XROCK forward. And Chao was also great. You know, we mentioned Sunny, but Chao was also putting up big numbers.
I was going to mention as well, you know, when we were talking about Sunny, you know, for this XROCK side, to find real form in towards this series and to really be able to kind of basically pull off an upset, they actually do need a few superstars to step up. Chao statistically has actually been one of the highest rated players for XROCK in this tournament so far. He's looked really good. He's looked quite confident. I just think as well, it's really good signs when you get an IGO who can kind of call around yourself, right, and rely upon him to actually be able to deliver mechanically as well. So this side have a lot of different kind of areas of where they can find firepower, but they need them, right? And not only do they need them, they actually need them at kind of like 120%, right? This is what is required to take down AG. Even if AG aren't at full force yet, I think they probably kind of will scale up in towards this best of 5 a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if cutting in towards map number 1 it's a little slow, you know, as they're kind of warming up in towards this environment and stage and whatnot. I still look towards this and saying we need to be out the gates flying for XROCK if they even want a chance of really putting pressure on here. And even then, it might not be enough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult for them. I think it's difficult for anyone, but you know, they have a lot of experience against AG, and hopefully with the great run they've had so far, not dropping a map, and honestly looking very strong, I feel like they've really earned that respect as a #2 seed, whereas, you know, a lot of people would be looking at Evolution Power Gaming and saying maybe they're the second best team actually, even though XROCK is the second seed. I do think that XROCK, getting out of that group of death with how they were able to perform, really deserve a lot of respect, and hopefully they can make this interesting up against AG. We're going to head over to the band pick. You guys have fun on the cast.
Well, thank you, Valdez. Let's get the show on the road. It's like we said, we've had very similar vetoes, so I do wonder how this one will look. XROCK get the first ban, so that's pretty interesting. First ban, of course, for them. We've actually seen so far in our previous series, Jordan, it's actually the team who are the kind of like playoff already team who've actually had the first ban, first picks.
Well, it's not going to be too surprising as a ban. Port coming through for XROCK. That was their ban in the previous couple of BO5s. New Mexico, again, following the same trajectory here. So if we're to continue with the same veto process, which it seems that we are, we'll be looking for an Eagle Eye pick here from XROCK as their first map, and
Sub-base Black Widow, those two to follow.
Black Widow will be the pick by AG, and then Sub-base for XROCK, and then
there we go.
More than likely Ankara for map 4, new compound left as the decider. Let's
this
see if
is
we
where
get
I
that.
wanted that new compound to come in a little earlier for XROCK.
Yeah.
Maybe even map 3, right?
But put it this way, you've only lost 10-8 on the last 2 matchups you've played on Eagle Eye. Surely you look at that and think that's
Eagle
a
Eye
map that we can
stays
win.
for sure. I'm talking about
That's
here,
a change
right?
up, by the way.
That is a change up. Ankara coming early, but again, I don't mind it because I would personally say that they're the best Ankara team in the world. I mean, it's always a team that there's always the map that they punish a lot of international teams on. I think domestically, a lot of the Chinese sides have kind of figured out how they play Ankara because they just play so relentlessly quick, but I just wonder about XROCK now for this pick, right? Do you bring something in a little earlier just to kind of change it up a little bit? But they're going to go for that Black Widow. And, you know, historically, he's not been super good.
Well, yeah, it's interesting that they do pick the Black Widow there because that was, you know, traditionally the pick of AG in their first pick. So they know that that's going to be a map that AG are pretty comfortable with.
Do you reckon they were prepped for it and expecting it to get picked in map 2?
Potentially.
And then they were like, we actually really do want this in now.
And I also think that, you again, if you go back and you look at the grand final of CFPL, that was also a map that was really close. Both Eagle Eye and Black Widow were 10-8, and XROCK only just losing those 2 maps. Got to feel like they were in with a shot on both of them, so that'll be why they've gone in that direction. So at this point, it's like we're kind of almost trading the picks a little bit. Black Widow gets picked by XROCK, Subbase actually gets picked by AG. Traditionally, that's the other way around. And of course, we still end up with New Compound as the decider there. So the real, I guess, change-up kind of comes from Ankara being the first pick map from AG as opposed to the Black Widow. That throws the rest of the pool into a bit of disarray. But in essence, really, the order has kind of maintained. The only thing is we've pulled Ankara forward a couple of maps. Everything else kind of remains. So again, obviously very, very similar pool to the previous few matchups that we've seen between these two teams. And we'll see if again, whether or not that actually is going to help out XROCK, or if once again it'll be AG that just continue to run away with these series.
Yeah, it's one of those where everything kind of, for the most part, remains the same, and now kind of that big question is the scoreline also going to remain the same, right? Is it just going to be another one of these where AG are able to pull off a bit of a blowout? I mean, sure, the maps themselves feel a little bit closer, but in the grand scheme of things, a 3-0 is a 3-0, and that's ultimately all that you take away from it. So for XROCK, You've had two fantastic series so far, two best of threes, which have gone really quite well, Falcons and Liquid, where you've looked quite sharp individually on a level that you want to see for this side. Now it is the true test of actually the depth of this side, right? Can we compete with not only the best from your region and guys that are essentially considered your heroes, especially some of the legends of the side, but actually in the grand scheme of things, can you compete with the best team in the world, right? You know, if you're XROCK and you really want to make a real run at this is the time and the place. If you can actually just stay a little bit, longer in this upper bracket, sure, all expectations that AG probably would end up meeting you later down the line anyway, right? But if you can just stay alive a little bit longer in this upper bracket, that goes such a long way.
Yeah, always happy to hold on to that extra life if you can. So we're still sorting a couple of things out on the stage here. So it might be a few minutes before we're underway. Dude's going to be an interesting one. Always a highlight player.
It's true.
Big
He's
fan.
just so crisp. I mean, he's one of those players that if he gets into a bit of a flow state, you can't stop him. No one's been able to stop him at EWC, right? And this is the thing. Like, if we can get him at that level for XROCK, all I can say is, best of luck.
All I'm saying is I'm a little bit disappointed we won't get the quintessential Du versus Xiao matchup that we always like to watch.
That's
Baisha
just
already
fireworks
having
every
been eliminated.
time.
But yeah, those are the two snipers that really feel like they can just run away with a map. And yeah, unfortunately, one of them not going to be taking part in the playoffs. But,
Crazy just to just say that anyway, right? That Baisha being grouped. So unexpected. But questions for AG about what their longevity looks like in this series. All expectation, of course, for them is that this one should be a bit of a formality. Not so much as some of maybe the earlier games or like that Twisted Mind one, for example. But for the most part, this is a team that they have not dropped a map to this season.
Yep.
They should be coming towards this one with a hell of a lot of confidence.
Absolutely. I almost wonder if, as AG, would you prefer to face XROCK, who I guess on paper we have quite a bit more respect for than some of the other teams that are here in the playoffs? Or would you rather face a quote-unquote weaker team? Like is there more of a threat that might come from a Twisted Minds or a Gaimin Gladiators or a EVOS or a Stallions or any of those kinds of names, as opposed to an XROCK, which is, let's be real, a good team, but a known quantity. What would you prefer there as AG? I mean, look, if it's Twisted Minds, I think I'll probably pick Twisted Minds, just for reasons
why is that, mate?
Well, the reasons don't need to be said now.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I will say, though, if you ask, ultra competitive kind of players, they will generally say we want to face the better teams as early on, right? Because I think it's one of those things for them more than anything, which is actually you get to whittle down the competition just a little bit. You actually get to put yourself in a spot where it's like, right, we've got the really hard win out of the way, and the hope is if that team really is a threat to us or scary, they might not even survive the lower bracket gauntlet. That lower bracket can be brutal. No second chances, pressure running on your shoulders. So sometimes that's what a lot of teams face, where they're like, I actually want to face off against one of the good teams. So I also, as well, get a good understanding of where we stand, right? Are we actually at the level where we should be, coming towards this sort of a game and feeling really confident and walking away with a win? And are we actually playing like tournament favorites? So it's a good litmus test to kind of see where you feel. But it looks like this show's about to get on the road. A best of 5 here in the Chinese derby. Let's get this one started.
Good litmus test, this one. We'll see how strong AG really are coming into CFS 2025. A lot of us had them pegged as our eventual champion. That could be an embarrassing prediction in about a few hours' time if things go wrong. But already out the gates, AG looking to dominate the map. You can see how
great
far
util.
Zhui and 1222 have already pushed their way down a lot of map control off the bat for AG.
Dre's also a name that is definitely worth keeping an eye on for. We've seen in the past when AG look really quite solid. He's such an integral part. He can really start to put up serious multi-frags. Him and Du, a little bit of a dynamic duo at times, right? They like playing off each other. We'll see. ZQ, statistically the best player for this side in the recent domestic season. He's playing close towards Hotel. He's going to get tested in a second as well. ZQ versus a bit of presence. But in all fairness, for now, they're actually going for that lower angle. Freebie. Oh, maybe not. 1-2-2. That is labored from him. Same can't be said for ZQ. 1-2-2. He'll dive down as he looks for 2, but it's ZQ who comes in to make it 3. Sunny, what have you got for us, Sunshine? 1 versus 4 to bail them out of this one. Finds the first, but C4 down, needs to collect, which he does.
Well, we did see the sunshine on the way out the bus, on the way into the studio this afternoon. We said that's a good omen. It's a good
18
sign.
degrees, lovely day in Chengdu.
A lot of people in the park across from the hotel this morning.
Yeah.
So the sunshine is unfortunately not going to be shining for XROCK, as all gamers will take a pretty decisive first round. And I love that feeling of, you know, you watch the group stages, you watch some of these opening playoffs matches, and then you come into an AG game, you're like,
this is CrossFire.
It's a different game. It's just a different game. The way that they fight together, the way that they take their fights, just the pace at which they play with. You know, it's immediately obvious that this is a team that is on a different level, and that's why we hold them in such high regard.
It's one of those things as well where, like we were talking about, we spoke about it yesterday, and we spoke about it kind of throughout the groups, you know, is it actually a benefit having played the warm-up of the groups? And I actually do think that 9 times out of 10 it is actually a real benefit. That 1 out of 10, though, is when you're facing off against AG, because it's AG.
Yeah.
You can have all the warm-up you want, but this side are so sharp and so ruthless to play against.
Yeah, but in saying that, I think it's actually particularly beneficial for the Chinese teams because they do have a bit of a different rule set over in CFPL with the VIP weapons, and that's obviously not in effect here in CFS. And AG is one of those teams that has kind of been here every year, and these players have got so much experience with this format that, you know, they maybe don't need that kind of a warm-up, whereas XROCK, a lot of these players making their CFS debut, so probably is a little beneficial for them to get that under their belt. Shui not going to have too many problems there up against Chow, and Du hits a real nice shot before he gets brought down, but I mean, so far this has been a really dominant display by AG. They are kind of just gone for a bit of a walk in the park like all of the other Chengduians from this morning.
Yeah.
In fact, there wasn't a whole lot of walking happening in the park.
There was
actually,
a lot of picnics.
A lot of picnics.
Yeah, they were vibing.
Picnic blankets, picnic tables.
People have brought like full furniture and the whole 9 yards. It looked really nice. Really quite serene, I must say.
Yeah. That's kind of what it's been like for AG in this map so far as well. And bearing in mind, this is XROCK's map pick too. I mean, even that grenade there from AG at the start of that round.
Beautiful.
Shout out to the Observer team for catching that one. I think it indicates really that AG have kind of done their homework here against XROCK, because that's not a position that we see a lot of teams playing, that XROCK boost there. But AG seem like they're pretty aware of it.
In the pistol, in the first round, they dominated it off the gates, right?
Yeah.
They, you know, you can just tell it's just small, subtle things where it's like they're so prepped. And obviously, these two will scrim against each other so much.
Yeah, maybe not in the lead up to CFS when they know they're going to play against each other, but generally speaking, I'm sure they do. It's first opening that XROCK have been able to have here into round number 3. Let's see if they can convert on that. So, they were the team, I think, that had the highest 4v5 or 5v4 conversion rate. It was like 86% or something like that. And I always like to say, you know, anywhere between 70 and 80% is probably what you would be aiming for as a team to convert these 5-on-4s. So that was a really good number, but it does look like that might be taking a bit of a hit here as they lose a couple of quick picks back in response. So the advantage that XROCK had is diminished.
Dre. Oh, he spotted ahead. He doesn't, though. It looked like he did, but he won't find it. ZY will get one of his own. But it's back into 2 versus 3. Numbers favored. C4 all the way back in spawn. What do you do from this spot, really, if you're XROCK? Because you're just isolated. It's 2 1v1s. And credit to them, sticking together here, ZQ 1-2-2, just playing for the trades.
Yeah, I think AG have kind of recognized that they've lost a bit of map control, so they need to try and work some of their own. They have now spotted out AD. 1-2-2-2. That's a little interesting from him. ZQ's going to get spotted here in the pit as well, but he'll be happy to take that duel and win it. That doesn't really go in the direction that XROCK wanted it to.
25 seconds.
Yeah, he's going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on. You'd be aware that ZQ's going to try and pester him as he works his way in through mid here, but he has at least gotten past him. So it'll be the A side that's under pressure, but with 18 seconds left on the clock, he doesn't really have the time to mess around. He's actually kind of just have to go for the plant, and that might give AG the opportunity to close that space.
Ooh. Oh, hang on. Pistol dropping down, AD. What a round. What a round. What a clutch as well. Essentially a raw 1 versus 3 there for him.
Yeah. There's a bit more like it for XROCK. That's what they need.
XROCK need the X factor, and they get it in that round.
Yeah, early days. Might honestly even kind of want to have this timeout back after having seen that round go the way of XROCK, but can't take it back. No take backsies.
No, yeah, that's it. That's what they be saying.
So, I mean, there's still a bit that I think XROCK can have a chat about here, obviously needing to change up their initial setups in some way. All gamers are getting a lot done in the early rounds, finding a lot of the opening picks.
I think AG are pretty happy that they've actually been gifted a bit of a freebie with the timeout. Good opportunity for them to talk.
But in saying that, you know, like you look at these 3 rounds, you say which is the better team in all 3 of those rounds. I think it's AG. XROCK have got one of them because of an individual moment, and that's going to happen. But on all 3 of those rounds, it looks like AG gets themselves in a good winning position. And at the end of the day, that's just what you need to do on a consistent basis, and eventually that'll lead you to a victory.
That's true.
Early days. I don't think AG needs to change much up at all.
Yeah, I think we're in a spot where for XROCK, they probably really realize kind of the situation of, you know, we're not doing enough to actually make ourselves super competitive in these rounds. Yes, we've got that one, but I like to ask the question, when you break a bit of a deadlock, or when you finally get around to the board, or any of the rest, the question I always ask, is it replicable? No. Is the easy answer that you cannot rely upon 1v3s. You cannot rely upon big clutches. Yes, you can talk about 1v1s, 1v2s, maybe like post-spawn situations, but that's not one of those. That's one of those where he has had to, with the clock really on his back.
Yes, yeah, he should not have been able to win that round.
Make some magic work. So, is it replicable? No. Let's see what we can do. That's a missed shot. ZY is going to be hitting those. Nade actually bounces the wrong way. So an opening kill, and ZY is now under a lot of pressure. Sunny in behind, but he'll fall to the hands of 1-2-2. Pistol dive around the corners. 1-2 gets his second.
Yeah. He's working hard for this round, isn't he? Finding the trades. Zhui into Hotel will win the duel onto Chow. That will be disruptive for XROCK. Again, even when XROCK find the opening pick, they don't really find themselves in a massively favorable position. Back to the 2-on-2. Thinking about transitioning their way over to A, and 1-2-2-2 is aware of that possibility. If he swings this corner, he's going to find himself in a spot of bother unless he just wins the 1v2 just like that.
Wow.
That's unreasonable.
Give him an inch, he'll take it a mile, right?
4K round from him.
That's like the big thing. Yeah, you kind of mentioned that a bit earlier. He's doing a lot in the round. Well, how about that?
Yeah, 112 ADR, 7-2 right now.
7-2, not bad at all.
Yeah.
And again, coming back to where for XROCK, you know, you've just won a big moment. Is it replicable? No. But also, the big thing you got to worry about is that AG can pull them off themselves. Well, he'll start off this round being the first 2-4 to the hands of Sunny. He's been the big man in the groups. For this XROCK side, he's going to continue trying to move forward. He should be dead to right, and he is. And Shui's actually given the luxury of getting out. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I can't believe Shui gets out of there with barely taking any damage at all. Dude just posted on this line now as well, waiting for the push up the stairs. AD will spot him out first. A-side's still going to be taken. XROCK are definitely getting some inroads. AG not afraid of these fights at all, though. Happy to sort of look in the direction of an aggressive fight on almost every single occasion.
Gran. Join the pack as Charles holding up the rear. So he thought to go down momentarily. They've been a little bit cautious, maybe even overly cautious to a degree, but again, you just can't give AG any chances. Chow up close.
Why have they not planted?
Yeah, we're really burning the clock for no reason, and now we're dropping bodies. The best thing about a plant is that it puts pressure on towards your opponent. They're not putting pressure on them, and now they're under it.
I mean, ZY was given all that time to get into the tower, and as they tried to get a plan initially, he's been able to pick it. Yeah, now it's gone from a 4v3 to
lovely
a 3v1, and you give ZY the time to get into that tower position, and he's going to do exactly what he's done. That's a mishap from XROCK. And now a 3v1. Again, AD will have to try to negotiate, but very tough ask this time. AG Again, going to give him some opportunities. A couple of 1v1s being given over. He's now been tagged down there by Zhui. ZY looking for some shots in as well. No connections. The TRG again gets it done. AD, how does he keep pulling the rabbit out of the hat? I don't know. AG have got to be kicking themselves.
I come back to my question. Maybe it is replicable because he's done it again. Fair play.
Yeah.
AG, that is honestly more than anything, just an annoying round to let slip.
Yeah, they did so much work to get it back into the 1v3 and then...
Again, even though they've won it, similar to the other round that they won for XROCK, I don't love the way that they've won it, right?
I agree.
It's like, even, irregardless of kind of the clutch itself and the kind of the 1v3 that was on the site specifically, it's just the small things like, why are we not getting that C4 down? Why are we not putting the pressure on them? Why are we actually not forcing a move out of AG? And then also, why are we fighting on our own to give up the numbers advantage? Like, all these sort of things... In the grand scheme of things of a best-of-5 series, you will be punished. It'll lose you maps. It'll lose your series. Yes, you've got it. You've done it right so far, but this is early doors where AG are still warming up to the stage.
100%, but I think as AG as well, you can't, afford to be giving these little opportunities away to XROCK because you've seen how close this map has been in the past. 1 or 2 clutches could be the difference between that and a map victory actually for XROCK. You've already had 2 clutches, so. At some point, XROCK are going to start putting some good rounds together here as well. They're no strangers to Eagle Eye. They pick into it. AG, I wonder if they've given XROCK a little bit more leeway than they ought to have already. I mean, frankly speaking, this probably should be a 5-0.
Yes.
3-2 feels quite close. 5-0, miles away from that. So, we've already got a competitive game. I don't think anyone to blame here for that apart from AG. AG got to blame themselves. ZY goes down early in this round. A bit of a slower approach from XROCK. Hoping to work the picks with the double sniper setup.
It's a big find getting ZY out early.
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah, it's quite an important name to drop. Janky, Dre. Down he goes. 1-2-2. How's the trade looking? Not good enough. Will find 2. It's left down to 2. Over towards AG. This should be unrecoverable in a 5 versus 2 situation. Especially as they're moving back on towards the A site, but there's one last turret here to try and keep them at bay, and he misses his shot. Sunny will punish, and that'll be all she wrote.
Yep. Yeah, got to be disappointed here as AG.
This is a good round from XROCK. Like, finally a round which is actually good.
Door's been left open, and XROCK have decided to announce themselves. Timeout coming through here for AG as well after this round, and I think it's warranted, definitely.
Yeah.
Coach has got to have a bit of input here and say, guys, what's going on? Because this should have been a bit of a cleaner map for us so far, and we've really, in a sense, kind of allowed XROCK into this competition. We have been the better team, but the score is still 3-3. So why is that?
Yeah, right now, it's one of those where for AG, first time with this true, like, the whole round kind of collapses in upon itself. So if you're going to get 1, it's just a mere consolation for him. Saving the stats, because why not, right? You're not pulling off 1 versus 5. No point even giving this one a look in. First time out that comes through for AG in the series. Both of them now used very early on, but again, kind of on the side of maybe the XROCK one, we can argue that later down the line that probably would have been more valuable, but this AG one I think is super valid, right? We've lost 2 horrific clutches, essentially a 1v3 and a 1v4. And then that round, we've been absolutely decimated. We've lost the lead. We should be sitting in a spot, if you're AG, and saying we should be 5-1 up here.
Yeah.
Like, that one we can say fair play. They were the better side of the round. But every other round, we've been the better side.
100%.
And the fact that we are tied here right now, something is, as you can tell, going wrong. And we've got to fix this early. Especially if we can scalp them on their map pick to start the series, you give yourself such a leg up.
Yeah, but, even if you can say, we could be 5-1. I mean, you look at the scoreline at 5-0 and you think, does that round play out the way that it did? Or is the fear factor of being down 5-0 going to throw some sort of mental fortitude issues in the direction of XROCK? Might be 6-0.
Yeah.
But not the case. And I guess at this point, AG can't really afford to waste any time thinking about that. They've just got to focus on the task at hand, which is still going to take some work.
We can give him a little bit of leeway as well for some of these faux pas in the early part of this series, with it being first time on the stage, first game in a little while as well, of course, all these things. But now as we head in towards kind of the 7th round of play, we are getting to that point of saying, right, these mistakes have got to go sort of now. You know, fair play, first half, I can give you these kind of like errors because you are still warming up into the environment around you. But I think from the second half onwards, first and foremost, can't be losing these clutches. It's just like the fact that he's able to isolate so effortlessly, that's not a good sign. We got to play together. You're against the sniper. And AD's going to open things up again. AD is really looking sharp. 10-3 for him.
He is having a stellar map so far. And on the other side of the field, Do, the primary sniper for AG.
Yeah, non-existent.
Not really putting it on the board. If anyone, it's been ZY that's been impressive with the sniper rifle for AG. I also have to ask, how does this map look if AD's not having the impact? There's been a little bit more across the board for AG, I feel, whereas I mean, at least 2 of these rounds you could say, well, that's solely on AD, and the opening kills are also coming from him, so he's putting in a shift.
They might be crunching here. Yeah, they are. That's known about, though. Spotted by Gran, commed over as Do trying to pop up, and he's going to get a bit of support. Chow going to find the kill. Do on his own, and Gran. They all combine so well to shut down the re-aggression from AG and leaving it all on the shoulders of Do. He does get a second kill, but does it make a difference? It's now a 1v5 to a 1v4 for him. Pistol pulled out. He survives a bit of a scare there.
Yeah, no damage taken either.
He gets close on that shot too. 1v3 now. Hang on a second. Don't give Do these opportunities. This is like the kind of guy who can single-handedly win rounds of this. AD, you might have had some miraculous moments, but Do's had plenty of his own himself, but he gets shut down. XROCK take the lead.
Yeah. AG have been loving these mid-round re-aggressions into mid.
And XROCK read it.
Oh, and I don't blame them for that either because, you know, AG are starting to get a little formulaic on this GR side. We do see that push into mid quite a lot from them. So getting a little readable. And XROCK happy to take what is given to them, and that has been now a 4th round. So AG, despite a good start to this map, not looking like they're going to be the team on top, at least at the moment. That was not even really a round that was influenced too much by AD, though he did find the opening pick.
Yeah, it's sort of everybody just getting into the thick of it, right?
Yeah.
That shutdown, it was Gran, Chow, and Do all kind of involved in it. Speaking of Chow, make a move from the front. He's actually been quite impressive in the group so far for XROCK. AD definitely has moments as well, but this is a real stellar start for him. If he can keep this form up throughout the series, he's really going to be a threat. You know, we always look towards Do. Second highest rated player over towards AG, especially domestically within kind of the regional finals. It's a big nade though. AD chunked down 60 points of damage with that one.
Yeah, it's a good start for AG. A lot of damage done to AD, and Chow also tagged up a bit. Should help. But these last few rounds haven't really looked too close. AG have just been getting a bit dumpstered.
It's true.
So I like that they're maybe just going to change it up a little bit, play a little bit more safe. Shui is still probing here on long, but it's a bit more of a standard hold for AG. Until Shui just goes floating across and gets picked off by AD. That's another mistake.
Time. He's done that in a row now.
It's going to prompt an aggressive move from 1-2-2-2 in middle. We got to pick one up, and now Do starts to come alive. Still kind of hanging in the balance here, though, as AG see that pressure heading in the direction of A. They're going to have to come scrambling. It is just Do right now that's trying to delay. He's done a good job of that. That flash just keeping XROCK at bay on long. The defense is set up here for AG. They just have to hit their shots. 1-2-2-2 does a good job of that. C4's dropped. Gran's going to have to push his way forward, but with 9 seconds left on the clock, he needs a miracle to win this round, and I don't think he can get there in time. C4 will be retrieved, but there was no chance of a plant, and 4-4 will be the score.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work from AG. It's a much, much better round. It just is a little bit more passive, right? You know, the errors in these last couple of rounds prior to this one have just been actually overextensions. They've been wanting to kind of take the fight to XROCK, put them under a little bit of pressure, and it's been costing them. And this time, a little bit calmer, a little bit more reserved. That didn't him around. Chow under pressure here as well as around this corner. A fight was being brought to him. And now a bit of a double stack with 1-2 getting the support from ZQ and ZY. Hotel a real priority in the early part, but actually the entire pack's going to move back towards A. And Jue and Do here to meet them. Util down to try and slow down the initial push. AD Util set to kind of smoke and flash them over. HG behind as well to go towards stairs. No one really going to be affected by any of them for now. This first engagement by Jue is important. He'll get it. Do going to get one of his own as well as he stays posted in towards the site, but he's caught by Gran, who gets his second. And Gran's giving them a little bit of room now to scale up in towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, smoke's everywhere. AG don't really have an avenue back into this site just yet. Probably even have to wait out that smoke for ZY. I'm surprised again that XROCK are so tentative to plant the C4. AG going to bring the fight to them, and that might be what they're waiting for. But now there's no time pressure on AG because that plant has not gone down. They're just going to have AD once again in the 1v2. He's been good, so good in these clutches, but this one is going to elude him, and 5-4 will be the score at the end of the first half. AG hold on for that lead, but by the barest of margins.
Yeah, it's true.
Only 3 opening kills in that half for AG.
I have a feeling that AD might have 3 himself, if not actually, maybe more.
My point is though, you know, you played 9 rounds in the half. The scores 5-4 the other way, and you've got 6 of the opening kills.
Yes.
That's not really ideal at all for XROCK in terms of a conversion rate. So
true. Oh, Gran, that is so close. He just thread the needle there. Oh, that looked like it was dead on as well. Try a bit of coverage, enough. Keep him breathing for now. They're going to try and put pressure on towards the sniper. What have you got for us? First find is good. He gets in, gets out as well. Lovely work. Chow still up close as well for Hotel's control. He could potentially even try and make a move to flank, but Gran is just delivering all on his own. ZQ also going to hit the deck. ZY, ZQ both down, and numbers in favor of XROCK.
at the end of the road, we'll see what 1-2-2-2 can work here in mid. He's been kind of the X-Factor player for AG on this map. XROCK have a pretty solid defense for the A side. If the call is to go A here for AG, they're going to be in a bit of trouble. Multiple members there to defend. Do is hoping for a pick. He's been given a couple of chances, but they're tough shots to hit, and he hasn't been able to land any. So 4-on-3 will remain. Meanwhile, 1-2-2-2 has kind of crept a little bit closer in middle, and now he'll be able to claim himself a kill. Pulls it back to even numbers. So AG methodically chipping away at this round. Done a lot of damage to Gran as well. He'll be an easy one to knock over, but Chow is the present threat on the bridge. He's going to be checked for by Jue. Timing works out perfectly for AG, and now they'll walk their way into B for free.
What's the odds that Jue gets this C4 down immediately? No surprises. It is, because that's the meta to be going with. 1-2-2 spamming through that door, and he's going to get the kill. He makes it 2-4 is liking. Two real nice things about it. You know, for AG, obviously the recovery in the round itself is pretty fantastic. But again, it's like C4 goes down immediately. We get the site priority, put the time pressure on towards them, and also on top of that as well, numbers taken, and they'd set themselves up in such a deep post bomb where they could kind of catch all extremities coming in towards the site. It's great that 1-2 gets a double there, but even if he only got 1-for-1, it wouldn't have been the end of the world.
Well, a more aggressive round going to be brought here from XROCK, and it seems AG are reading into that pretty quickly. Look at the space that they're taking in Hotel. Yeah, they've lost a player, but they've nearly taken out AD, and they're looking for some map control as compensation. I mean, in regards to that bomb plant discussion, and just in general the way that the two teams have kind of played it, it feels like AG are a very confident team. You know, they make their decisions on a snap decision basis, right?
Yeah, it's like a lot more purpose behind every action.
It's kind of like, oh, we see what you're doing, we're going to do this.
Yes.
Whereas for XROCK, it's like, okay, we've got the site, now we're going to slow it down and try and figure out what it is that we're going to do. What are you guys up to? And that gives AG the opportunity to kind of work a little bit and find those picks and whatnot. Whereas AG, they're always moving with purpose. And here's another one as they try to make their entry into the B site known. It's a big stack from XROCK, and it's working out so far. Clean hold from them. XROCK won't be denied for too long.
You know, for AG in particular, with that execute, I don't think the execute itself was inherently bad by any means. They just walk into the stack, as you mentioned. There's just too many bodies to fight at the same time. It's a bit of a gamble call from XROCK, and it's a gamble that pays off. 6-5, back and forth. Our previous series of the day was very kind of back and forth, a little bit drawn out, a bit of a marathon in that one, and this one might have the same sort of vein behind it. Do can open things up on to Do, funnily enough. As XROCK, another opening kill. They've been really quite consistent with them.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a recurring problem for AG. Gran's going to go for a little bit of a look-see here. There are a few AG members on the other side of this engagement. Misses a shot, he'll be a dead man, and Zhui will punish him for that. So, a bit of an overzealous position, I would argue, for XROCK when you've got the 5-on-4 advantage. 1-2-2-2 here, by the way, is going to be tasked with a bit defense. He's helped out by ZQ. And XROCK, they fumble the bag again now. They've had so many of these opening picks, and they just seem to find a way to let AG back into the round.
I just think as well, at times it feels like when XROCK do get an advantage, I actually feel like they overthink the situation that they're in quite a lot.
Yeah, 100%.
Which is where AG, I think at times for AG, what makes them quite scary is a lot of it does feel quite subconscious. It's like
intuitive.
Yeah, we've taken this space, therefore I have to do this. And they don't really have to commit, it just happens.
Yep.
For XROCK, this is costing them. Even if it is like, you know, half a second to think about it, that's enough time for AG to react and respond and do what they need to do. So fantastic work from them. 75 2-round buffer zone as well, as they're 3 rounds away from stealing away XROCK's map pick, and that would be just a dream start to this series.
Pretty stable performances across the board as well from the AG members.
True.
Nobody really lagging behind.
Yeah, complete team-wide, which is pretty sick to see.
Chow. Rude awakening for him as he goes hunting for info alone.
Bold move.
Bold move, Mr. Chow, and maybe one that he won't be making again.
That's the issue with taking sort of mid to late hotel control. Like if you don't take it immediately out of spawn, that retake of it can be really quite dangerous. And he just completely underappreciates the fact that AG could have got there.
Yeah, especially if he's going to do it on his own.
True.
Sunny should be flashed off that line. ZY and Zhui still looking to clear things out. Gran's hit a good shot, and Zhui not too eager to peek that. He's got the C4 in hand here, so Zhui can't really afford to go down, but
nice.
Gran just pushes the issue on his own, and that's going to bring 1-2-2-2 and ZQ into play.
Good response.
And just when you think it might be something swinging back in the direction of XROCK, AG find a way to recover. As usual.
They've got to group up. They've got to group up here. Oh, and they don't. So there we go. Now back into a 2 versus 2. This is the issue for AG. You can be isolated here, and they're actually not going to do anything to change this. 1-2-2's on his own, trying to take a bit of control. If AD just checks to his left, he gets a free kill here. No ability to trade. This feels very janky. Whoa. And there we go. They lose it. That's, I don't know, some quite criminal mistakes and errors being made there by a side of AG standard. You're in a 3 versus 2, and you give them 3 1v1s. That you're asking to lose it.
Yeah. Just getting a little bit complacent, maybe. Thought they had the round wrapped up, but not the case. 7-6, and I guess we're kind of seeing why this map tends to be a close one. It's because AG, while they're a good team, they're not really crossing the T's and dotting the I's on the map in a lot of the rounds, which you think that they should win. ZY almost threads the needle. He'll be traded down by 1-2-2, by the way. The C4 is in an awkward spot. AD still has coverage on it, but he's under pressure now as well and dealt with. AG just come out in this round with pure aggression, and that's really fired them up.
Yeah, a lot of gyos there. They were really feeling good off the back of that. And now for AG, again, you know, you're so close to that finish line. And it's a perfect way to respond after a pretty janky round that you take one with a lot of owners behind it. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from the map.
Not over yet.
XROCK, yeah, it's not over, but most definitely pressure starting to build on those shoulders. Do went for a little bit of a look in. He'll fall off as he can more than happily give ZQ this control for now. AD, that wall in particular on the first half, he was a menace from.
Yeah, but he's definitely slowed down.
Yeah.
He was like 10-3 or 10-2 at one point. Now he's 13-8, so certainly finding it a little bit more difficult on the GR side to have any impact with that sniper rifle. What's the plan here for Do? Just having a little bit of a spot through the pixel gap. It's not seen much. 3 players on A. AG, in a sense, kind of walking into the stack here.
I think they're a little bit concerned because they've just not seen any, even like Util, they've not seen any of it.
So he's going to go down to try and cut off the rotates. AG, it looks like they're very committed to this A site. AD will land the opener. It's not going to slow AG down at all. ZY looking for entries, and he's going to somehow get 2 of them. I don't even know how that third is allowed, but there you go. A triple for ZY on the entry, and that is XROCK just capitulating on the A site.
All on Chow, they know where he is. C4 still needs to go down, sure, but they're going to pump the brakes a little bit for now. They know that Chow can make a swing out from there and potentially deny that C4 going down, so they're waiting.
I'm not sure that they know exactly where he is. I mean, I agree. I think they should, but you've got Do that's kind of still just watching behind on A long, so that would indicate to me that they've lost him. They're not sure where he's going to come from here. He's going to be spotted in a second. Ooh, does creep nice and close behind that box. Now he's surely been seen by Do, and that come through onto ZY, who is a bit tentative for the peak right here, despite the fact that Chow is low. Eventually, that frag will come through. Nervy moments for AG, but they get to 9.
Yeah, that is for damn sure. Wouldn't exactly call that the kind of the cleanest of rounds. There was a moment there that could easily have fallen apart, especially when that sneak actually gets a bit of room behind it. He gets quite close, gets on towards the site, and he starts spamming through that wall. I was thinking that ZY was a dead man walking, but not to be. 9-6. 3 map points for AG on their opponent's map pick to start this series and to start their run here at the Grand Finals on a positive note. The favorites in many people's eyes and looking to go back-to-back in major tournaments this year. And well, a win here over XROCK would be fantastic. Yeah, 4 kills, 407 damage in that previous. And dude, that's an easy one.
In a sense as well, you know, you talk about the back-to-back with the EWC result, but I also think it's partly about making amends for last year. You know, AG still trying to prove themselves again after a pretty poor 2024. In particular, a really disappointing CFS Grand Finals in 2024. Where they ended up in 6th place, so, you know, didn't even really make it into the semi-finals there. It's a bit of a poorer result than AG would be used to, but working hard on improving on that this year, and so far, so good against XROCK. They find the opening pick in this round, and AG have been good at converting their openings. That's certainly something we can say. Not so much the same for XROCK, of course, but this will be the cleanest map win for AG on Eagle Eye if they could close it out here that we've seen in recent times. Typically has been a 10-8 map, so I don't know what that would indicate to you for the rest of this series, but it's better for AG than what we've seen.
ZQ made the jump. Pop shot taken, but stays alive for now. 45 seconds, we don't have loads of time. Gotta make a move here, guys. And on the move, then it's actually straight into Do. He's gotta get around the corner. Can't get another kill. AD and Chow combining, but ZQ finding one of his own. 3 versus 2. 35 seconds. 1-2-2. There could be 1 for free here, and it's up for grabs. He takes it. And it's all on the shoulders of a man who's been a hero. He's already pulled off 2 monster clutches for XROCK in this map alone. A 1v3 and a 1 versus 4, and he's called upon on a 1v3 again to bail them out here and to keep them alive on Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
Surely can't get a third one, though.
I mean, yeah, 3 1v3s is just way too much to ask. He's going to have to give it a crack, though. So let's see how he goes about it. 15-9 for AD. Can he keep XROCK alive in this map? We're about to find out. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with as he pushes his way into B. Hasn't even spotted anyone just yet. Now gets the info, but it's too little, too late. 10-6 will be the scoreline. AG take map 1.
What a map coming through from AG. And it's, you know, across the board, there's a lot to be taken away, even just looking at the stats, right? First and foremost, it's a pretty confident win in the scoreline without actually, arguably, your star player stepping up. Dude wasn't exactly lights out by any means, and they still were able to make it work. But the rest of the side, it really even showing across the board. No real weak points for the most part, and the same can't be said for XROCK. I mean, in particular, Jordan, their #1 player from the groups, Sunny, next to non-existent, 6-15.
I think the big thing there is you've got 3 players in the 60s as far as ADR is concerned for XROCK, whereas for AG you had 4 players at about the 90-plus mark, and you know 90-plus is quite solid. 98 obviously for ZY. I think set MVP. You know, you really could have chosen any one of those guys for AG, as you're kind of highlighting, and you know I'm reiterating it's been a real across-the-board performance from AG to start things off there on Eagle Eye. And you know, you've got to look at this and say that that's a bit concerning, obviously, for XROCK. It's their map pick. It is one of the maps that they have been able to kind of push AG on in the past in CFPL in the sort of most recent season. It's been, I'd say, the map that has felt like it's been the most upsettable.
Yes.
They haven't upset any single map. They've actually lost every single map to AG this season, and that's a continuation of it. And in fact, a 10-6 now, as opposed to the 10-8s that we've seen previously, would indicate that AG are even on the improve. So it will make it even tougher to make an argument for XROCK going forward in this series, especially considering we're now going into Ankara, which is AG's map pick, and as you've so rightly said earlier on today, they are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world on that map, and they typically do dismantle their opponents on it when they play it here in these kinds of CFS events. So
I'd say last 12 months, they have been untouchable on it. They've been so unbelievably good. They've been so good domestically on it too. It's a map in which traditionally I thought for AG, they were so good because they were punishing international sides on it, and that was one of those things where it's like, you know, difference in game plan, difference in kind of style and tempo of how you approach CrossFire, and AG was still able to make it look really, really good for them. But the thing is that this year they've been so good at domestically as well, which is a really good sign. You know, Baisha, Evolution Power, XROCK, all been falling in the same fate. And I think this is where now you look towards this one. For me, I'd be so surprised if it's not a 2-0 start of the series. And the big thing in that becomes about survival for this XROCK side. Like you said, this is the map. That was the map, right? Eagle Eye, where, you know, we had a couple of 10-8s back to back, and it was the one where it felt like if we were actually going to give ourselves a leg up, we've warmed up in towards the tournament because we played the group stages. We've actually had a bit of time to adjust ourselves to the stage and the environment, and I think maybe we've gained a bit of confidence that we potentially didn't have domestically. That felt like the map to do it. And if they got it, the story around this series actually becomes quite interesting. It's like, okay, well, maybe there is actually a bit of life in XROCK. Maybe the group stage teams do have a bit of a leg up because they warmed up, but they've just shut it down there with a really actually quite clean performance. One, you know, granted, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of errors in there from both sides. I think even AG, they'll look back in the 10-15 minutes and, you know, as a coach and IGL, you're looking at that and saying, boys, like, there was a lot of things we let slip. Like, 2 huge 1v3s never should fall like that. And credit to AD for winning them, but they should never happen. A couple of clinical errors here and there where I think they just let life be a little bit too easy for XROCK, but I guess you can say for the most part, this is all stuff you can talk about post-series. For now, it's a win. It's a 10-6 win on your opponent's map pick. You should be feeling good.
Well, honestly, I reckon there's probably a bit of a conversation around that actually happening right now for AG. Just a brief sort of mention like, hey guys, look, we won the map. It was 10-6. It's a good win, but you know there was still a couple of things that we could look to improve on. AG's an experienced side. They're a pretty well-known roster at this point. So I think they kind of know where they're at. They will be aware that
brush it off.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a big deal, but it is worth sort of just saying, hey, look, let's try to like lock it in. Let's try and make sure that we can rein in a couple of these moments because, yeah, XROCK's still a pretty good side. If we give them those kinds of opportunities, yeah, they're going to be able to take them. So at this stage, I've got no sort of notes really as far as AG are concerned. I think it's just like carry on as usual. You know, obviously we hope to see Duke kind of like pick the pace up a little bit, but he's not the kind of player that's ever going to be too quiet for too long.
Yes.
Particularly on a map coming up like Ankara, it's you know, it's a bit of a sniper's playground. So they start on GR side, you know, he's going to be getting a bit of work done. If they start on BL side, probably he'll still be getting a bit of work done, you know. So I think it'll be a map where we expect to see him kind of turn it back on, and ZY will obviously continue to be impactful with that secondary TRG as well. So I look at this stage, you know, what can you really say apart from AG's looking pretty good? Are they looking like a tournament winner to you right now, Neo? I think that's probably the question that I'd like to dive into.
I mean, do you know what? In all fairness, like, I don't know if anyone else really. I mean, Stallions are probably like the biggest team where it's like right now, actually, like form-wise, yeah, they're probably the ones. But it's a 10-6 in your opponent's map pick to start. I can't be too critical of it. Sure, there's a couple of errors, but for your first game in a tournament, like, don't get me wrong, you know, Stallions had moments where they were looking a little shaky at times. A couple of maps where it was like, you know, they're making it a little bit too close for comfort. So, yeah, do you know what? I'm still, like, don't get me wrong, I'm nowhere near against the point of like, oh, I'm tempted to change it away, right? For me, AG still look like a side. And again, I think it's probably even part of this where it's like, this is an AG side who I just won 10-6 on a side who looked really good in the groups, who took down two actually quite impressive sides. To a debate maybe with Falcons, but Liquid in particular I think are a really hard side to play against. I don't think many teams like playing against them because they're gruelingly slow, right? And I think that's just so opposite, I think, to the meta, and I think just how a lot of teams approach Crossfire. So, you know, that was a very good win. I think they looked very good in the groups, right? And I think, you know, for an AG side, you just picked up a win without your star sniper actually really stepping up in a big way. And you've just picked up a win where it's actually, you could have given the MVP to 4 out of 5 of your players for moments they had. So for me, I'm still pretty happy. And I think that's kind of like, I think the thing that makes AG so scary is like, you know, storyline 1 is, oh, dude didn't step up map number 1. Storyline 2 is everybody else was lights out, and this is what makes AG scary. Somebody doesn't step up, somebody else kind of fills that void and some, and that's the beauty of it. So super fun team to watch, and I think they're in a spot now where I wouldn't be surprised if XROCK are, you know, shaking a little bit. Like, this is the true test for them. Yes, Liquid was a great win, but you're against a side that are such a known quantity, and they'll also know that that was AG that are not perfect by any means. That was AG at like 80%, maybe even a little bit less, right? With the mistakes they were making, they've seen AG at their kind of like absolute 100% best, and they've seen them be, you know, EWC champions. They've seen them win on these sort of stages. That's the thing that worries me. I think I wouldn't be surprised if XROCK are thinking, oh my god, like they're not even actually properly warmed up yet.
I mean, on the other side of the coin, though, you know, Ankara is actually a little bit of a question mark in a sense because we actually haven't seen it between these two teams in the most recent couple of series. It has been the Eagle Eye into Subbase into Black Widow for the 3 maps that we've seen both times, and so, you know, a bit of a change-up obviously for all gamers. They maybe felt like that Black Widow in the last matchup got a little bit too close for comfort, being a 10-8 there as well, so they're going to go in for the Ankara pick instead. But, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's definitely a methodology that we like to live our lives by. And it ain't broke, but AG have decided they want to fix it. They've decided to go towards Ankara here as opposed to pick into the traditional pick of Black Widow. So, you know, it's a pretty big stage to do it on. If it ends up blowing up in their face, that will certainly raise some questions. And I'm still, you know, prepared to kind of wait and see how things kick off here for XROCK on Ankara before I really start to, like, sign the death sentence for them.
Yeah, I think they're probably the way that I maybe look at it. I'm with you, you know, if you pick in towards an Ankara here and it does just completely implode and it kind of throws a bit of a span in the works of the series, then we look back at it and be like, why do we do this? Why do we actually go away from what was working? But I think for AG, potentially part of this is even like you said, you know, we've had a couple of masters being close in the pool for us. This has traditionally been such a surefire one for us, and, you know, probably in small things, you know, speaking about the scrims and all the rest, this has been a map in which in the past we have looked so unbelievably good on that we back ourselves. Especially, I think, you know, if we're being frank, if they're playing, if that rifling core is playing as well as they are, I think they should have a lot of confidence heading in towards this map. It's quite a puggy map. It's quite a map in which you can really actually come in towards it and rely off the back of the individuals. So let's see if that is the case. We'll be heading in towards that map number 2 in just a second. It is the pick of all gamers. And for XROCK, they really need quite a swift response, to be completely frank. If they don't come out the gates flying in towards this one, they could be in trouble, not only for the map, but actually for the series. You then go in towards that map number 3, really not feeling super confident.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. The last minute preparations and conversations here for AG. Make sure everything's all good.
What would you be saying?
If I'm AG?
Yeah. More the same?
Yeah, I don't really know that there's much that needs to be said. It's kind of just keep doing what we've been doing against this team all year long. We've kind of absolutely battered them. Like, these guys are nothing to us. They're the dirt on our shoe. What needs to be said, really?
Yeah, I actually, in a way, you know, if you're a coach in this situation for them, you actually might just kind of really lean into sort of the vibes-based coaching style, as we like to call it. And just sort of be like, you know, hype them up a little bit, be like, you know, I guess take away any sort of pressure from them. For XROCK, it's the flip side. You actually do want to take a bit of pressure off their shoulders and be like, right, don't let that loss really sink in. Don't reflect on it, really. We can look back at it at a later date. Yeah. But for now, it is about, right, let's get ourselves ready for this second map. We have to respond immediately.
Easier said than done when you're against a team like AG, who are looking pretty comfortable and ready to go into their map pick of Ankara.
Yeah, shout's coming around, so we should be on the way in just a second, I think. The Gyro has come out, so you know they're getting hyped up, they're getting ready for this one. And it's also a good sign, I think, you know, towards that tail end of the map, we saw AG really getting loud. That's actually when AG become really quite scary, when they're super fired up.
Yep. It's momentum flowing for them at that point.
They win that mental game as well.
Yeah. Well, we won't have long to wait. It is time for map 2 to get underway. AG's pick of Ankara. And we are back underway with another map of CrossFire. It is AG versus XROCK in the quarterfinals of CFS 2025. It's not the highest pressure of games, not an elimination match, but opening game in the playoffs for both of these two teams going pretty well so far for AG. The other team is going to be starting off on this GR side, and I said we'll keep an eye on Do. He gets onto that GR side, so let's see what he's up to at the moment. Just sort of setting himself up in the beacon. So probably not likely to have too much of an impact early on in this round, although transition is coming through from XROCK in that direction, and it'll be CY to draw first blood in the round.
Yeah, he was so patient, just waiting for that to come to him. Nice work. So confident in their individual ability, AG, which is why they're so fun to watch. There's a little looking towards tunnel, doesn't see anything. He's going to say posted on the pixels. Not a lot of room for error, in all fairness. But I kind of back him, to be honest. Another smoke down front A main as well, so it's now kind of forcing XROCK into a rotation to get information elsewhere. They can't leave it too late to try and dive in towards that A side. Do's fallen off that angle, so, well, Do will take the space.
Yep. Do and Do?
Yeah, maybe Do might be a little bit better. We'll come back to that. We'll start deliberating that at a later date. Do is diving in towards the side, but it's AD for a kill.
Oh.
Do misses a sitter. That's not good. And it's all falling apart. It's Shui now in a 1 versus 3, but there's a lot of damage being dealt here.
Yeah, not cut him out. We'll see what Dre can do. He's not expecting him on the corner, but does get a nice flick in. AD around the back has not made his move. Sunny copping a little bit of damage here. The chip work has been good from Zhui, and he's taking some nice space, but he needs to move quickly. He's got a player behind him, and he's not aware of it just yet. His time is being wasted by Sunny, and that will set AD up for an easy kill. Yeah, just an uncharacteristic lack of mechanical firepower there for AG is what loses him that round. They get a lot of damage done, but they don't actually convert on the kills that they needed in the moments that they did. And so first round go the way of XROCK. A few whiffs there from AG.
Yeah, especially Do's one in particular. He really should be winning that kill. that fight should be going his way every kind of day of the week. Popa's coming through. They're going for an aggressive dive here, and it's Chow for the first Zhui. He's up close, but this is not exactly an easy fight. Not a lot of people are sticking around here, especially after you've lost initial contact. They're going to hard clear him, but he gets one. Looks for a second. Damage down towards Chow. He's got support. Sunny as well is going to take a fight of his own, but as Du hits the deck, that's not good. Du continues to struggle a little bit, and they've fallen away back towards mid. But they can just take all A control here.
Well, AG are pretty quick back in, so actually, yeah, they've taken some space, but they're going to have to fight for the site itself. 1-2-2-2 has to trade Zhui down, which is not ideal. Keeps the numbers healthy for XROCK, but 1-2-2-2 at least has been able to get back out on the site, and he wants to take a fight forward. AD was not wise to that fact, so he'll fall. And now it's on to the experienced head of ZY. Another isolated duel going to be presented to him, which you'll be aware of. That smoke thrown in by Sunny would indicate that there's a player close here, and ZY's looking for him.
Ooh.
I don't know if Sunny spotted him. It seems like might have. So second round will go the way of XROCK as well. And that's a little bit of a curveball that AG were hoping wouldn't be headed in their direction.
Well, so far, we're not really super convinced by the Ankara picks come through. It's not exactly been two of the cleaner rounds.
No.
Definitely not looking like the AG. Now, I will say, granted, AG in the second half is where they'll do a lot of their best work.
Well, you still got to build a foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you need probably kind of bare minimum like 4 rounds at the sort of maybe the very least, in a way, just to really keep that pressure on.
I think 3 you might be able to get away with if you find the first round of the second half and sort of start pulling it back immediately, but yeah, hasn't been the cleanest from AG thus far. But going to try a bit more of a standard setup in this round than the previous. They tried an aggressive hit outside of A. Now it's a very default spread of GR players waiting to try and take their fights. Zhui in this vent position is quite critical for AG. If he's having a good game, it makes the A site pretty much impossible to take. If he's having a bad game, it can become a little bit of a liability. I've said it a couple times in the past that he loves to solo hold this vent position aggressively. And that can go wrong if you just get traded down straight away. We'll see why.
Oh my god, I mean, that's so risky by Grant. Zhui needs to be really careful as well here. He's going to swing on that corner. That was sort of guaranteed that only one would be as good as it gets for him. ZQ. It's a pretty...
It's been spotted.
It's a pretty aggressive angle as well. You can't really fall away. And now he definitely can't. He's dead to rights every day of the week. 1-2-2 needed something there. He can't quite get it. Oh my god, it's all falling apart for AG again.
It's actually really nice patience from XROCK. We'll talk about that in a second. ZY going to try and make something happen here. It's not going to happen. So there's the jump spot from Sunny. And he spots out ZQ, who was on an off angle, throws a grenade in his direction, which forces him to transition back across the box, at which point his teammate had already thrown a grenade for that box. So either way, he's kind of tanking a bit of damage, and then he tries jumping up on the box. You've got already a player that's prepared for that peak. So it seemed like XROCK had a really good idea of, what ZQ was going to try and get up to in that hold.
Yeah, sort of every option covered for in a way.
And this is a bit of a cause for concern for AG. They're going to give themselves a little bit of time to think with the attack timeout early on.
I will say, though, it feels like a real necessity of attack timeout, though. I mean, these have not been comfortable rounds by any means. But they'd be very comfortable for XROCK. I don't think they need to change anything at the moment. A lot to like it. It's not even like we're getting, expanding your screen, AD with the kind of 1v3 clutches. They're just pretty clean-cut rounds, probably the best way to put it. And, for this AG side, in a bit of a predicament where you can just see overextensions, small things like spacing as well. It's just a little bit too simple for XROCK to multi-frag. So I'm worried. Doesn't feel like the map that we've come to know from AG and Ankara, which has always been such a good punish pick for them. It's such a strength in the pool.
AG got to be looking at this and thinking, we could be on Black Widow right now.
Yeah.
Could have picked Black Widow.
Could have picked Black Widow.
Down 0-3 on Ankara. It's not the end of the world, obviously, but this balloons out any further, it's going to be a really, really questionable pick from them.
Worst thing as well is if they follow this tack timeout, come in towards this 4th round, and then just lose it the same sort of fashion again. It just absolutely knocks the mental.
Du, ZQ, and ZY all really struggling to get involved in this game.
Yeah, Du in particular is the real damning one, because those shots from him are, you know, they're pretty tough to see, right? This is a guy who we always herald for just how mechanically sharp he is. It's very rare that we say, oh, a missed shot from him or a missed flick from him, but we've actually seen it quite a bit now.
Still early days. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. And I suppose AG, they've already got the first map in the bag. So they've got a little bit of a buffer. Having picked up the Eagle Eye. It was 10-6 there. Pretty clean win for AG, all things considered, although argument to be made that it could have been cleaner. A couple of nice clutches out from AD in that first map. 2 1v3s he won in the first half. So, I mean, it could have even been something like a 10-4, which at which point we'd be really thinking, oh, wow, AG are well and truly on top in this match. But it's taken a bit of a turn for the worse. ZY holding forward on his own. Just going to be jump spotting here. I don't think he'll look to take the fight once he gets the info. He's just going to back it up.
Hightailing it.
There's one for Do.
On the board, finally.
Confidence builder, hopefully.
Got one now. Time to build on the repertoire just a little bit. Good smoke that comes in towards front of B. Just to, I guess, initially deny a bit of control coming through. And of course, they're going to be scared of Do because Do was playing in towards mid. Although he's somewhere here. Do finds a kill. And he actually managed to get around the corner, only briefly. Does drop a nade, but it does next to no damage. A missed shot on the swing by ZY as he looks for a second attempt at it. They've managed to wrap in towards spawn. But the thing is, where'd you go from now?
Well, you just have to hit one of these sites and try to play it out 3-on-2. Very isolated A defender of ZQ. The wrap is going into mid from Shui. If ZQ drops here without a kill, all of a sudden XROCK have the site and they have the numbers, but ZQ will not make the mistake. On the off angle, he just catches them off guard and ends up putting it into a 3v1. Here's another, though, that AG have to negotiate, which they had a bit of trouble with in the last map. Jue's just going to get ahead of the play, and so we'll put that first one on the board for AG. A better look as Do opts to get a bit more aggressive in that round, and he finds himself a couple of openers. So
it might not even be that bad of an idea. I think potentially when your individual has had a little bit of a slow start to the series, if you're a coach, you kind of just say, right, actually free roam a little bit. Just do your thing. We'll sort of support you in whatever you want to do, but we want to allow you to kind of get in towards the fights. Even then, right, Dude's diving down towards the side to take a peek at long of A. I don't hate it. And it's one of those where he had support. You know, if he had fallen, there was 2 rifles right next to him. So maybe that might be the way. They know that he's such an X factor for this side. He's such a win factor too, right? So let's do all we can to facilitate him getting the frags on the board. Doe will join the group in towards mid as he looks like a tunnels play. This is setting up for a split B. There's 3 players here to meet them. So it's not exactly going to be an easy fight, and one of them is Do.
Yeah,
he took the initial pop shot on A, and he immediately rotated to B.
He's posted on the line as well.
Yeah.
So he is ready and waiting. That's quite a wide hold from him, though. So expecting a fast pop around the corner here, I guess, from XROCK. Not a jiggle, and he'll be correct.
He knows.
As Doe just goes straight into the crosshair. Now there's 2 snipers set up on this site ready to go. ZY and Do. It's not exactly the healthiest looking defense with them both stuck behind the boxes, but if they both hit a shot, then that just changes the game dramatically. Do is watching for that cross into the sniper's window, but missing that shot is going to mean Do and ZY are both down. Chow with a 3K on the entry. And that is the danger sometimes of having the double sniper setup. By the way, Shui's just hit himself a double as well, so round is not over yet. Ooh.
Yeah, he was just so low was the only thing. For Shui, he has like half HP or more. I think there's life in that for sure.
Dude's got to hit that shot, though.
He
like
does.
That's really where that round falls apart. If he misses that shot, it's round over.
Especially because you committed to holding that angle. Like if you're missing a shot because you're flicking with a bit of surprise, they're kind of
you're
clamping
swinging
down on you, then it's fair enough. But you're tunnel vision in towards that angle, and then you miss the shot that you're holding for. But I think in general, it's probably more of an indictment on the setup, having 2 TRGs being kind of your anchors towards the site.
There.
Yeah, you need a rifle just to put pressure on the swings coming through.
Does it give you that multi-frag potential as well?
And like an EBR there would have gone such a long way.
Yeah. Not the case, though, and AG down 4-1. So this GR side is definitely looking a little bit grim at the moment. Changing the setups a little bit. This time it's 1-2-2-2 that was playing in the position ZY was earlier on in the half. Had that double stack in vents for a moment. Zhui just happy to sit here alone, although his buddy is going to rejoin him. This is a good setup if you both hit your initial shot.
It's true.
But if not, it can get cleared out.
If they both lose the fight.
It's possible. I've seen it before, for sure.
That's true. As that smoke starts to fade as well, you then just can't keep attention drawn towards the vents like that.
Yeah, Zhui's got multiple angles to worry about. This is a full rotate over to A. I'm not sure what's that been caused by, because this is going to be an A hit, and Zhui is solo holding. He needs to get, I mean, at least one. Ideally more.
Oh, no.
The fact that he gets none is really bad news, because now this is going to have to be a full 4-on-4 retake, unless ZQ tries to push the issue himself, but he might just give up his life if he does, so wisely slows it down. The fight through the smoke is not going to result in any deaths, but look at how low 1-2-2-2 is. This was not a well-played round by AG. They called that rotation off of A when they probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, they go for a gamble, right? And it's a gamble that doesn't pay off. And look at the post spawn as well. AD, Gran getting in on the action. Kills a piece for them. Do tag down. And HE might even see him off, in all fairness. It doesn't go deep enough, but it's Do for 2. What a way to close it. XROCK look excellent on Ankara.
It's just a poor read from AG, though, isn't it? Like,
yes.
Why have they rotated a fourth player over towards A? I don't know. There wasn't really any presence being shown over there. There might have been one player from XROCK floating on the B side of the map, but you have the solo hold on A, and you got 4 on B, and then XROCK hit the site with 4. There's nothing really Zhui can do there, so didn't really make a lot of sense to me. Maybe AG saw something I didn't, but whatever it was a misread. So 5-1 the score. XROCK are just blasting their way through Ankara at the moment, and yeah, AG have got to be second-guessing this pick at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Looking far from clean and comfortable at the moment. So, from where we're at the moment, at a 5-1 scoreline, XROCK, you've guaranteed the lead already. And you're in a predicament where you could really just run away with this first half. This is a dire time to be in for AG. If they don't, I was saying 4 feels like the bare minimum. You kind of throw it like in a worst case scenario 3, but like 4 is as good as it gets now in a sense. Like I can't see how from this spot even getting towards like a 5-4, it feels like a possibility with the way they've been playing. Like this is just a side that even getting like 2 or 3 feels kind of outlandish just because of how easy it's been for XROCK.
I think though a lot of that has been AG's fault in a way.
Yes, agreed.
So if they fix up their own issues, maybe it gets a little bit harder here for XROCK. Zhui close, going to be good for 1. The recontest from ZQ also just good for 1, but the A site crumbles again. You can't have 3 players defending the site and trade 1 for 1.
Yes, agreed.
AG need to be doing better than that. Still 2-on-2 is not the end of the world. Let's see what AD can do here. Low on HP. He nearly gets both. 2 is down to a sliver now. And my God, do AG need this clutch. Oh, he's playing it nicely.
8 points of HP.
He's just watching the pixel gap on the right.
There is no way. Oh my God, he turns around. Are you kidding? Oh, that is so unfortunate. He does everything right until, what, for a quarter of a second
If he waits another second.
Yeah, literally less. Half a second, and he actually gets away with a kill. That is so unfortunate. 6-1 for XROCK.
It's just sometimes the way it goes.
That's life, huh?
Looks like it'll be another aggressive play from AG. They're going to smoke outside of A. Dump all their util. And XROCK are ready for it. They're just going to push the issue over on the B side of the map. 1-2-2-2. Again, a solo hold on a site. And so AG are doing a pretty good job of giving XROCK sites, not for free, but quite easily, and having to play retake. And that's not been going very well for them. Zhui will be dealt with by AD. This is really getting away from AG at this point.
This is getting to a point now where for AG, you may even make the argument that when they called for that attack pause earlier, we were saying this is a good time to call it. They would love another pause now.
I think they'd love a another
map.
ban and pick. Yeah, they'd rather just go back a couple of hours and
Another
choose a different
process, yeah, because this, again, I was saying coming in towards this one, we've seen them in the past. Talking about EWC, we've seen them kind of last year, at times, even kind of domestically, where they've just made this map look really solid for them. It's always been a map in which I think a lot of these like elite Chinese sides have looked so solid on, and AG are looking far from at the moment. Do gonna find a kill. Still numbers favor XROCK, but they're playing together. Do and ZQ, two highest rated players for AG from the domestic finals. Do gonna get another. That is massive. AD and Grand both fall, but it's all on the shoulders of Sunny now. The hero from the group stages for XROCK. Do going to play a little bit more passive. He is hightailing out of this. The ops
wants a rifle.
For the rifle here. Get pulled down. Swing around the corner. Do it's put up an absolute clinic of a round.
Oh, they needed that.
Yeah, they did.
They need the next one too. If they can get 3 now, I mean, it is going to be playable in the second half, but they'll need to have a really damn good BL side. 1 round in the half here for AG to see if they can make it salvageable.
Oh,
it's a good start. ZY, a confident play into middle. Yeah, C4 dropping there's not the biggest of concerns necessarily for XROCK, though. They are eating a lot of damage from the grenades over near A. Action will slow down again. AG probably happy with that.
I'm behind the smoke, just waiting to see whether there's any mid-aggression. It won't happen. AG have actually very rarely gone for these mid-plays anyway. Not something they have to be too cautious of. It's only really around that corner when they've tried to swing in towards B, where it's become maybe somewhat of a problem. But a 2-3 split, 3 towards B. C4 still not even recovered from the corpse of AD. But it is a big frag to find. AD, of course, has been such a consistent problem throughout this series. Get this 3rd round, and it's still not great, but it's workable. There's life there.
Yep.
And AG do their best work on that second half when they're the ones in control of the pace.
AG definitely the type of team that can make this recovery happen. So I wouldn't count them out yet, particularly if they can get that 3rd round. I mean, if it's a 7-2, that's a tough ask. But it is looking like it could very well be a 6-3 with that opening pick having gone their way. Tentative times now for XROCK, having maybe gone back a little bit in their shells. They've slowed it down, but it's time to move their way in through middle, and that has not been spotted just yet. ZY is going to get a rude awakening. The player in GR spawn will get a bit of a talking to. 1-2-2-2 going to go down for free, and that is really not a good hold at all for AG. The setup just let XROCK get way too much space. Now they're on their way to A, though, and Shui, full health, is there on the stairs, ready to go. 18 seconds here. XROCK, this could go disastrously wrong, but Shui misses his shots, and it just seems like nothing is going right for AG on this map.
Had to get that fight successfully. Do going to get one. Puts it down into 1 versus 2, but he's just tagged as well to make matters worse for Do. Something tells me there's not going to be too much life in this map as Do continues to push his way forward. He pumped the brakes briefly just to sell the ruse that he might go for a mid-play. And Sunny jumping for information. I don't know if he spotted it. Oh, he hits the shot on towards Do, but it will not matter. Sunny, quick trade. It's a 7-2 half for XROCK. And an excellent showing by them.
Yeah.
And of those 7 rounds, by the way, only 2 of which have had opening kills.
I can't believe that. Am I reading that stat right? That is criminal for AG.
have had 7 opening opening kills and only got 2 rounds. That is terrible.
Yeah, that is an awful conversion rate. AG got to be kicking themselves for that. Win rate only 60-40 though. So
it's way closer than I thought it would be.
AI is kind of backing AG to still, in some world, make this comeback happen. We'll see. Gonna have to start this half well. They're moving pretty quickly through the map. Shui's cleared out mid. That's going to give some options, but Pretty standard stuff, really, to kick it off here in the second half. Nothing really of note to mention just yet. AG going to set themselves up here for an A take. I think more than anything else, this is just a bit of a probe, you know, to try and draw out a bit of counter util. They're not really overcommitting on anything.
Is this maybe an indictment of kind of how potentially nervy AG are? It's been a less than adequate showing from them, and well, a bit of a weird predicament that is for sure. Sunny first contact, it seems like, towards his B side, but he's actually, the contact's going to be a pixel peek and an A dropped. There goes the nade. A little bit of chip damage. Is Sonny going to dive down? Oh my god, he is. This is risky. This is really risky. There's a risk that pays off. 1.5, but it's 2 quick kills that come through. Quick Trade's going to be found as well, but numbers stay in favor of AG. Damage being dealt towards them, don't get me wrong, but it's now a 1 versus 3. It feels next to impossible.
What's that?
Hang on a second, though. AD has bailed them out before. 1v3 is a
no.
part of his nature, and AD's given them life in this round.
That's
1v3 turned 1 versus 1, and surely not another one for AD.
That's I've not seen AG play around that poorly in a long while. 1-2-2-2, dropping down off of the site after ZQ's already safe, and then Do going sort of floating around on his own. That must have been a massive miscommunication on the behalf of AG. ZQ, I think, probably screaming that he needed a bit of assistance, but assistance came through a little bit too late. Now he's in the 1v1. This is a mess. AD, surely not another 1v3. But it is up against the veteran of ZQ that he's going to have to do it, and ZQ is going to get a plant. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh my god, he's lost to the time.
He's faked the plant and expected the peak, and it's just like...
What worst kind of way to lose.
Why not just plan?
Yeah,
you know, why not just
guarantee it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, again, we talk about playing the percentages, and that is not playing the percentages. He's overthought that situation massively, and if anything, Jordan, that is just an indictment of actually this map for AG. That sums it up, really.
Yep.
8-2. Wow, 6 rounds ahead, 2 away. XROCK are about to sweep, basically. AG's map pick, which is baffling to say the least. I cannot believe how easy it's been for XROCK. Where are AG? Is the question, and how much will losing this map actually have a knock-on effect for the series?
Yeah, you have to wonder, you know, is this something that is going to be a recurring theme for AG? We'll find out. I mean, first of all, obviously XROCK have to convert on this map, but it doesn't seem as though they're going to have any difficulties doing that. Could be going the distance tonight, which was unexpected.
Yeah, well, I was one of the rare people that said 3-0. There was majority 3-1, so technically,
well, yeah,
still on for the 3-1s.
I wouldn't have predicted AG's first map as being the one that XROCK would take.
Yes,
you know, I would have thought it was going to be Eagle Eye, and that wasn't super close. So that kind of made me think, oh, all right, well, AG are kind of not in the clear, but they've kind of got the hard work behind them. Apparently, the hard work is in front of them here, as they're going to try and still recover this map. Who does get a nice pick onto AD.
Of all people, right? It's a big one to find.
Yeah, no clutch available this time. If AD is out of the picture.
Those taking a lot of control back in towards Vents, though. And this could be a real benefit. Dre Holdings, EQ round the corner. 1-2-2, not far away. They spotted each other, though. He's trying to find a kill. The nade will dive through as 1-2-2's pistol finds one. Du, Shui, all getting into the action, and the A site is open for the taking. Last man a grand. 1 versus 5 for him. No chance in hell of making anything work in this round. So a comfortable one for AG finally, but it has to be the first of many for the All Gamers before we even start to believe about anything being recovered in towards this map.
Yeah, and we almost saw Gaimin make a comeback happen on Ankara earlier today. So why couldn't AG do it? Is the question I'll ask.
Yeah, Gaimin, what, 7-2 down, all the way to 7-7, then lost 10-7.
Yep. Maybe the reason why is ZY's got 28 ADR over 11 rounds. That could be a reason that they won't be able to do it.
That could be one of them, yeah.
But if that starts to turn around, never say never. The sun was shining this morning now.
It was.
Was it shining for AG or was it shining for XROCK?
Well, that is the question.
That's deep.
That is deep. Ladies and gents at home, just take a moment to think about that one.
Take more than a moment.
Yeah, yeah. Take a few, actually. You deserve it. Joenko. Oh, what a nade. What a nade. Probably wouldn't have done as much damage if they actually managed to jump over the ledge, but they both fumbled a couple of times trying to get over that bit of wood. 1-2-2 going to get on the box, set up for nades himself. They're actually not going to do anything, really, because of the setups they're in. I'm pretty sure 1-2-2's arm would have just been spotted there.
I mean, this is just a very standard A take from AG, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to be expecting to see. So they're just going to test themselves with something really tried and true.
Good flash.
XROCK have got a read, though. They've already prompted a third player over here, plus the fast rotate of AD, plus a player in middle. This is going to be a real test for AG. They need to hit some clean entries, and they have not done so. Chow is dancing around and making a mockery of this round. A 4K for Chow to put XROCK one step closer, and they're now one round away from taking AG's map.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Chow leading by example. The IGL stepping up and shutting it down on towards the A side. What a way to do so as well. Statistically, one of the highest rated players from the groups for XROCK, and my God, what a moment for him. He's in a fantastic map. Him and AD, of course, leading the way. That was a monster quad kill coming forward. 14-9 he now sits. And AD, the other man, with 14 himself, 7 deaths. XROCK map points. Miraculous stuff. And AG, just a shadow of their former selves right now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing them make this one.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they're going to have to start thinking about the Black Widow, and they're going to have to rethink the veto as well. They've got to be thinking, why did we pick Ankara? You know, 2 series in a row we play Eagle Eye into Black Widow into sub base. We beat them 3-0. Then we decided, well, we're going to change it up.
Yeah.
We're the team that won 3-0 twice in a row. Let's change it up. Maybe not next time.
Oh.
AD. Online, by the way, again on this map.
16th kill for him. And Chow, here's his 15th. Those two. Dynamic duo, lights out, ZQ, ZY. Got to go huge. But Doe stepped up. And it's all on the shoulders of ZQ. Highest rated player for this side regionally. And we need to see why here. 1v4 turn 1 versus 3. And he's got next to no information to work with about where they're at.
There's been a couple of 1v3s for XROCK, so it would be only fair if AG got 1 or 2 back of their own, but...
everyone's going to do it as well.
Yeah. We'll be given the plant. XROCK happy to allow that. The start, not so great. ZQ just stuck here, needs some insane aim doors. He's not going to get them. That defuse will be all too routine for XROCK as they are going to secure map number 2. And AG have been dealt a punishing blow to start things off here in the playoffs of CFS 2025.
Wow, not the map for all gamers. That was a dire showing from a side who previously have looked not too bad on that map. Well, XROCK had them figured out from the get-go. A really, really good showing coming through. AD and Chow both looking excellent all the way through. Another fantastic map from AD. He was incredible in towards the first, despite the loss. This time, it's an incredible showing and a win to back it up as well. Chow leading by example, 15 kills to his name. So much to like. No surprises that this guy gets the set MVP. 2KD, 123 ADR for 1.23 KR as well. I mean, beautiful work.
Yeah, really has been, I think, the standout for this team over the first couple of maps. And if he can find a way to continue that, then, you know, there is a world where we could really make an argument that XROCK might be competitive with AG tonight. And we're singing a completely different tune to what we were saying at this point, going from map 1 to map 2. I mean, it looks like it's over, mate. You know, AG have just won map 1, 10-6. They've done even better than they were in the regular season. Now they're going on to their map pick. It should be all good. It should be sweet. They should be done easy. Straight up into the semi-finals, but not the case for AG this time. Going to be tested a little bit by XROCK, and you always kind of get the sense that things operate a little bit differently when we're at CFS, and you know, who knows, maybe tonight's the night for XROCK that they could finally find that upset that they've been hunting for against AG.
It's true. I mean, maybe this is where, as well, again, coming back to this narrative that we've been building up about how teams kind of warm up into a tournament and get in that group stage as a bit of time to kind of just, I guess, limit test yourself a little bit. Where for AG, they're still figuring out where they're kind of at as a team coming in towards this. Obviously been a little bit of time since they last played, you know, an official, especially on a stage like this. So XROCK just using the environment kind of around them really quite nicely. So a really nice bounce back. I'm really glad to see as well that, you know, map number 1, their pick, just not really the level we want to see out from them, especially in the past. They made it a lot closer online, right? And I was worried that being a slightly newer side with debutants right here to CFS, that would actually seep in towards the series, in towards map number 2, and have a bit of longevity behind it, and they would still kind of be lingering on the mind a little bit. But it's actually really good to see that they just brush this out immediately. They come straight in towards Ankara, and it's as if this is the start again, right? Completely fresh outlook, and that's actually what you want to see from a side. It's a really positive thing to see as well, that they can just sort of you know, live and forget, move forward, focus on the present, and they put themselves in a good spot. It's a fantastic way to take a map, and especially a map like Ankara away from AG, and it's opened up this series once again now. Yeah, look, if anything, I'm starting to believe a little bit more so for XROCK. The one thing that I kind of have in the back of my mind is if AD does fall off, what have they got behind that? Obviously, Chow was looking pretty good there on map number 2 as well. So, you know, that's kind of nice to see that there's a little bit more than just the one and done of the sniper kind of popping off. But I think they'll still need to dig deep here, XROCK, if they're going to beat AG tonight. We are on to Black Widow next, which is a map that, again, AG have not been struggling too much with XROCK. So we'll take a break before we get there, and then map 3 is coming up right after this.
Right, yeah, well, we find ourselves in a pretty interesting position here with a 1-1 scoreline. Not really at all what we were expecting after map 1, but XROCK, I suppose, They were very well prepared going into that map with Ankara. It really felt like AG just completely lost the plot, never really got the ball going at all, which is weird to say because actually I think it's not quite a true statement. I think they did get the ball going because they found 7 opening frags in that first half, and then they only won 2 rounds. So that's really on them at the end of the day.
That's the main kind of takeaway is like, you know, there's a few different things they did right. It's actually, if anything, it's the mid to late rounds, which was just pretty woeful. I mean, credit where it's due. Sure. Yeah, this XROCK side really were able to overcome a lot of situations where they were on a bit of a back foot or a deficit. And that's testament to just how good they are looking, right? I think this is a side that are so happy to kind of rely upon the cause of Chow and kind of the system that they got set in place, and AG just couldn't find ways to break it down. So, you know, moving forward into this series, it becomes kind of interesting now because I actually don't know what to expect really from AG. Map 1 was good. They won it, and there was nice bits, but you know, we were saying there was mistakes here that are, you know, really uncommon for a side of AG's kind of caliber. You know, the 1v3s, they lost a couple of those rounds they were throwing away for nothing. It's not what we expected from a side from AG, but we were like, okay, first map, we can kind of give you a bit of a leeway there for some of these faux pas that are coming through. But now it's like, all right, a lot of mistakes in towards map number 1, and then map number 2 on top of that, also just pretty woeful. So this is now no longer looking like an AG side that are tournament favorites.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to Black Widow, by the way, which is, again, a map that we've seen these two teams play on quite a bit recently. The Ankara was a little bit more of a question mark. We certainly questioned it when it was picked, actually, by AG, and it seems we were correct in our questioning of it. But Black Widow, you know, that has traditionally been the map that AG have actually picked into this series, and they have been able to beat XROCK on it a couple of times in the last couple of BO5s, but one of those maps was a 10-8, and I theorize that's the reason why AG sort of strayed away from it, because they were a bit concerned that last time they played on Black Widow, it did get a little bit too close for comfort, so a bit tentative about it, and wanted to change things up. Well, that's blown up in their face. Now, I mean, you're in a world where if you're not confident about your Black Widow, you picked into Ankara instead, lost Ankara, and now XROCK pick up Black Widow as well. All of a sudden, you're down 2-1, and that is disaster territory for AG. So they've got to find a way to recover it, and they will not have too long to wait before they do that, because we are heading into map 2. Here we are for map number 3, as it were.
Map what, sorry?
Map 3.
Ah. Oh, yeah, be confused then.
Yeah.
Oh, Cran, immediately. I don't know. I'm really worried about AG, and it's not exactly the way you want to start in towards a map as well, right? Where it's like you immediately, first 5 seconds, lose a player.
Yeah, Zhuai just trying to, I guess, be the enforcer, pushing his way down mid. Immediately picked up.
Yeah, he's enforced an early grave.
Yeah. Oh, look at the replay here, because we didn't actually get to watch it. I mean, that is a bold choice in the first round.
Very easy as well.
AG just trying to set the tempo, aren't they? But it's not worked out.
He took about 3 steps out of spawn, and he gets gifted a kill. Seems like XROCK are just a little nervy about the possibility about further re-aggression coming through from AG. It's something that they really do like to do, this AG side, especially when they're in a bit of a pickle, bit of a predicament. They like to try and level the playing field by getting proactive, which I think fundamentally is the right call, but XROCK are ready for it.
XROCK up to a whole lot of nothing, really, actually, in this round so far. But as that time ticks away, they are going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on, and it's going to be towards short that they're going to do that. See if they can get up onto a bridge, and it's not been too bad so far. The 1-4-2 secured, actually, as AD now comes into play from long. Well, I mean, a pretty routine take on the A side, I have to say, for XROCK. It didn't really feel like they were too scared at all, and so AG losing a bit of their luster at the moment. 1-2-2-2 being allowed out the window will be a concern, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe some of that eagle eye is starting to show up here for XROCK. Very tentative once they've taken the site, but they've still found themselves in a 1v2, and that'll be cleaned up by AD, so well done in the end. But I will say they were so decisive into the site, and then they kind of just were like, well, what do we do now?
Yeah. AD continues to really impress me. He was, you know, he was decent in the groups, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't kind of that, like, hero at times. But against the familiar foe of AG, he really, really is becoming a notable name for me. If he can continue this form throughout this series, definitely somebody to keep an eye out for the future. Just seems so confident in his own abilities. Both maps 1 and 2, highest rated player for XROCK. And I wonder whether he can keep this up. If he can, then it becomes quite an exciting time. You know, especially if there is to be changes made towards the top, right? There's, you know, technically speaking, well, actually, technically, there's 4 teams in China that are ELO system rated higher, because Q9 are also in the ELO system. Of course, EP, Baisha, AG. They were looking for a bit of a proactive sniper.
Yeah. I think this would be a lineup as well, by the way, this AG, the way they're playing at the moment, that EP would kind of be licking their lips at.
Oh, for sure.
You know, as a team that they might have to face later on in this bracket, potentially even in a grand final. They'll be thinking, this is a beatable looking AG at the moment. Of course, you know, AG, never really a team that you can underestimate, even if they've had a bit of a slower start to the tournament, although a couple of instances back in 2024 that would indicate there is some susceptibility there for AG. They're not indomitable. Summer Championships, they did win back in 2024, but then did very poorly. Oh, sorry, they did not win the Summer Championships. They made the grand final of Summer Championships. It was Wolf Empire that won the Summer Championships, but did very poorly in the CFS Grand Finals last year. AG, and they're going to try and recover that, but at the moment they're really being hassled by XROCK. 1-2-2-2 needs to be dug out of this stairs position. He is known. XROCK waiting patiently, and they get that kill, and now Gran, if he hits another shot here, could be the round signed, sealed, and delivered. 28 seconds left on the clock, though. XROCK, again, like to slow things down, but they cannot afford to slow it down too much longer.
20 seconds.
Need to be wary of this window position. They need to find themselves a plan. There's going to be the bomb plant secured by Sunny. Gran flashed off the line, but Sunny steps up, and he's ready and waiting for Zhui. And he's got a couple more bullets with ZY's name on them. ZQ, but by the way, starting to work his way forward, but time ticking in the favor of XROCK, and you've got the sniper poised in either direction. ZY does get out the window. Whoa, spots out the head of Doe, and Gran confidently peeks. If he misses that shot, it's trouble, but XROCK get themselves another.
Whoa, that was close. That was very close indeed. And an early timeout here. AG aren't scared of them. We know that for sure, but it's XROCK for a 2-0 start. And yeah, it does really feel like this AG side are just a little bit perplexed by what's being thrown at them. Credit to XROCK. Just a mental position that we're in as well, where just round by round, bit by bit, we're starting to fathom really the idea that this is a massive upset. If AG get knocked down to the lower bracket in their first game, that is a huge,
it would be
huge upset. It's going to throw a spanner in the works of the bracket for sure.
I tell you what, Gaimin Gladiators down there in the lower bracket, got to be watching this game. Shout out to the boys. I mean, it's not going to be fun facing either XROCK or Gamers, but the prospect of all Gamers down there in that lower bracket match is not a good one at all for Gaimin. Suffering a bit of a loss earlier on today. It was a close loss, unfortunately, for Gaimin.
Yeah, for XROCK, I don't really think there's too much they need to talk about as well here. Kind of a spot for them where I think, you know, everything is kind of ticking over in the way you want. Maybe you can make a bit of a move and saying, like, okay, it's a little close there and getting that C4 down. We didn't give ourselves loads of time, but that is kind of, we already know from this series so far, has been a little akin to XROCK anyway. So, already at a spot where XROCK looking and feeling pretty damn confident, and just mechanically, I think that it's so good for them that they can go toe-to-toe with AG, and they're not showing them respect and, in that sense, and getting scared about the name value on the side.
Well, not the the greatest of starts to the map here for AG, but again, I'll say the same thing that I did on Ankara, which is it's still early days, and we'll see if that timeout's going to have any impact for them. But I have to say I'm a little bit concerned the fact that, you know, we're on Black Widow, we're following a couple of maps where AD has really popped off with that sniper rifle, and now we've kind of got Gran as well, who's sniping quite nicely. So this double TRG setup, which has very much become the meta on both GR and BL side for the most part. The weapon's just so damn strong. But particularly on a map like Black Widow, where you know you've got such long sight lines that you're really happy to have two guys that are popping off with the sniper rifles. It's a recipe for success for XROCK at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. I think in particular, if you can just keep facilitating AD from the series he's had so far. It looks like in terms of a calling style for Chow, he's actually giving him a lot of flexibility. I mean, this round as well, he's the lurk. AD, the late round player, as the pack make their way up towards long. That's bad timing from Do. What a time to unpeak. That is brutal. And it could be quite costly. AD going to try and make a move of his own, but he actually should fall here. There's numbers around him. It's Gran who hits the deck. AD's here, though. And how does he deal with it? Well, quick trade that comes through as he gets pincered.
Chow's pushing. Not quite well enough as 1-2-2-2 will shut him down, and that leaves Sunny between a rock and a hard place. AG have got their first round.
That's better.
And they'll be hoping it's one of many.
Yeah, better for AG. Just playing together. Playing the numbers, playing that pack mentality. Much more like it. I think as well for this side, for AG, they just need a few of those kind of confident booster ones. That's when you're going to put yourself in a good spot, but it's AD who instantly responds with another opening kill for him. His 5th of the map as it's 1-2-2. Who goes down? ZY. TRG at range, can't hit the shot as 2 swing by on the cross, and AD gets another. They need to stop peeking this kid. It's too easy for him.
Yeah, he's just farming, isn't he? It's a new wunderkind for XROCK. ZQ is going to hope to even the odds a little bit. That's really not good for XROCK. They've kind of gone one by one into mid, and the C4 with them has just fallen. So from a 5-on-3, we find ourselves in a 3-on-2. AG have just recovered this round, and this is somewhat starting to get a bit reminiscent for me to what we saw on Eagle Eye, where XROCK were definitely not doing poorly to get themselves in good spots, but they just could not convert on them, and AG capitalizing, and they're doing so again here. That's a criminal throwaway from XROCK to let that round get back to the position it's in now.
1 minute 10. CQ, 1 foot in the grave already, so he's not really going to be too aggressive in his peak. Oh my god. Shui nearly rounded that corner. Chow hits the deck, ground on the trade. 1v3 turn 1 versus 2. Only brief in the 1 versus 3. He's got 50 seconds to decide what he wants to do. And I mean, ZQ not being healthy, there's life in this for sure. It's just about covering and recollecting this C4 more than anything. It's just such an exposed angle. Now scoop it up, 35 seconds. It's way forward, but it's due. On the site, it's AG who find the round. There was a little tentative there. There was a moment that felt a little shaky. Thankfully not to be. And AG will tie this one back up. So it starts well with AD getting 2 quick kills in the early part of that round, but it's AG who walk away with yet another one.
Can't just be AD.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, Gran's been pretty decent on this map, but it feels like you need kind of like at least 3 of these XROCK guys to be online. And right now it's kind of only 2. The riflers need to step up. Gran's actually gone back onto the rifle. AD as well. You'd think they might be trying something a little bit faster in this round if you're going to go back to a 5 rifle setup as opposed to having a couple of snipers here, but XROCK still kind of slowing it down. I mean, it's a strange decision to me to see AD at the very least having a rifle. I think you could maybe float Gran with the rifle, that's fine, but AD's just been unstoppable with the TRG, so I'm not sure why they've opted to put him back on the rifle here.
Dre, under pressure, up close. No, what you want? Dre gonna get one though. Oh, dips his head up for a second and delivers. This is looking better now. Should be a free. Gran clears that corner and actually does get 1-2-2-2, but Do and ZQ combine well. And it's all on AD, who needs another 1 versus 3. We've seen this before, haven't we?
We have. Typically not with the rifle, though. But both Do and ZY holding onto a TRG mean if either of those players miss a shot, they'll be dead. And if he gets past ZQ here, that is going to start to become a very relevant possibility. This shot. ZY giving away his position. Do's on the push-up long. AD probably a bit scared about crossing this angle, as you can see. But he waits patiently, he perfectly times it. ZY's just fallen off that line. He could get into the A site, but he's not aware of it. Might want to go hunting for another pick here before he tries a plant. Doesn't have a lot of time to burn, though. 30 seconds, he's got to move quick.
Got to go here. He might fight ZY in towards window. Has he actually just slipped the net again? No, he's been spotted. Okay, I thought there was a moment that he slipped it again, but if he's actually a little bit more headstrong, once he initially gets out through mid, if he just made his way up towards bridge, gone towards the site, there was a post plant to be set up there, but not to be. So AG, a third round, put on the board for them.
This felt like a very slow map so far. Neither team really trying to throw any punches early on in the rounds. Very tentative. AG going to allow XROCK out long. Do kind of hoping for the creep up on the close wall. It's a possibility, but it doesn't look like he's going to get it just yet. AD is looking for him. Both the snipers missing one another for the moment. Maybe Do's just been spotted out there. I think AD ducking IRL. It ends up being a 1-for-1 as Do goes down to Do, and then Do goes down to 1-2-2-2. But again, XROCK have got the numbers here, and they continue to scale nicely into the A site. 4-on-2. ZQ and ZY having another recovery mission ahead, but they have dropped the C4 carrier. It's been quickly picked back up by XROCK. A plant is...
No one's holding? There's 3 players there.
I mean, it's getting a little bit silly here. XROCK are making so many mistakes in these player advantage situations.
All 3 of them are looking bridge. So he just dips that in towards window and gets the easiest one of his own. And they've leveled the playing field. AD, will he clear the corner? Yes, he will. So all on ZY, the vet. 1 versus 2 for him. On the other side, he's got AD to try and contend with, of course, as just being such a threat. He misses the jump, so has to go the long way. Still, XROCK haven't committed to the plan just yet. AD could be dead here, back turned. He is dead. Jeez. 1 versus 1. And still, we're not committed to the C4 going down. Chow will eventually get planted now, but my oh my, they've made life so difficult for themselves, XROCK. Even if they win this, it doesn't really feel like a confidence booster. And they're going to fight against ZY. He gets tagged. He is so damn low.
Yeah.
As he goes back for a window rotate.
I think XROCK really just play themselves sometimes.
Yeah.
Chow starting to cotton onto the possibility that ZY has gotten out, and he will finish it off. Thank God for that, says XROCK, because that would have been another monumental mishap.
Yeah, for sure.
3-3's the score. Well, I can't believe what I'm watching right now. I mean, XROCK. The thing is, even if XROCK get through this series against AG somehow, I'm still not going to back them as a team that feels like they can win this event.
No.
They've
been
been real
too
messy.
many errors. Too many errors that the champion would have made. Do for 2. Make that 3. Oh, Do, he's on for the ace as well. Last man's out towards long as ZQ dives around the corner, but Do take a bow. That's a little bit more like it from the young sniper. That's what we want to be seeing. 4 quick kills. And finally something to fall back on for this AG side. That was so damn quick.
Those moments have been few and far between, though, for Do.
Yeah, they have.
Which is a little bit unusual for a player of his caliber. We expect to see it a little bit more often. few pot shots in there from ZY. A bit of a tag onto Gran. AG with the opportunity to start pulling away in this half if they can put two together on the trot, but Chow going to make it difficult to argue that'll be the case. He's found the opening pick. XROCK have been pushed away from the box room, but they have an opening pick. So I think they'll take that exchange. Gran's got another one.
Yeah, nice work. Big find to drop away as well. 8 versus 2 as AD and Chow combine. It's ZY with a next to impossible hold. And I say hold, they don't even need to go towards his site. Foot raise towards the A site, which of course ZY will lose. He should be caught here by Doe, and he will. Nice response. XROCK tied the game back up 4 apiece. And if they're going to go down, they're not going to go down without a fight.
It's true. Very back and forth map at the moment. Hard to make the argument one way or the other, frankly. Gran, missing the shot. ZY will not make the same mistake. So it might be AG that are going to get through this half with the round advantage, purely off the back of that opening duel. Again, though, I have to say, AG were not great at converting their advantages on the first map, so I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, it's a wise maneuver. ZQ. Around this corner. They surely got to clear it, but if you can get one before falling, that'd be huge. And in all fairness, he does, so you can maybe make the argument of job done. It keeps numbers in favor of AG, and it is generally considered a one-and-done angle there. 1 minute 20 to decide now what XROCK want to do in this final round of the half.
Another one for ZY. Typically very reliable. Wasn't so much on the last map, but has found his form again here. This round is just kind of falling apart for XROCK. Bit of pick and split from AG. Working out. Jouet under pressure, but gets back to the relative safety of Bridge. Changing up his angle. Chow looking to try and dig him out. Knows that he needs to take a risk here in the 2v4. Trying to isolate a duel, but Jouet happy to continue backing up and giving space. And leaves the job to ZY, who this time can't get it done.
Shot. Second on offer here as well. Sonny, I'd advise against that peak at range. Dude's really picked up his form here. In this map at the very least, up to his 10th. Last round of Sonny, of course, the lights out player from the groups, but not really expecting a lights out round from him. Instantly dropped by 1-2-2. And at the half, it is a slim lead for the All Gamers. But it still doesn't feel super convincing. That's the only issue. You know, you look towards this AG side, and yes, they've got a lead, but for a side of the reigning champs, you expect it to be a bit more of a clinic.
That's for sure. 50-50, pretty much.
Yeah.
Actually slightly favoring XROCK there. ZQ, nicely boosted up there for 2. This is a perfect start to the second half for AG. Kind of just need something to get a bit of that momentum rolling. Maybe that is it. Full stack on A long. AD's going to try and do something about it, but even if he gets through there, the swing would come through and the trade would be there. So it's a better setup for AG this time around, and 5v2, they should be converting this one to a 2-round lead, which has been about as good as they've had actually on these last couple of maps.
Yeah.
So it's kind of slowly going back in the right direction for AG.
Yeah, it's like still not like convincing just yet, but it's the right steps. Gran should be dead to right side. Really clears this close left corner. He does. Misses the shot, but a pistol pulled out, and he'll drop ZY. Shouldn't be a problem for the round itself, but AG are pretty tentative here. Shui gets that kill, though. They know where the last guy is. He was very recently towards the A side, but they're still going to commit towards that push anyway.
Well,
shot.
That's a good way to start. In the 1v4. Ooh, very good way to start. And again, you got to look at that and question, why has ZQ done that?
Yeah, it's just unnecessary. I think.
Why
more
has
than
he
anything.
swung that? Could just back it up, play the A site, play it out 3v1. Now you give Gran a chance. It's a small chance, I'll give you that.
Sure.
Time's ticking against him, but if this round goes the way of Gran, really have to highlight that from ZQ. Doesn't want to lose this duel and won't, so all the transgressions can be forgiven. And again, you know, AG, they're not really crossing their T's and dotting the I's in the way you'd like.
Like, from a zoomed out macro sense, it's like, okay, rounds of the board, lead being extended, you can talk about that and be like, you know, in theory, it's enough. But it's just that, you know, if we're looking at longevity of the side and we're looking at, you know, the tournament prospects and their hopes, right? They're coming in towards this sort of tournament as many people's favorites, and also, in a sense, they probably also see themselves as the favorites. The level of CrossFire they've been playing this year, not only internationally, but also domestically too, has been so unbelievably solid. But this series hasn't been. A pretty good first map, and then a next to non-existent second. And then you're really being kind of worked here. Yes, you've got a lead, and it's a couple rounds buffer zone, but it's far from comfortable.
Yeah.
And also just the fashion in which you're winning these rounds. Doesn't look like a champion just yet.
Doesn't have to look like a champion now.
It's true.
Only has to look like a champion next Sunday.
Super Sunday.
Assuming you get there.
That's true.
Gran is so isolated here on the A site, by the way. I mean, he's the only defender for A down at the bottom along. And if he misses the shot, he's going to be a dead man. So AG will be very happy to take that opening pick in their stride. And that is really going to cause a bit of a scramble from XROCK to get back across to the A site. Change their setup up. Plenty of time for AG to work, so they're not going to go anywhere too quickly.
Dope. Going to be tested momentarily. Looks like XROCK are going to call for a timeout, regardless of how this round goes. But it doesn't go well, as CY and Do combine so well to all but seal the deal here. C4 goes down. There's just nothing AD can do. We know this guy has been a clutch criminal all the way throughout this series, but there is no chance in hell it's happening here.
1v5, let's go. There's a good start.
Still getting the stats, we're giving that at the very least.
Time is a real factor, though, for AD here, and that'll be the actual issue, is that, you know, theoretically, if you back him in 5 1v1s, you probably give him the benefit of the doubt, but the time is a real factor, and he's
Save the KD, my king.
Not
Save
even keen to go for it.
Play for stats. You deserve that luxury, especially in 1 versus 5.
Him of all people.
Yes. ZY goes down with the ship, and it will be XROCK using their timeout. Of course, AG used theirs, but a long, long time ago. All the way back at the start of the map. But I'm sure they'd be quite reluctant, in a way, to get a moment to talk themselves at length. For XROCK, I think they'd realize they're in a bit of a predicament where actually this map is quite rapidly control being lost on it, in a sense. I think they're, you know, kind of understanding that, you know, even if AG get up towards 8, we're already in a position where the road to recovery is so damn difficult. Statistically, such an anomaly to recover from that point.
Yep. Yeah. Does give it a time for AG to have a chat and sort of, again, confirm what needs to be done to close this map out. It's not far away, 3 rounds to go. And it has felt like some of that pressure has kind of been released off of AG. You know, maybe Ankara was just a blip in the radar.
Yeah.
You know, a bit of a mistake in the veto. Fair enough. Okay. It's not worked out, but if you go through the next 3 maps, okay, or the next 2 maps, including the first that you picked up already, that being Black Widow and Subbase, you're still going to win the series 3-1. It's still going to be a comfortable victory, and you can still walk away pretty happy. So
I heard that cough from here.
Yeah, I've heard it a couple times, actually. I mean, that's something as well. We heard Baisha were a little bit under the weather earlier on in that opening game, and that was used as a a diversion potentially to just be like, oh, that's why we didn't play so well. And
yeah,
it's valid. It's definitely valid. You know, if you've got some sort of something going on that you're thinking about, you know, you've got a sore throat or you've got a cough or this or that, you know, that's taking your attention away from the game. It has its impact, to be sure, but at the end of the day, you know, the game happens and you have to do the best you can. Brand's going to start off with the opening pick here on the 1-2-2-2, but meanwhile, ZY doubling down in mid, pivoting. 180, gets himself the double. It's going to open up the A site for AG, so yeah, a bit of a flurry at the start of that round. XROCK throwing something a bit more aggressive in, but it's kind of worked out in the favor of AG, all things considered.
Already this retake taking a fair decent amount of time. They're going for a very long rotate, but it's Doe's going to find ZQ. So numbers now in a bit of a spot where actually there is life in it.
Shui's
Doe's a little bit exposed here as well. Let's be honest. Doe is not considering the fact that they can even be up long. All on to Shui, all down to him. He should be dead from bridge in a moment. Anyway, Shui, hang on a second. Just play the clock. Play the clock. He goes down to the HE, and he's got enough time for the defuse. It is mighty, mighty close. He doesn't. Oh my God, just a slither there. The finest of margins on that C4. That's a bit of a tilter for XROCK.
That's a painful one to lose for XROCK, but I think you make a really valid point about the post plant set up there for AG with Do just, you know, watching the window, and then Jue jump spots the window, sees nothing, and then Do's like, well, guess I'll just stay in this spot. Ooh. Very awkward setup for AG there. Wasn't quite punished in the end by XROCK, and again, Do just sort of getting away with a little bit at the start of this round. Another opening kill for AG.
That's laboured from Sunny, that though.
Trying to race towards their 9th. ZY on the off angle will be dealt with. So we're back to 4-on-4. I'm still not loving what I'm seeing from AG.
Yeah. Shui could actually get one here, though. It's crossing the window. Yeah, he's been spotted now.
Tough shot with a rifle, though.
It is, it is. Information gain, though. It shouldn't be an oversight. You know, sometimes you see this angle not clear properly.
Very patient round from AG, as has been the case throughout Black Widow thus far. They're going to get up close and personal with Chow, who has not spotted them yet. They need this kill, and they need it cleanly, and they don't get it. Not for free anyway. Chow will grab ZQ, so still a numbers advantage for XROCK. The pick happening elsewhere on the map. The rotation coming over to B right here. Shui will need a multi-kill. He's going to look for it. Grand spots 1-2-2-2, but they don't know that Shui is this close. So a world, maybe, for Shui. He needs a headshot, and he's not given the opportunity. Another round for XROCK.
Just a little close for comfort. I think, you know, for XROCK, it's great that you found a round, but again, the fact that it felt all but sealed and there was still a potential of a clutch coming through does worry me, but a long road to recovery for them still.
Yeah.
Up to 5 now. We have 3 rounds in the hole. Double flash in that corner to try and keep the proactivity from XROCK in terms of a long control at bay. And actually, in all fairness, it does work. It kind of forces them back towards the site.
I don't think we're seeing anything too quickly in this round. I think it's another minute of nothing.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Both teams just really seem quite hesitant about taking the fight here on Black Widow. Shows that their confidence is not that high for either side.
Oh, well, there's about to be a fight towards bridge in a second, which could be a bit of a bloodbath. This body's here towards this A site. Sonny and Chow, I think, do spotted them. That's why he's going back, and Dude gets a fade away with the support of ZY. They shut down the aggression coming through from XROCK. And they're already at 3, and 122's managed to cross. Oh my god, he's dancing with the devil a little bit, giving opportunities for the sniper, but still, you assume they should be fine. Doe for 2 though, hang on. We're back into a 3 versus 3. That's a C4 as well. AG might have fumbled this.
Yeah, tough position to retrieve it as well. Doesn't really look like XROCK want to hold the C4 though. Oh, they've got Grand posted on the line. C4's been retrieved. 122 is going forward. They want to take B here. Surely they've got to wait for Do to get in position though. I mean, 122 is kind of probing. They're walking their way out. Do's still in transition. This is wild. AG going to try and find that timing, and it's worked out. Do's going to go down. Bomb plant here available. 1222 will be safe from that grenade. It's gone a bit too far, and it's a bit of an unorthodox play for AG, and I think that's what's benefited them. XROCK just not really expecting that. I wasn't. It's left AD in, by the way, another 1v3. So let's see what he can do. Good start onto ZQ. Stop peeking this guy. Please.
Never doubt him.
I don't.
That body is floating. AD. He just doesn't have time, unfortunately. He's got to make the move, really, to tap on towards that C4 now to force an engagement, but I don't know where it'll be. Looks like he'll get in a spot, but there's just no time to defuse. He would have to stick it. He's looking for stats here, and he won't be giving them. 1222 will see it off as he goes down with a ship. Unfortunately for AD, he just was a little too slow. He was going to make something of that and actually give it a go. That's gone a little bit quicker to tap and force a fight, but it wasn't to be. Nice work. Contact play that comes through, and it works wonderfully. Map point for AG to reclaim a lead in the series at 2-1. And honestly, I can't see a world in which the recovery comes through here for XROCK. They've gone a little aggressive here, though, XROCK. This is unorthodox. Now he's being dumped on towards the site. It's going to be pressure on towards Gran as he passes the first test. ZQ hits the deck. That's a nice start. Sonny's trying to set up a flank as well. And the C4 is not committed. Remember, C4 is still in spawn here.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly typical, actually, of AG to do that when they get onto map point. Throw something a bit more quick in there. That has been read nicely by XROCK. And so we're back to the 3-on-4, although, you know, XROCK have been quite poor in these numbers advantages, so not prepared to say that they're going to get this one done just yet. ZY, he's holding on to the C4, so doesn't want to get too overeager for a fight here. Chow's for something, and overstays his welcome. 1222 pulls it back to 3-on-3.
Yeah, didn't want to do that. 3 versus 3 now. This becomes a predicament. Oh, no. That's got to be one that you convert. 2 versus 2, a minute on the clock. And again, what do we do from a spot like this, Grant? Trying to hold the spot, someone dropping down, but he's dead to rights. And it's all on AD. Another clutch for him, but he hasn't actually been able to pull off a clutch just yet. In this map, that is. If ever there was a time, he might get the backline to do here. He might actually just slip the net, ships in the night as they walk past. The Do's dead, and he will fall. And now it's all down to ZY.
1v1 though, very winnable. His timing on this cross will be critical. It looks like AD's not quite paying attention to it. And so ZY's going to get a cross and he's going to get a plant. Nice open plan as well. ZY could go anywhere here. Worried about long. Very worried about long. Shouldn't be. He's coming from underneath and AD will win another. I don't know how many clutches this guy has won this game. But he just seems like he is the guy. He is him right now for XROCK.
Yeah. He continues to step up, continues to deliver. And it feels like we're in a spot where we should just back him when it comes towards these 1vx situations. The amount of times he has dug this side out of a deep hole. And he keeps them floating here. Still map point, but XROCK going down. What a fight. Another map in which he's got 16 kills in. There must be more left in it. not going to doubt him. Dre taking a fight behind that smoke. He shot at the tracers, but the idea is he knows that they've lost this A long control, and it's going to be difficult to retake this early in the round with the smokes down. So give up that idea. Go and join the rest of the pack and group up, and it looks like it might just be a pretty simple box room here.
Still time to go elsewhere. Yeah, thinking about it, Du's progressing his way up short. Not sure I'm such a fan of him doing it solo, you know, like it's risky if you're the sniper. You miss the shot, you're dead if there's a rifler just sort of sitting on that corner, but obviously in this case he's not going to be punished. There's nobody looking. So a bit of map control going the way of AG. But as ever, they're going to be happy to use a fair chunk of this time that is allocated to them on the BL side, and Shui just goes walking straight into AD's line. AG setting themselves for a B take right here. A 1-for-1 thus far is not quite going to be what they need, but they've got some really nice territory into mid until Grand gets involved with his TRG as well. Du is causing problems. He's a real thorn in the side. AD's going to be scared of him with good reason, and Sunny traded down as well. Ends up being a pretty good response, but XROCK have a fast flank. They've got a fast rotate. Do gets a ZY, but CQ off the plant just in time to secure the victory for AG. It is 10-6, but man, it didn't feel like it was that comfortable.
Nice response from all gamers, 10-6. And good to see as well, Du at the top of that scoreboard, back to a bit of his best as well. 19-9 for him, 113 ADR is fantastic. Flip side though, it's yet again another fantastic showing from AD, and win or lose, this guy is always prevalent in these maps. But the thing is now XROCK on the back foot, they're one map away from losing the series.
Yeah, Sunny's had another stinker, by the way, 4-15, that's rough. I mean, he's got almost 60 ADR for 4 kills. Feels a little bit bad. You feel like normally you get a little bit more than that. But end of the day, Du being the standout, we said, you know, at some point he's going to show up, and he did show up. Obviously, this being a map that is really sniper heavy, you want to be seeing someone like Du getting the ball rolling, and we kind of started to see a little bit of that on Ankara. Obviously, a really rough map for AG in general, so not going to be easy to put it over the line there, but he was able to get it done at least here on Black Widow, and that's going to hopefully set AG up for a bit of success throughout the rest of this series, because look, I think they need all the help that they can get. I mean, you know, 10-6 is a pretty quote-unquote convincing scoreline, but it didn't feel that convincing to me. So I've still got my my doubts as to whether they're going to be able to close this series out 3-1.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a predicament, I think, with this AG side, where it's like reigning champs, and there's a lot of kind of like hope around what this side can actually do, but I'm still not convinced. Don't get me wrong, I think XROCK are actually making them work, and they're making life quite difficult, but it still should be a lot cleaner, and we still should see a lot more out of them, and then we're not. So it becomes a bit of a predicament now when we look towards even like, you know, map number 4, where it's, I still feel like XROCK have a bit of X factor left still in them, right? You know, if we can actually even get Sunny joining the rest of the pack, right, it might even be a bit of a different story. Again, I still think maybe this prevalence on relying upon AD clutches is still a bit of a worry. They do use him a lot in the late rounds, which the idea around it is quite nice, but it shouldn't be a consistent factor. But for AG, I still think, you know, even if they were to win this 3-1, I don't think they're going to walk away from this and be like, oh, good win, guys. That was cool. What a way to start the tournament. They're probably going to think like, yeah, we got kind of fortunate at times.
I agree. I mean, I feel like at this point there's a lot really to be said for both sides. You know, we've had individuals stepping up on either side. We've had moments where both teams have really thrown away some seriously dramatic rounds, you know, 3v1s, 4v2s, these kinds of things. It's very hard to like come into this and really sort of analyze it in any way, because I don't think we're getting standard Crossfire in a lot of cases. You know, it feels like we're kind of just, we're throwing the kitchen sink at our opponent and seeing what hits. And sometimes we're playing quick, sometimes we're playing slow, sometimes we're playing default, sometimes we're playing as a pack. We're just kind of doing everything we can possibly do. We're doing these unorthodox plays. We've got players on off angles, everything. We've got literally everything happening in this match, and you know, none of it's really consistently working apart from AD in the clutch. And I mean, again, that's obviously going to be a really big talking point for us, where it feels like XROCK probably don't get as close as they have, or even remotely in the conversation, if not for what he's been able to do. Ironically though, the one map that XROCK have won, it has felt like was the map where they didn't need the clutches,
it's true,
right?
It's true.
But the clutches are coming elsewhere, so yeah, it's a bit of column A, a bit of column B here for XROCK, where I think they'll be happy with the individual output from AD, but they'd be thinking, you know what, we kind of still aren't winning where we want to win, right?
Yeah.
We're not winning cleanly, and I think a lot of that comes down to the way that they're choosing to play a lot of their late rounds. Their mid-rounds are good. They're making good mid-round reads, they're making good mid-round calls, they're getting into sites, and they're doing that pretty consistently, but for some reason, in a 4v2, they just freeze, like the brain just breaks, like it blows up, something, whatever, and they make these weird decisions, or don't even make decisions. That's the other thing, is that they get to a point where they're like, hey, we've got a 4v2, we've got the site, what should we do now?
Yeah.
We'll hold and wait for AG to make their move, and I guess the theory is AG's going to make their move, we're going to be ready for it, we're going to kill them when they make the move, but 9 times out of 10, you know, you've got players that are getting caught off, or you've got 3 players watching Bridge, for example. Get that plant down, get the time working in your favor, do something.
It does just feel at times that they just make life a little bit too hard for themselves, or harder for themselves. It's like, in a sense, there's this worry about them sort of overthinking a lot of these situations, or overcomplicating a lot of these situations, and that's now becoming a bit of a consistent problem for this side, where I just think they're giving unnecessary opportunities over towards AG. So looking towards this fourth map, it needs to be a little bit, I think, you know, you actually do need to be a little bit more headstrong. And if anything, we actually probably have to look towards Chow here, right? You know, the IGL for this side, the guy who's, you know, pulling a lot of the strings, he actually has to be maybe a little bit more demanding. And rather than, I think at times it feels like they just play out the situation and hope it all kind of slots into place, especially when they've got numbers advantage, like, all right, we can trade effectively here. But again, it's a similar thing where I just feel like you need Chow to be like, somebody plant right now, get this C4 down, let's play this post plant, let's do this, let's set ourselves up for this way. But at times it's like, you know, it feels like they're just like, right, a bit laissez-faire about it, a little bit more, you know, lax in terms of how they approach it. And that, again, you just can't give AG opportunities. It's why you actually don't see a lot of the top teams, well, you don't really see any of the top teams do this. Like, AG have not really been doing this at all. Maybe once they've done it where they've like pumped the brakes in a mid-round or mid to late round where they've got a site just to see what XROCK are doing. But for the most part, you never see AG, right, we've got the side, we've got the numbers advantage, let's just do nothing, right? It's like, right, C4 down immediately.
They're a quick team.
Yeah, clock above the head, because, you know, it's one of those things when you're on the defense, the clock can be your best friend, because, you know that your opposition have to kind of get this C4 down or get the round kind of going within that kind of 2:30. But on the flip side, when you're the guys who are setting the tempo, the second you get that C4 down, you've got that timer above their head on that retake. That's a level of pressure added already in terms of winning your fights. It's just something that I feel like XROCK don't take advantage of enough, right? They need to give themselves any sort of benefits they can. So it's going to be a really interesting fourth map. I think for the most part, I think we're now in a spot where it feels like AEG are warmed up and back to, not their best, but back to a level where it's like, even an AG at 80% should be fine from here on out. It is where I'm kind of leaning. I think for XROCK, it maybe feels like a bit of those kind of gimmicky X Factor rounds of maybe already been used, and they've kind of run out of like the ideas in a sense of actually how do we catch them off guard. It just doesn't feel like AG were caught off guard. We saw a couple of those aggressive moves where they just like weren't phased.
Also, typically speaking, the sub-base has been a map which has actually been quite comfortable for AG in comparison to your likes of your Eagle Eyes and your Black Widows and whatnot. So, yeah, again, historically speaking, you'd go, Black Widow, we probably expect them to win that one. If a little close, they do get it over the line. once we get on the sub base, this is like, okay, this is AG's map. You've got to be closing it out here. And so we'll see whether or not that kind of rings true, because again, we were sort of saying the same thing about Ankara, obviously.
It's true.
That was just completely off base. But to be fair, there wasn't a whole lot of data to go off of when it did come to Ankara. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's, again, like I said, pretty difficult to predict. Even the way that Black Widow played out, I think AG were kind of not playing their style. They were a little bit slower on that map, and so for me, it's kind of just a wait and see. You know, this is the first game of the tournament for AG, and so it's a case of trying to get a bit of data, trying to get a bit of information, how they're doing, what's their form looking like coming into CFS this year, and yeah, it's been okay, but it hasn't been fantastic. But if they can close out sub base here, if they can do it cleanly, we'll go, okay, look, it was a 3-1.
Yeah, for the most
XROCK
part,
was decent.
we're happy with it.
Good clutches out from the boys, you know, fair enough, give them one map, but the fact that you've got the 3-1, like you say, decent enough.
Yeah, maybe not happy, but like satisfied. It's like, okay, you know, you're still alive in the upper bracket. You're still technically unbeaten, right? So it's like, you know, you can't be too negative about it. You can talk about, I think, you know, from that perfectionist mindset of saying like, this is reigning champs and expected champs for this event. So we expect things to be a little cleaner, but again, you can come back to the thing of like, you know, first game here and against a side who know them very well, so they prepped very well for them and all the rest. But this sub-base, in theory, should be pretty one-sided. It should be pretty clean-cut. You know, we look towards this one as being a map that is historically been a very good part of the pool for the All Gamers. So we'll see whether that is the case. But we are just getting ready before we head on the way in towards this fourth and maybe even this final map here in the series. For XROCK, they need something kind of special. It does feel like they've lost a little bit of the a little bit of fire that was burning in them that gave them that map.
Yeah, a bit of a conversation again around in the break there for XROCK. Hopefully enough to help them to lock back in. I mean, what do you say if you're AD? You got to be like, guys, you know, this game's easy for me.
Yeah.
I just need somebody else to do something, and we might win this game because he's apparently able to 1v5 AG. But it's going to be a tough ask to see whether or not he can keep that up over 4 maps. And we're about to head into map number 4. Here is Subbase. And will Subbase be the final map of this series? We're about to find out. AG get to start things off on the BL side, typically the favorable side on this map, and they're going to look to go quickly into wood. So maybe a bit of that confidence straight in there from AG after the break. Or not.
Pop shot. Nothing really being found behind it, just hoping for something. It looked like he was about to be touched by ZY, but he dips away. Oh my god. Yeah, he's going to give him that fight. Not worth testing him. Beautiful headshot from AD. He's just so crisp with them and continues to be so.
And again, plan A doesn't work for AG. They're a bit stumped. Slow it down. What are they going to get up to? AD aware. 1-2-2-2 has pushed his way into lockers.
Very kind of nothing so far from AG. They've got like next to no map control. No real information about what XROCK have kind of got.
It's just a gamble
on offer. Yeah, exactly.
Literally a gamble call. All right, we've got to do something, so we're going to go B. Lockers to beat. It's the only play we've got. It's not a good setup at all to start things off for AG. This has been a very poor round. They are getting picked all over the map. And they've been stuck between a rock and a hard place. And yeah, I mean, what do you do here as do in the 1v5? Not a particularly confident start to the map.
No, there was just like nothing on offer at all from AG there. Now they lose the opening engagement to AD, kind of just that headshot as he was kind of crossing the window. But again, it's just kind of one of those where it's like, right, so the initial idea, I mean, didn't look like there was much of an idea initially anyway, but when you lose a numbers advantage, they just kind of look panicked, flustered, however you want to put it. But really, kind of a nothing round there from AG, which is kind of rare. You don't normally see very many nothing rounds or nothing moments from them. So, I don't know, questionable, surprising to say the least. Not a side that, you know, often have rounds where it just feels like they've got next to no substance behind them.
I don't know. It feels like AG have kind of maybe come into Black Widow and from what we're seeing so far, Subbase, with some kind of read, some kind of game plan that they're expecting aggression out from XROCK, right? Because they're setting up default a lot. They're being very patient. They're not fighting for map control early. So they're, in a way, kind of expecting XROCK to come to them. And at the moment, that's not been happening. It's not really happened on Black Widow, and it so far hasn't happened here on Subbase either. Which is all well and good, but it doesn't leave you with a lot of time to take that map control later on in the piece and actually hit the sites with any degree of confidence that you know what the setups are from XROCK if you're not getting that information early. So AG kind of flying blind again in round number 2. They're going to just make the call. I was going to say to go A. Are they going to go A down the stairs? Definitely hovering in position. Maybe hoping to see if 1-2-2-2 can get anything that's going to pull a rotate. That's occurred, and so that's now going to be the go signal for AG. Gran is the really only defender on the A site here, and he's not even on the A site. He's not really defending it either. The bomb plant is going to be easy to achieve here for Zhui, so that's worked out for AG. But still,
full retake, more or less, basically from the get-go.
Whoa! There's a fast retake from XROCK, apparently, as they just go charging their way down. They are not giving AG any time to set up in this post plant, but that might have played into AG's hand. They're a fast team, so they get themselves their first round on the board. Underway here on Subbase, both teams.
Yeah, nice kind of post spawn. I think, you know, they play very close to the C4 as well, just trying to bait in the fights, play as a bit of a pack, but I still just want to see a little bit more onus from AG. You know, that first minute of the round, similar thing where it's like, not loads really on offer behind it. Chow going to play up close. I don't hate this at all. It is an AG smoke that is there. I hate that comes behind, but I don't hate the idea about keeping bodies here. It's Chow who dips back. It's Sonny who takes the space. So they're still trying to keep early control, early pressure here. Keeping an eye on Sonny, of course. He has a couple of poor maps despite having a great group stage.
Same approach for AG. I mean, not the exact same in terms of positions, but the idea itself. Set up, play it slow, wait to see if XROCK is going to throw a spanner in the works here at all. That has certainly not occurred. So again, what is AG going to do in the mid-round with any map control still yet to be taken?
Yeah, it's uncharacteristically super slow from AG. You know, they throw in a few slow rounds here and there, but generally speaking, they're a side who do like to take a lot of early control. They're very kind of aggro in terms of kind of prioritizing map space taken and then kind of reacting to it. But
my issue is with it is that, you know, when we see Liquid play slow, for example, we kind of understand what they're trying to do.
Yes.
They're sort of...
And they still get map control.
They're probing.
Yeah.
You know, they're throwing some util. They're forcing out counter util. This from AG is like, they're literally not doing anything. Yeah. They are set up and they are waiting, and that's it. And it's not really putting any pressure on XROCK at all. You know, it's a very different style of slow to what we see from Team Liquid, which feels like it's kind of like choking. But this is kind of just like XROCK chilling. I mean, 30 seconds left. They've got to get into a site. Like, what? Where are you going to go?
Put it this way: if the round timer 2 minutes 30 or 1 minute 30, it doesn't matter. The same exact round would happen, and they come popping through as well. Up on high, Do for one only. Chow, one of his own as well, but it's ADU gets in towards the thick of it. 1-2-2, quick on the trade. Still a 2 versus 2, 13 seconds. That C4's got to go down, and bodies don't favor it. 1-2-2's put himself into a 1 versus 1. But where is Grand? 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, but he loses the fight. What was the plan for AG? Like, less than 30 seconds diving in towards the site. Like, I have to look back over towards the leadership in that side. Like, what is the calling there?
I just don't understand it either. Like, if that's the round that you're gonna run, if you're gonna just basically go, all right, we're gonna rush B. Why are you waiting until there's 30 seconds left on the clock to do that? Okay, you could argue, yeah, there's a bit of util maybe for XROCK still at the start of the round, but if there's an extra minute to play with for 1-2-2-2 there, he doesn't have to take such an awkward fight in the 1v1. He can play the C4, he can play the time, whatever, but now AG going to pick the pace up a little bit, and, well, it was working until Zhui took a 1v1, and now ZQ's going to be able to pick up a kill onto Sunny. It just feels like these rounds are really just teetering on the precipice, aren't they? That is unreal from Chow. Down in the 2v4, I guess he wants to take a bit of a risk and see what he can do. But,
missed shot by Do onto Do. Still, though, 1v4 to 1v3. This one a little bit better from AG. I mean, even though they're going to win it, it's more so where it's like, if anything, it was
Don't say they're going to win it. It's a 1v3.
It was XROCK's mistakes and overextensions.
AG haven't been great in these 1v3s, but this is an impossible crossfire to break. So next round on the board for AG. 2-2 the scoreline.
Yeah, it's good to get around on the board, but I'm still not super convinced. It does feel like it just comes down to a lot of XROCK's mistakes. Overextensions. 1-2-2. Might want to get out of dodge. I mean, he does do a little bit of damage with the nade.
I mean, this is the round that AG have been kind of waiting for the whole map. But now that they're not set up for it is when XROCK actually go for it.
Losing servers this early, you know, in the round, going to put you in a bit of a predicament where you're just kind of forced towards A. And look at the bodies there. There's 4 players. Chow can just keep trading util here, keep him at bay. And the second he falls, it becomes a bit of a foot race back towards the B side, but it's one in which actually XROCK will win regardless. So this is a pretty good setup already. Just having a guy in server rooms holding out on his own is massive.
Yeah, but AG are not going to feel forced to do anything too quickly. Just take it nice and slow. As has been the case in the opening 4 rounds. You push through mid. They've got that smoke up. It's going to be re-smoked as well, and they are starting to work their way forward. This could be quite explosive from AG. ZQ with a bit of spam through the wall will drop dough. There's a recontest from XROCK, and it looks good. They've got numbers there. ZQ's got to try and recover that C4. He's just going to go, I mean, he's just going to take it forward himself. He's got no other option. But he has to get into one of these sites, and he needs to do it relatively quickly. The flank coming in from 1-2-2-2. I mean, ZQ is a one-man army at the moment. He is fighting a battle on multiple fronts.
Oh, no way.
And 1-2-2-2 is nowhere to be seen. But he's got that fast flank, and if ZQ can even just live here on the A site, then 1-2-2-2, his position surely not going to be expected. You never expect a player this late from B.
No way, surely. Will he clear close left? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. So it is the one-man army, needs to continue, and he's barely alive. C4 going to go down. No HE to clear him. He hopes for the TRG. ZQ, often the hero for this side, and we need one of those moments once again. First fight, missed shot, and he's a dead man. Forced to AD. It's a commendable effort, but he's got to do better there, 1-2-2-2.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand why he's trying to move so quickly, but needs to be clearing his corners too. Another real hit and miss round though, like neither team walking away from that one feeling too confident about things. I really won't be surprised if we find ourselves on new compound the way this is going.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not convinced by anything from AG right now. Even the couple of rounds that they fumbled through, it's like Can I expect them to do that throughout this map and do it to a level which is enough to close the series on? I don't know. AG, again, this sort of question mark of what is the game plan here? I mean, go up close. This body's here for him to find with the support of Sonny. They're going to get the opening triple. What are we doing, AG? I really can't fathom what the game plan is.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of these wood takes at all for AG. It seems like they've tried it a couple of times and they've walked into the stack of XROCK on multiple occasions. They're not. The problem is they're not actually doing enough to force XROCK to change their setups at all. They're not trying to really put any pressure on, and that means that XROCK are happy to just sit in the middle of the map and react accordingly to what AG are throwing at them.
I was about to say, we haven't seen really a proper like server room to locker take.
Yeah, like take locker, you know, force a player to like come back across and retake locker, work for that map control on the XROCK side, or, you know, sort of probe somewhere on the map. Otherwise, XROCK happy to just sit 4 players in wood and say, well, if you come at us, we'll fight you. If you don't, we'll rotate to the side because we can control the middle of the map. This round, maybe a little bit more presence being shown from AG over toward lockers. That is keeping Doe busy.
Waiting for stairs aggression, that's never going to come. There's no one towards that A site. Because again, if you're XROCK, why would you pay anyone towards the A site, really? You had so much success just bulking up the numbers via doors. Why not continue? Again, similar to that, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. AD holding for the crossing towards lockers, but again, not committed to just yet. He's smoked by ZQ. That'll at least draw a bit of attention, but despite maybe a little bit more map control taken by AG, I just don't really think XROCK feel like they're under that much pressure at the moment.
B-split. Could be the angle here for AG. Just got ZY coming in on his own, but not doing anything to get AD off that line. They do manage to find the trade courtesy of ZY. Grand still here, peeking from jail. If he sort of pushed off, there's a lot of util going flying back and forth in all of that. AG going to rush the plant down, which is not something that XROCK would do. But that means the time is now playing in the favor of AG, and this works out a little better. This looks a bit more like a proper round from AG. And they just need to convert on it. ZQ's got a player underneath him. He's not aware of it. Gives away his position up here on rafters, but Grand can't do anything about it. AG have another, and I have to say that was their best looking round of the map so far, and it just felt like that was like a set play, you know what I mean? And it's like, well, why have we not seen that a little bit more?
Yeah, it's a little, you know, it's one for AG. You hope that it's like a bit of an eye-opener. It's a bit of a one in saying, okay, finally there's something we can kind of fall back on a bit here. This worked. Let's continue this. Get ourselves into a position, you know, if you can take 5.5, that would actually be fantastic considering how things started. 4, honestly, you'd be pretty happy with that too. It's been an unconvincing first half for AG, so just keeping that pressure on XROCK is everything. Back to the slow and steady. Deep smoke by AD. Hold of the lockers swing, which they won't be getting. Because of AG, they've gone back to the game plan that has served them, well, so successfully so far. I say in jest, as they go for this double doors slow play, which has been, yeah, it's got them next to nothing thus far.
Surely they won't expect it again. AG thinks. There's a little bit more happening elsewhere on the map, though, for AG. It does have to be said. It's not going to end up being that wood push. Chow's happy to play up in the vent. Got a bit of a stack over here on the B site as well. 2 players ready to go, but a lot of space taken by AG for free, and only now the fight's starting to break out. That's probably a little too late for XROCK, and as you can see, it's gone poorly. Sonny pegs one back before the plan's gone down, which will help the retake if it does eventuate, but numbers advantage for AG. They've got the site as well, and 1-2-2-2 tucked in here, waiting for the push coming through from jail. It's a little bit isolated at the moment, though. ZQ liable to help him out if need be. Gran and Sunny. So trying to work the angles, but 1-2-2-2 wins his duel. It's a 1-for-1. That's fine as far as AG are concerned. C4 ticking away means that Gran is going to have to move quickly here, and I think he might have already timed himself out of the round unless he's given freebie. CQ picked up as he jiggles.
Time.
You're right, Do doesn't really need to do anything. He's going to pull the peak out here, Gran, but it's going to come too little too late anyway, and the kill from Do will secure it. So 4-4, AG recovering the half a little. BL side of map, though, you'd want to see them get up to 5.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. If AG can take a 5th, again, we talk about that kind of breathing room, really. Just even a small part of it, keeping the pressure on towards XROCK. Of every round they finally get closer, of course, to the series, which is where, for the kind of the rookies of XROCK, in a sense, more fallible to the crumble. Another better round, though, from AG. See why I was tempted to jump up, but he actually maybe has learned his lesson from the earlier demise against AD. Speaking of, continues to be quite a menace, AD. You know, he's floating around the map a lot. He's given a lot of luxury to free roam. Exactly what you want from somebody who has been quite consistently solid throughout this series. Why not? He's been given that trust by Chow. Whole team for XROCK not looking too bad. It's Sunny, though, which is a name we've not spoken too highly of throughout this series, who actually is leading the charge in the numbers department. He's had some pretty underwhelming maps thus far.
Well, he's actually one of the players to watch of the event thus far for XROCK, but yeah, hasn't been able to convert it in the playoffs.
He's fantastic in groups. #1 player in groups by a long way. But yeah, first few maps was very quiet by his standards comparatively.
Yeah, AD has fallen off a little bit, which is to be expected. Subbase not really the sniper's paradise that we get from Ankara and Black Widow and Eagle Eye. So his numbers down a little bit on the output. AG going to send ZY straight into jail. He'll win his opening duel. They need more, though. They're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And just as I mentioned, AD, he starts to come alive. What's this from AG? Still not sure where they want to go with this one. It feels very tentative and not really too committed at all. It's XROCK that seem as though they're going to get through this one. Unless Du can conjure up a bit of magic, he could actually take that C4 into B. Not sure that he's aware of it.
Might get caught in the flank here. Oh, he's been spotted at least. He's got to go down.
He's got to scramble to beat.
Yeah, 20 seconds doesn't have loads of time. But he actually, yeah, I'm going to say, he actually did have a window to cross in there. But at the half, have us a slight lead for the likes of XROCK. I mean, it's not super convincing, but it's another one of those situations where AG 4 rounds in total at the half, but 5 rounds where they get an opening kill. So never a good start when you're getting opening kills and not converting them in towards rounds. AA win prediction is still ever so slightly in favor of AG, as close as it gets, really. 51% to 49.
I think it was 48-52 at the halfway point of the last map as well, so.
Feels a bit ambitious saying like 50. I know the scoreline's so similar, but like AG are still kind of unconvincing at the moment.
Yeah. What would you say? Maybe 60-40 XROCK?
Yeah, 60-40 XROCK is sort of oddly.
Just purely because of that round advantage?
Not even the round advantage. I just think like they do look a little bit more conclusive. Like AG still feel kind of nervy.
AG though moving over to the GR side.
It's true. It's true.
2-player setup at A site. I'm surprised that XROCK get a player halfway down the stairs and then get him back up without a loss. This
is a pretty brutal setup to get through.
Yeah, nice high-low.
Yeah, very common. You play, of course, behind that box, but it's very spammable. And a lot of teams dump the nades. Silence are very good at cracking open the lockers. And this is difficult to kind of get through. And here they are. Do for the leg. 1-2-2 will get the kill. And a full back and towards the site.
It's an aggressive opener for AG, and it's worked out. Get those players in position. Sunny's about to be spotted there by Zhui as well, so he's going to have to back it up. And AD's been able to lurk his way halfway out onto the A side. Zhui trying to come in and reinforce that. AG kind of scrambling, not too sure exactly where XROCK wanting to end up, but hoping that it might be the A side. That's where they're starting to with their forces. Again, XROCK in the mid-round, making some good reads, but we'll see if they can convert it here in the late round. 1-2-2-2. Hasn't had much to do just yet. Do helps him out, and it's 1-2-2-2 for a double, which might just shut the round down. Sunny finished off. AG will start the proceedings in the second half with a round victory to equalize at 5-5.
That's a big thing, I think, for AG as well. Brush off that first half, start things well here, and actually a relatively convincing one, all things considered. You know, you're putting yourself in a spot now where, again, you're sort of putting that pressure back on towards XROCK. XROCK are taking a lot more of that early map control, something that AG felt like they were quite nervous in doing, but predicament now for XROCK. I don't know what the response looked like, but for AG, they're happy to shell up on the sites and play these kind of pair situations, sitting together for the trades. Got 3 in the direction of B, 2 towards A, both playing up towards this. The only risk with that as well for either Joy and ZQ, one flash on HE that softens you up or even kind of drops you. A becomes so vulnerable, and there's no one really quite close for a rotate.
Sunny doing the wiggle. There's nobody in vent that he has to be worried about at the moment. XROCK are mirroring the playstyle on the BL side of what AG brought to the table. It's dramatically slowed down after Ankara. First 2 maps felt pretty quick. The second 2 have been slower approaches, and this one not really favoring XROCK. It's a 2-for-1 exchange to begin things. Do doesn't want to hang around that smoke too much more.
Get out.
In trouble, but deals with it with the pistol. He's just better. That's how.
Yeah, valid. He's actually had a great map. Is he going to get cleared? Yes, he will, eventually.
Uh-oh.
Hang on. AD's cooking, as he continues to do so. But speaking of, do for 1. All on the shoulders of AD. Clutch King, time and time again for this side, but a 1 versus 2 for him. At least he has the C4, and it will be planted over towards Missile. Nate will come over, land on top of his head, hit him down to about 50. Now, Flash that'll follow it as well. 1-2-2 and do.
What's Do watching?
Yeah, what are you, literally what are you looking for?
I'm really confused.
Just go.
You know he's just planted the C4. He couldn't even be there if he wanted to, unless he's got a teleporter. I'm not sure that that's in this game.
I mean, they just expect him to plant and immediately run upstairs, but even still, even then, why?
Even then, he's got at least another 10 seconds to not worry about that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Anyways.
Yeah, it feels very unnecessary that early on. Yes, maybe you see and hear nothing for kind of 10, 15 seconds. Pretty valid then if you want to actually kind of turn attention to the potential of a flank, but is what it is. AG put up a 6th. Back-to-back rounds to kickstart the half is good. A slow crab walk in towards server rooms, and they realize, well, no one's actually here because a double stack aggro towards doors.
It's a different setup from AG, a bit more aggressive.
It could be actually overlooked a little bit as well. If they don't see any attention towards server rooms, they could try and group up back towards doors, which a lot of teams go for.
Yep.
Could be a bit of a bloodbath there.
It's probably not a bad shout for AG to be throwing something like this in. That's not a bad setup at all, actually. I mean, ZQ tries to actually bait them in there by spamming his entire clip. We'll talk about that in a second, because there's still a little bit going on here, but Zhui waiting for that push to come through from the vents. Honey's actually dropped down, Do watching it.
He bails out ZY there as well. He was about to dead to right to have back turned.
Yeah, and that's actually the second time that ZY's been kind of bailed out in a way. 1-2-2-2 going to catch AD in transition. I like the setup actually from AG in this round. You know, a bit of something different, deeper in the half. That spam would kind of bait XROCK in to try and take the fight because they expect the player to be on reload. And then you have a guy playing anti-flash, which was Shui, able to pick himself up the double. So good little 1-2 punch there from AG.
Shots.
See what Grant can do here in the 1v4. Again, don't really want to be seeing AG give 1v1s away.
Just play together. Do not need to do anything audacious. Play for the trade. He's got a sniper. Nice little crossfire here. In towards jail. ZY who's holding a range. Oh, boys, I don't know. They're giving him fights, thankfully. Do will swing in. Grand's actually had a pretty commendable effort out of that with a 7-2-5. AG 2 ahead, 3 away, and at the timeout taken by XROCK. Oh, this is still a bit of a predicament where there's moments for XROCK. You can see kind of a slight gaps, but I feel like AG in a position now where they're really piling on the pressure towards the CFS debutants.
Yeah, look.
Time's running out for XROCK, really.
It is, but it's been a good game from XROCK.
It has. Definitely have to have earned respect here from AG if they didn't have it already.
I mean, AG, they won EWC. It didn't even really feel difficult for them there. Bit of a formality, really. So it's a side that commands some respect. XROCK, I think, are making AG work for it.
Yes.
That's about as good as you could hope for a team like XROCK on the stage for the first time at CFS this year. Obviously not the first time in this event, but I mean the first CFS event for a lot of these players.
Yes, yes.
Chow was here a couple of years ago, back in Chengdu, I believe, on the XROCK lineup still 2 years ago. But every other player, if my memory serves me, is replaced. I'll have a quick look since I guess we've got a bit of time.
You've got 3 seconds.
3 seconds is all I need now.
1, 2, 3. What you got for me?
Let's rock and roll.
13. AG are 3 rounds away. 2 ahead of XROCK, and again, really piling that pressure on. Not a lot left in this game for this AG side. For the AG side, for the XROCK side.
Well, Sonny was there back in 2023 as well. I didn't remember, but it was Sonny and Chow, Jia, Yang, and Lee.
Oh.
So quite a number of replacements, obviously, with this current day XROCK. AG looking pretty similar though. 1-2-2-2 for even. Otherwise, the exact same roster. And by the way, that was the year that AG made the final and didn't quite get over the line against Bishop.
Oh my God, ZQ, how has he won that fight? He spotted the barrel of Sonny earlier, which is why he dropped a nade on top of him. And pistol up close. You don't see too often those fights in towards Vent, but ZQ comes out on top. An opening kill. 1 minute 20 for XROCK. Decisions to be made. Bomb the back of AD. Question where to go with it. The bomb is alone in server rooms. Now we'll get the support of Grant. So maybe initially setting up for a B split here. Smoke down. Front of window room. So ZY in jail might actually end up getting tested in a moment. Takes a pop shot behind that smoke. 1-2-2 is up close. There's a bit of a gap on the smoke here. He's trying to shoot. Oh, 1-2-2 is given the luxury of getting out. That is very fortunate indeed.
Oh, there's just fights happening all over the place, isn't there? But no kills just yet. I don't know if I like it necessarily, but AG tucked in their positions.
Oh my God.
Okay, AD with a grenade and then Dole with a double. All of a sudden, this round gets a little bit more interesting. Shui caught out in no man's land. Should not be getting away with that. That's a chance gone begging for XROCK that they may not get back.
How? How is Shui staying alive there? What happened? He just stopped shooting. Yeah. Okay, fair play. 8-5. XROCK, you're running out of chances, and that is a humongous one you've squandered. Aggro coming into a server room. We haven't seen this too often, actually, in all fairness, from AG. Early nade, smoke down as well in front of it, and they can just completely control that. But Chow is putting pressure on towards Missile immediately, and it will be at the demise of Du. Quick trade from 1-2-2. There's no one else in support, though, as much as they think there is. And they're assuming this is a quick A pop. No one's
As
here,
you
boys.
would. Yeah. Like, what? Why has this guy done that?
Chow's just gone on a solo run.
Yeah.
It's an information play from the IGL.
Well, how relevant is that information now as the dust settles? Perhaps not very. AG wanting some of their own information They do spot the top of stairs at Wood, and they don't really see much there, but there was a shot from Grand, so they'll still be a bit tentative. Transitioning their forces back toward the B site, though, is the correct decision at this stage. AG really unaware as to where XROCK are at the moment, and you can see that they're very interested in finding that information.
Yeah, I actually like that, though. I do like getting an information play out here. This first fight, 1-2-2 and Doe is pretty big. If you get one in, that'd be huge, but can't. It's damage dealt, but it's not enough. So numbers now taken by XROCK. Now split towards B. Split's a kind of a loose term in the sense that they're really not going to have to fight here. There's no one actually on the site. They're going to be playing full retake in a second.
Yeah, it looks like AG are happy to just play the retake.
They're going a long way as well about it.
Bomb plant goes down. This is a tough ask for AG.
Oh, nice shot.
Smoke hadn't quite bloomed there for Gran. Overstays his welcome. ZY, if his timing is good through this smoke, he might grab himself a couple. And with all the shenanigans that are happening, ZY is able to activate. That's a huge round for AG. I don't know where they pulled that from, but that is a rabbit out the hat. And all of a sudden, this series is looking over for XROCK.
Yeah, that is a huge retake. It's such a fumble from XROCK. Numbers advantage in a post plant, and you've let it slip like that. It's a tilt of pressure really on those shoulders, but this is all but done, it feels. 9-5, 4 map points for all gamers. And XROCK, that was it. That was the one that was going to bring you back into this.
Yep.
And you've let it slip.
Would have really kept it hanging in the balance. It was looking like it was going to be a solid round as well, but a bit of brilliance from the individuals on the AG side, and all of a sudden, the music starts to play.
C4 triple stacked as they make their way through server. Another lockers crunch. I mean, it worked last round, so I can understand why you want to go back towards it. You've struggled in this second half to really, well, do anything, let's be frank. It's been a flawless run from AG so far, so the minute amount of success you've had has actually come through, popping through lockers, split towards B, so you're going to go for that once again. In they come. Chow just pumping the brakes, waiting to see if he can get him on a bit of timing here. There's bodies to meet them. Yuto coming through. 1-2-2. Look at that first fight. I'll get it. Look for a second. Good reaction. ZQ in for one of his own as well as Sunny goes down and Do drops AD. That is it. A flawless one to seal the deal. It's AG who take the series 3-1.
An excellent showing from All Gamers as they take down the best of 5, 3-1. Wasn't quite as clean as we saw it at the regional finals with the 3-0, but still only dropping the one map, and the maps that they won felt a little bit more dominant compared to that regional final. And so, good stuff from All Gamers. They get through XROCK, definitely one of their more difficult opponents that they're going to be facing in this tournament. And so, hand it over to XROCK as well. I think that they played pretty well, but at the end of the day, All Gamers just the better team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, despite the loss across all maps, I think, you know, set MVP here of ZQ, but one guy I think that's worth even kind of throwing out as like a name that's like a honorable mention when we talk about MVP. AD again, like he's like 93 ADR again on a loss. Like this is 4 maps in a row where he is top of his team, lights out. I mean, this is a guy that I think has really earned a lot of respect from us, but actually from AG as well in a way. So real credit coming through, but that was a lot better. That second half in particular, flawless coming through, right, from the likes of AG. That's a lot more like it. The first half was a little shaky on towards sub base, but they locked him. And they're the ones that I think are sitting back on the defense a little bit. They were able to soak up a lot of pressure. And I just think for XROCK, they just run out of ideas. It was the worry I had off the back of Black Widow. I was like, right, your gimmicks are up now, and now you're just playing a raw game here, right? And in this map, are you going to be able to do anything? And, well, the answer was there, no.
Yeah, I have to very much agree with this sentiment, Nao. I think if, you know, we sort of saw AD on the other side of the field, this could have been a really clean game for AG. Sure. He was the one that really felt like he was sort of leading from the front for the lads on XROCK, and if that wasn't the case, it would have been a pretty comfortable day at the office for AG. I will say though, Valdez, I think I pull you up on excellence. You know, obviously that was the term you used for AG there. For me personally, it wasn't really quite up to that level just yet. I do think that there needs to be a little bit more for AG before we can really brand them as excellent in that regard. You know, I've seen them play better. I hope to see them play better in this event. I think they will need to play better as well if they're going to make it through into that grand final, if they're going to win the event. So, you know, there was definitely some moments. Definitely the second half of Subbase, you know, Nao's already mentioned, was really, really clean from them. But by and large, it felt like a bit spotty. It felt like they got through a lot of those maps just off the basis of, you know, some maybe poorer plays from XROCK rather than brilliance necessarily from AG. And, you know, let's not even necessarily get into the discussion around Ankara. That was a complete mishap really for AG. Not only in terms of the Vita, obviously that's a big question mark going forward now. It's like, should they be picking into Ankara, or should we be maybe back towards something like a Black Widow or a Subbase instead? But also just, yeah, the fact that in the server they went completely missing as well. It's like, what happened there? What was that map from them? They had 7 opening kills in the first half for 2 rounds. Like, that's just not good enough for a team of AG's caliber. So some work still needs to be made, I think, by AG, but you know, not the end of the day. Not the end of the world really for them to find themselves with a 3-1 victory. As long as they get a win here, I think that they've done what's expected and they can continue forward here in the tournament. Totally fine. Just take it as a stepping stone to improve on. I mean, it's their first game on the stage, right? So it's not going to ever really be perfect.
That's really what I was going to lean into. I think, you know, a lot of our Chinese teams, even a lot of our teams in general, have just been a little bit spotty when it comes to their first match. And it's understandable even for a team like AG, who does have a lot of stage experience, just to, you know, get a feel for stuff, especially that Ankara was very wonky. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of that anymore in this tournament. Hopefully not. Because we know they're better than that, and I think they kind of just dropped the ball, and they got whipped back into shape and eventually got ahead of the enemy team. And again, I mean, XROCK should be one of the strongest opponents for them, right? So the fact that it's still a 3-1, you know, there might be some other teams like Stallions or maybe even EP, the other Chinese team, that might be able to challenge this team a little bit better than what we saw from XROCK, but I think that still remains to be seen. We have to wait until they actually do match up. As for this, I think AG, you know, they start off with a 3-1. It's a little bit shaky at times, pretty bad at times, but at least it doesn't last for too long, and at least they're able to get the win and move on to where we expect them to be. It is pretty interesting, though, to think about, you know, the next matchups where they will have to go up against EVOS ARC, right, in the next upper bracket match that they do have, and then potentially, if they beat them, up against, you know, maybe Stallions or EP over there on the other side in the upper bracket final. So definitely a couple of really strong teams that they are going to have to face off against, and maybe they get tested even more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would probably look at that EVOS match and say, I think short of an EVOS that's really performing at 100% and is kind of going above and beyond, that should actually be a relatively routine game for AG. I think that'll just be a team that they'll probably look to disrespect, and that might actually help them out in some regard, to be quite honest, because I think in some worlds, AG actually played with a little bit too much respect today against XROCK. But yeah, the match against a team like Stallions, who really love to bring a really fast-paced game, could be something that throws AG off. And obviously Evolution Power is always going to be a real threat. EP up against AG would be a matchup I think that would be quite keen to see. I believe that will be a rematch of one of the games we got to see in EWC, where AG did knock EP down into that lower bracket. So
semi-finals thing, right?
Yeah, so that would be a cool one as well if we got there. But I think it's reasonably likely we probably do. I think I'd have EP as the favourites over Stallions, and then I'd have AG as the favourites over EVOS, which is a little bit sad. Obviously, been a big fan of the Philippines rosters in this event, but hey, the Chinese boys are here to play, and they typically are the top dogs, and so I think there's a reasonable probably look to predict them. But hey, that's all coming up in the future, so we'll just have to wait and see, I suppose.
Also, we've got the beauty of the lower bracket, right? So who knows really who makes it through that gauntlet, right? We've got a lot. I beg your pardon.
Twisted minds.
Yeah, you can go now.
I beg your pardon. Doors that way.
All right.
See ya. But no, in all fairness, we've got.
Don't have to tell him.
We've got a bit of a gauntlet down there, which is kind of wild, right? We've already got a position where sides like an Alcatia, I think in particular they got to be kind of licking the lips of the teams around them if they play to the level that they kind of should be playing at, right? But it's a bit of a weird predicament now. I mean, even being frank, right? XROCK, this side, like I think I've done enough that the groups that Liquid win is still kind of weighing quite heavily on my mind in a positive note. I think there was moments to be taken away from that. I think they did run out of steam. Don't get me wrong, and I think in the best of 5 it is easy to run out of steam for a side who don't get that many opportunities to play them on stage and not having within the last kind of 18 months or so. But as a whole, I would look towards that side as kind of one of the better ones to look at in that lower bracket, but we'll see. Match MVP, of course, it is Do, who actually started really slow in towards map number 1, and even map number 2 wasn't kind of lights out, but he stepped up in a big way, and especially towards that 4th and final in towards Subpass, looked really, really solid. So it's good to see him back to playing his best. Of course, he's something that we always highlight for this side. Another fantastic showing.
Hi, Cfesports. Welcome to the post-match interview. I'm host Nini. In this match, congratulations to AG securing the victory. And Dio is the MVP of this match. Say hi to Cfesports. Hi, I'm Dio from AG. And this is your first match at the CFS 2025. How do you feel about your performance? I think we didn't really play very well. It didn't meet our expectations because it was our first time of offline match, and it's very different from online game, and we had didn't good performance. Yeah, it didn't meet your expectation. So what would you say about the differences in XROCK's performance from today? I think they play more aggressively. They did a good job today. On this match, we lost in a lot of clutches on Eagle Eye. ZY and ZQ was in a 2 versus 1 situation. They locked the position of AD, but why did you lose that round? We knew that AD was planning to plant the bomb at A, but he didn't plant the bomb, and it was too late for us to run away, and ZQ was killed. We also lost 3-1. Why did you lose that round? It was our bad communication, so we lost a lot of clutches. Yeah, it is a pity. On the second map of Ankara, with the score at 6-1, you won a 1 versus 4 clutch with a collateral kill. Can you reveal the situation? Because when I came back, we tried to take defense. We didn't know other info, so we tried to regroup. our teammates were killed, I tried to take a trade, and I killed 2 opponents, and then I switched to rifle, and I have luck, I think. So previously on Kara you have high winning rates, while as GR today you only managed to win 2 rounds firstly, and then ending the set and 10-3. Why? It's because we didn't have good communication today. After we got the info, we didn't know what our good choices are, so we lost a lot of clutches. So on the second round, many fans are panicked. On Black Widow, you got a quadruple kill. What the teammates helped you. After reviewing, we know that we didn't have good utility. So I was waiting for their call, and we managed to take advantage of the mantic duo and kill them. Yes, you made many points based on your personal performance, and at 9-5, you had advantage at 2 versus 1 situation, while AD caught you from behind. Was there false information? We were playing 2 versus 2. Well, there was only AD left behind. I thought he was at B, and I tried to lurk from the back. But that was our mistake. Yes, that was a mistake, so you lost a round. So on sub base, you didn't have high winning rate. Have you been increasing practice on this map recently? Yes, we will try to increase our practice on this map, because the other teams are very strong, and we have new maps now, and we all increase our practice on maps. So in the next match, you will be against EVOS. What do you want to say to them? We will try to bring our best. That'll be it. We will expect you to bring out your best to defeat them. Thank you for your time. Congratulations to you on receiving our interview. And let's come back to the caster desk.
Thank you so much, Nini and Du, and of course our wonderful translator for getting that interview all done. A lot of thoughts and a lot of stuff that he said about, not necessarily playing that well, their first offline in a while. He felt like they didn't really communicate that well. They didn't start very well, so a lot of our suspicions kind of coming true, but I do have faith in pretty much every Chinese roster to really turn things up once the going really gets going, once we start going into those future best of fives.
Except Baisha.
Yeah, except Baisha.
Well, they're not here anymore, so.
Exactly, we don't have to care about them anymore. But I do agree. I do feel like, with these Chinese rosters, they actually scale up massively when the pressure's actually on, right? And that's why looking towards that lower bracket, for me, I'm really keeping an eye on XROCK. I feel like it becomes quite a known thing for them when it's like tournament lives on the line, or it's like, making a further deep run. It's where they really kind of lock in. So it makes this kind of interesting looking forward. But for AG, I think we can kind of now say, right, they've brushed off these sort of first match nerves, and they kind of got the rust out of the way of playing on a LAN environment, not the comfort of your home. And now the question is, right, do we get them back to EWC level where they coasted basically most of the way throughout this? Of course, this is the bracket that we're taking on EVOS ARC in that next game. And to be perfectly frank, that one should be very, very comfortable. EVOS ARC have some nice things about them, but the fact that they're even, struggling against Gaimin in some regards, for me, is enough to say that all gamers should sweep that pretty comfortably.
Yep.
On the flip side, Stallions v EP, I think that one's got some legs behind it. For me, that one feels next to impossible to predict. I think Stallion's current form is better, but EP, I think, have a higher skill ceiling, so really, really difficult to predict.
And of course, tomorrow we're going to get into the lower bracket first, so those upper bracket teams have a little bit of extra time to rest. Twisted Minds up against Alcatia for that first match. Should be favoring Alcatia there, but we'll see what happens. And then, of course, we do have Gaimin Gladiators up against XROCK, I believe, right?
Yes,
we did lose right here. So it does feel like, a couple of matches that we kind of should know which direction it's going. It's very one-sided.
Join the dark side. You're too impartial as the host now, and I've been firing shots off all night.
You gotta be neutral right in the middle.
No. Yeah, look, I think both of those matches do look like there's a pretty heavy favorite in both of them. Although obviously, when it comes to Alcatia, they didn't really have a great outing on the stage to start things off. So I think for me, the biggest thing out of tomorrow is probably just seeing the bounce back from Alcacia. If they do bounce back, you would hope that they will against Twisted Minds. We've obviously been quite critical of that Twisted Minds roster, so if Alcacia even get through it but struggle to get through it, that's, I think, going to be quite an indictment of them here at CFS 2025. But, you know, obviously you can't draw too many conclusions from a loss against EP. That's always going to be a tough game. So I think, yeah, big opportunity for Alcacia to really actually finally get some legs under themselves here for CFS. And the XROCK match versus Gaimin, I mean, I think XROCK probably do sort of shut that one out pretty comfortably. Gaimin did okay today, but you know, XROCK's looking pretty good, especially if AD can keep up his his momentum going into tomorrow. That's going to be a bit of a handful for Gaimin to deal with. So 2 matches that do seem like they should be relatively one-sided tomorrow, I'd say. Yeah,
I think I've got to agree. I mean, the only real thing is, like, if we don't get AD, I mean, that's kind of the question we were saying, right? In this series, right, if AD is not present, actually, is it just a pretty comfortable sweep, right? Is it a pretty easy run of things, right? Who knows? So it is a big question coming forward, but for the most part, I'm excited.
Yeah, well, we're done here, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to join us tomorrow for more CFS Grand Finals. Have a good night.